is never going to get investigated for actually holding those aides. And when he says that because he wouldn't wait for the blue, it's called the blue vehicles, where Hamas actually escorts these aides to the area, and they were saying, why the hell are we actually being escorted by Hamas? If you are being escorted by Hamas, we're going to shoot those guys. No shit, they're going to do that. So, I mean, this is crazy talk. It's like, are you guys, whose side are you on, UN? Are you the side of the terrorists, or are you side of Israel, it's like normal people? Like, it seems like even the UN doesn't know the distinction between terrorists and non-terrorists at this point.
Yes, because to them, when me and Phonics have a war, right, I should be sending aid to Phonics' house. This is them. So, in other words, these are the same people that want this war to perpetuate.
As far as I'm concerned, well, exactly what international law stipulates. We actually have a land for peace deal with Egypt. We literally signed a binding agreement saying that if you actually go back to war with us, we're going to take your land and then some. We did exactly the same deal with Gaza when we did a land for peace deal. And guess what? They attacked us, so therefore we had supposed to take their land and give the population of Gaza back to Egypt, which they were part of to begin with.
Egypt doesn't want them in Egypt. Egypt doesn't want them. They've already attacked them.
And we're willing to go to war with them to send them back to their own nation. This is
why does Egypt not want them? Phonics, because every other country in the Middle East that has taken in the past 40 to 50 years that has taken in so-called Palestinians, whatever they are, right? And it's funny, there's no such thing as a Palestinian ethnicity. There's no such thing really. You are either Kurdish, or you're Algerian, or you're Tunisian, or you're Egyptian, or you're Turkish, right? Really, there's none. But anyway, they still go about it. Why do they take them in? When they went into Kuwait, what did they do? Kidnapping ministers' wives, kidnapping ministers' kids, killing their kids, killing ministers, assassination missions, right? Undermining governments. The same thing they did in Jordan. What do you think King Hussein did to them? In a matter of about, 2-3 months. Not 2 years, but 2-3 months. He killed over, 20,000-30,000?
Yes,
in 2-3 months.
So if the leader of Egypt did exactly that, actually sent the Palestinians over to the border, then that's on them, not on Israel, by the way. Because if you're
But is that not the difference between Sunni and Shia? Is that just not a difference?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Sorry? Well, what about Sunni and Shia? I don't know what you're talking about there.
I'm talking about the difference between Muslim countries. Like, obviously, there's divides, isn't there?
Oh no, it has no bearing on the subject for one particular reason.
No.
Iran supports Hamas. Despite the ideological
So that's the
opposition.
Sunni.
Right?
It's the same.
Yes, because Hamas is an armed wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. Ahmed Yassin and Musab Yusuf, who founded this organization, and the charitable organizations, they actually transformed into an armed military wing of the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Ikhwan al-Muslimin. But the agenda is existentially. Why? Because the agenda is simple. The agenda is simple. They agree on many fronts, on many points. Telling
Do
you
you
Jews,
believe it's an anti-Semitic?
it is anti-Semitism. It is. Because Islamic eschatology predicates itself on the eradication of Jews and the establishment of an Islamic utopia, Pax Islamica, the Islamic peace, as they call it Darul Islam. So this is something that is well established within the doctrines. Not to mention the killing of homosexuals, regardless of whether you are trans, gay, lesbian, whatever you are.
Alpha, quit bringing that up. You don't care. You were really rude to me when you first came up here. Quit acting like you care about the
I'll read
LGBT.
you as a
You
person,
don't.
not for your
No,
joke.
that doesn't matter. You don't care. You're fake. We'll use that as an argument.
Sure. If I didn't have 2 gay cousins, I would have believed you. Anyway.
That doesn't mean anything. You're rude.
Okay? These people don't care. Muslim Association.
You're no different. You're no different, Alpha. You don't care.
Sure. The Muslim Lebanese Association published a fatwa in 2023. Okay? A fatwa means a legal ruling literally calling for the genocide of homosexuals. This is after a week when all these
Moving on from the homosexual talk from you. You don't care. No, you've been talking this whole time. Let somebody else.
let me speak, okay?
You've said enough, Alpha. You've said enough.
Now, what is this? What is this?
What do you mean, what is this? You were rude to me whenever I came up here. I can't be rude to you? What, it's only necessary to be rude to me? Yeah, exactly.
Jesus, you trouble wherever you are. We've had our fun. Let's keep trying to have a serious road.
These people went out there, well-intentioned for the sake of humanity. The Muslim Lebanese Association turns around and literally passes, okay, a death sentence on them.
On who?
Can you believe that?
On who? On who? Homosexuals?
The community.
You're still bringing this shit up? You don't care for them. You are so rude to LGBTQ people. You just don't fuck about them.
Not me.
You don't give a fuck about them. You're no different than fucking off of them. You're up here talking shit.
With regards to Israel, their level of acceptance to the LGBT community, it's the same as my country.
Absolutely. 100%. It is very.
See, that's the difference. And there's many more differences. What the Western audience doesn't understand is that you cannot try to understand the Middle East, this melting pot part of Asia and Asia at large, by trying to use Western lenses. It doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. When you look at the way people talk about positionality, right? And this is something very well established in American humanities, the idea of positionality.
Bobby, please scroll.
Yeah.
Why is that even funny?
Don't RBP, please read. This dude was rude to me from the jump.
Why are you sending yourself out to speak and then everyone's
Alpha wants attention. He's been speaking for 30 minutes. Well,
I don't get that.
I just barely came off mute, Simon. Chill out. Get out of your feelings.
literally pretty calm. You're
Okay,
laughing.
thank you for I didn't know. Laughing triggers you, Simon? Man.
Well, when someone's speaking and making a point, and you're just laughing hysterically, yeah, it's kind of annoying.
So what? Laughing is wrong? You can't laugh on a panel? Are you
Meet your mic. Well,
I can do whatever I want. Please.
Can I say something, please? We're trying to have a serious political discussion here. I know maybe he insulted you. You guys can sort that out together. This is quite a serious
Hey,
topic.
Tobias, let me say something. He's the one bringing out LGBTQ. Okay. He keeps bringing it up, Tobias. Why are you whining, Tobias? Why are you whining?
I'm trying to keep control of
You're not keeping control of the room right now. You're just irritating it right now. You heard Alpha.
Who made you the
Yeah, because you're a bigot. You're a bigot. You're a fake. You're a fake, Alpha. You're a fake. You're coming up here talking shit to me, but yet you're so worried for the LGBTQ. You're bullshit. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter.
You have something to say.
It doesn't matter. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter, Alpha.
has nothing to do with your
Okay, shut up, Alpha. Move on. Move on, Alpha. Somebody else wants to talk. I don't care, Simon. I'm about to be a dick to you, Simon.
Why would somebody use the LGBTQ plus community as an argument? My question would be, why would they use it as an argument for something when they have no care for those people anyway?
Well, I mean, I think enough rules at Alpha to know that.
Barbie, that doesn't mean I don't respect you.
The Asian is family, Enigma. The fact that he has a problem with Barbie doesn't mean that he has a
But
problem with
Daniel,
gay people.
there are plenty of people that have gay people in their family who shun them. Who
But Enigma, the fact that he had a fight with Barbie, which is part of the LGBT.
Look at these men trying to defend me.
Bobby, I'm a man. I don't know if you're a man or a woman. It doesn't matter. I can speak. And
I don't know if you're a man. I don't know if you're a man. I don't know if you're one either.
You are a person. This is really appreciated. So can we get rid of this?
No, George. No, George. There you go.
I'm speaking to Enigma for a second. Enigma, the fact that Alpha had whatever it was with Barbie doesn't mean that it's about the gay community. He is a person.
It was when he called me a man. He called me a man when he came up here. He targeted me and my identity. It doesn't matter. Are you not a man? You just said you're a man.
But you called me a man.
It doesn't matter. That's what you identify as. That's what you identify as, right? Alpha and Norma were rude to me. Why are you defending bigotry? Why are you defending bigotry, Daniel? No, why are you defending bigotry, Daniel? You're literally defending hateful fucking hate speech. When I'm defending myself, now you have something to say, Daniel. Don't do that. Don't.
He's not talking about you.
Daniel, do you feel passionate about the fact that people want to eradicate every Israeli so that they can occupy from the river to the sea and okay. Hang on, I'm talking on that
I know you're talking, and you're talking very well, but can I...
No, you can't. You've come back up and some manners. So you're going to talk quite passionately about that, aren't you? You're going to get a little bit irate sometimes. This is what happens. Barbie has always experienced his hate, whether it's from Muslims, Christians, goodness knows what else, even Jewish people like El Normo. So when people are using her community, but also badgering her, it's very easy for all of us to go, we're not talking about that. It's not really an issue. It is a fucking issue. It's a big issue.
Enigma, he was talking about the community. He was
Actually,
talking about...
Sexuality.
Can I reply to her for a second, Alpha? I'm sorry that I'm speaking on your behalf because I'm as a listener. He was speaking about the gay community.
She was speaking. Bobby is a woman.
I'm talking about Alpha. And Alpha is a man. And he was speaking about the gay community, not about Barbie. And I'm also part of the LGBT. I'm also part of the gay community, and I'm also part of the gay community. And there's nothing that he said was against the gay community.
Yeah, when he first came up here, he started talking shit to me because he didn't like me talking shit to El Normo, who has had a problem with me for many shows now. That's why Alpha called me a man and was very rude to me. I defended myself. Now every time he gets a chance, he mentions the LGBT.
Enigma, hold on, please. I'm talking to Enigma.
I get that. But you're bringing me up, though.
I didn't bring you up. I said that he wasn't talking about you.
Can I say one thing?
Bringing me up. That's bringing me up.
Let me say something. Let me say something. Bobby, you know I've always supported you, right? And you know that. So I don't appreciate you. I don't appreciate you telling me that I'm whining. Okay, I'm not whining. I'm just trying to keep
I don't appreciate you trying to monitor me. I don't do that to you. I'm not trying to do that to you. That's more like flame to the pit here. Let's just let it happen. Shut up, Alpha. Shut up. See, look at this. How am I not supposed to defend myself against this, Tobias? How?
Okay, so I'll just say nothing.
You don't get targeted like that, Tobias. Has anyone called you a faggot, a girl on here? No, they haven't. They called me a man, called me a dude. They called me, and after being corrected, they're still disrespecting me, and y'all are all concentrating on how mean I am.
I didn't say you were mean. I'm just saying I want to keep control of the room. That's all. It's not about you. It's about just a collective thing, you know.
Yeah, it is about me when they're bringing me up. It is about me when they're bringing me up. Okay, the problem is me right now that y'all have a problem with me. So yes, it is.
I never said that. That's your words, not mine. I never said that.
Yeah, but you just wanted to call me out though. You just sat there and said, Barbie, let me tell you this. So therefore you're making it about me because you want to talk to
You said
me.
I was whining. You said I was whining.
Yeah, right, exactly. And I said that because you kept talking over me and my Okay, yeah, great, exactly.
You know I respect you. That's why I do that. That's why I'm just trying to keep control of the room. I want this conversation to be interesting and conducive, right, to the topic. That's all. Nothing to do with you guys. I don't even know what the fuck was said between each other. I wasn't even listening. I was busy making fucking.
So then why say anything? So then why
I'm trying to keep control of the room. I'm trying to keep control of the room.
You want to keep control of the room when you don't know what was said? Tobias, does that make sense?
How long do you guys need to talk about it until it's sorted? Like how?
He brought it up. He brings it up. He wants to defend the LGBTQ, but yet shits on LGBTQ, Tobias. Why are you missing that?
Well, he's not in the room now, so I mean, it should be over, right?
Exactly. No, Alpha's still here. Alpha's still here.
How did I shit on the LGBT? Explain.
You are Alpha. When you came up here, you were talking shit, calling me a man, calling me all kinds of shit. Yes, you were. You were targeting me. I am a trans person, okay? So therefore, you don't have any respect. What if I did that to you and your cause? What if I shitted on you and called you a nasty Jew or a nasty this and a nasty that? You would call me all kinds of xenophobic and bigoted and racist, but I can't call you a fucking transphobic piece of shit when you're being transphobic to me, Alpha?
None of that applies to me, so keep crying.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And if you don't want to hear it, if you're a fucking psychopath, move on. Bye. Quit asking to come up here if you're just. Hey, Orlando, welcome back. Did you have something to say?
I just wondered why it's all got very heated.
Were you not listening?
Everyone was listening, but what I would like to say is, like, why is it so difficult for people to converse in a way that's not so argumentative?
Well, because this is an app, it's social, feelings, when people are passionate, emotions flare. This is normal psyche of the human person. When emotions flare, we're going to react. Not everybody reacts the same though, Orlando. You might handle certain problems on here differently, maybe calmer, somebody would say. But I'm the kind of person that doesn't really do that. Why? Because maybe my life I've been affected differently than you have my life. I'm a trans person. When I get off of here, the bullying doesn't stop, Orlando. It never stops for me. Okay? So when I get on here, when I get on here and it's continuing, I'm gonna be a bitch and I'm gonna get defensive. And it's funny though, everybody on here has been exactly. Hold on, why are you talking over me? Hold on, can I just finish my thought here? You asked me and I'm holding. Yeah, exactly. I just barely started talking. Anyways, like I'm trying to say, everybody on here has been exactly where I am right now. Okay? They have been mad, they have been angry, they have said things they weren't supposed to. Right? Why is it a big deal when I do it? Why? Because y'all want to stay on the conversation? Well, look, when y'all are bringing up LGBTQ people, I'm going to definitely say something about that. And Orlando, you're more than welcome to come back, but you weren't. Y'all should see the nasty messages that I'm getting in my back chats that I'm supposed to chill out over this. Yes, Orlando. What is it now?
I apologize. I was kicked from the room. I'm not sure why, but
yeah, because you kept talking over me. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries, you're back up.
The one thing I would say is, like, would say is like, would you not want to have some kind of conversation with other people without talking over them?
Well, that's what you were doing, Orlando, the
Do
whole
you
time.
think that question, now that the room's kind of calmed down a bit, is conducive to moving forward, or are you trying to relight the fire and be a gaslighter?
I don't know. I'd say
You sound like you're very unsure with yourself, Orlando.
you sound like you're very unsure with yourself as well.
Do I? Oh. What are you going to do about that then?
Well, I'd ask you where you came from.
My mother's vagina canal.
Okay. Is there any possible part of your life that you would think about that's made you kind of unsure of yourself?
No, not at all. I can ask the same thing about you. Is that why you're stuttering and stammering over your words?
Yes, possibly. I've not talked to a celebrity before, so.
Oh, I'm not a celebrity.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Who's a celebrity?
Well, I think.
Do you see me as a celebrity? Do you think that I'm...
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, well, do you want my autograph?
No, I don't think that.
Okay.
This
conversation is boring. Should we get back to something a bit more meaty?
Well, yeah, let's do it, Enigma. Orlando, we're moving on. George and Kitty, welcome. Do you have anything to say for the time?
Yeah, I'm so ashamed that I made myself clear the past few days with my PTRs of Noah and Shem and Japheth. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed forever. I'm ashamed forever. I have little will to continue living. I'm ashamed forever.
When Noah got very
It
drunk.
is only by the light of Torah.
When he got very drunk in his tent, and was it Ham, I think, walked on him? He was more often, well, more likely than not, he was masturbating.
How do you know that?
Because the brothers had to, take out the brother because he was in such shock of what he had sinned and that the sin of it all.
Yes. Go on.
Yes, I'm listening.
They done Enigma? Or can I address the title?
You could address the title.
Please.
I'll be kind of quick, but it says, why do Hamas allow the starvation of their own people? I think allow means that they are not actually the one manufacturing it or causing it, or I think allowing is a bit too weak, not too weak, maybe a bit misleading, that there's like an external source, that they just allow it. No, they basically manufacture it, and the reason why they do this is because the human tragedy in Gaza is basically would put international pressure, as it does, on Israel to stop the war, because Hamas cannot win any other way except international pressure. So that is my addressing title.
I agree. I think if Hamas, as a political figurehead governing the people, had the best interest for the people, they wouldn't have spent all the money on the artillery and the missiles and everything in a senseless war that they're never going to win.
It was the tunnel system, basically, that was the most expensive.
There's only one side.
Hello. care what Hamas is doing at this point. My concern only is for my country, which is America first. I don't feel that we have any footing in this situation that's going on between those two countries. And as long as I can remember, and just being an American citizen, to know the countless times that people have been dragged into these wars. We had the thing with Saddam Hussein, and we actually found out there were no weapons of mass destruction. And my cousin got blown up into pieces from a landmine going out to serve in that war. So
sorry, can I interject? That's a horrible thing.
Orlando, hold on, Orlando. Let her finish.
I just want to say that that's something very, very
Orlando, no, Orlando. That means be quiet. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay,
I just
apologies.
want them to not be involved. I just feel as though, and this is just not with Israel, I just feel as though America itself involves itself into other countries, trying to bring their ideology to their country. Just let those people do what they want. You get what I'm saying? Like, let them do what they want. If it's a big issue, then let the ICJ or whoever this council, the internet, let them come in and decide that. I've been tired of my country fighting these wars that I feel as though we're really not supposed to be meddling ourselves into. I don't really care what the people of Iran are over there are going through, or their religious oppression. That's them. If they want to move out of that and they want to get away from that, then let that be their choice. I don't feel that we have to insert ourselves in every single conflict, because while we're sending money over to help our ally Israel, we still have homelessness. We still have
American citizens in Israel. You have American citizens in Israel as well. Do you not want to protect them?
Yeah, we do.
I honestly don't, because like I said, you're American first. So if they want to be dual citizens, again, that's on them. I'm happy where I'm at. I don't think I would ever.
What about the dual citizens? What about the non-dual citizens that are just there, maybe on holiday, that are also needing respite and care to get back? I mean, in Britain, luckily we got some more of our British back to us. Not before some of them were killed and injured. But I also think that when we start saying, well, we shouldn't be getting involved in certain things with other countries, what we're really saying is we don't care if people are, in need or whatever. Let's just put ourselves first. And to me, that doesn't sound.
I don't care. And I know that you're British and you can be, like Brit first. It wouldn't faze me. I wouldn't care, because that's how you're supposed to be for your country. You get what I'm saying?
Really? Do you not think that's why we have so many wars? Because people, they're so desensitized to the fact that there are some people in other countries that don't want to be oppressed.
That's not our job. We're not.
You're speaking from a place of privilege.
We're not super sailors. We don't do that.
Let me try to explain that. Right, so the US-Israel sort of relationship is not like other international relationships, right? It's much more unique than that, mainly because Israel's a democracy surrounded by many countries that don't share the same values. So unlike other places where the US has had interests, Israel stands for things that they don't, right? Things that the US can relate to, like freedom, democracy. So let me just finish. So the whole point I'm making is that let me finish. Oh my God, is she serious?
No,
finish my point, so I'm going to have to beat you, okay? It makes the situation very different. The US isn't just helping like any other... Why are you giggling now? What's wrong with you?
Because you made a crazy statement.
Oh, yeah, you're fucking up. Bye-bye. Fucking crazy bitch. Okay, what a crazy bitch.
Can I pick up the mantle there? So it was the British in the 50s that created the State of Israel. And yeah, keep going from there.
You'll find it was the 40s.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. It is the 1940s, you're right, yes. So we basically created a state there. But could Tobias finish his point?
I was almost at the end of my point, which is that it makes the situation different because the US isn't just helping like any other country. It's backing a close ally that faces all these threats, you know, and Israel provides important intelligence and military support and helps keep both countries safe. You know, so when people say the US shouldn't support Israel in the same way the Trump shouldn't be supporting intervening in other countries, it means how special and important this alliance really is. It's more than just politics, which is obviously that silly woman that was in here a second ago who can string a sentence together doesn't understand. It's about standing with a democratic partner in a dangerous region.
Necessarily a structure. I mean, it's why we have Israel in the Eurovision Song Contest.
No, that's not the reason, actually. Israel is part of the EBU, the European Broadcasting Union. Also, Australia is part of it. Also, Egypt is part of it. Many countries are part of it. It's not European, despite the name.
But what I'm saying is it's an ideology. Europe is an ideology, whereas, you know, I mean, you can't tell me that Israel or Australia are in Europe.
No, we're not in Europe. We're part of the EBU. Like, there's a difference, like, not basically based on ideology. It's part of, like, there are few requirements. But just to the point of the United States, the United States doesn't put foot on the ground in Israel or fight our wars at any point.
No, I wasn't saying that.
No, I was still saying to the, like, addressing, like, the point that was said before. And the aid that Israel is getting, many Americans never ask what they're getting back, and they never ask what is the alternative cost if we stop this funding of Israel defense system, because they never ask what they're getting back and what is the alternative cost, which is about 7 times more.
So I'd probably say it's something like Midway Island, which is a British-owned island, but it's a military base, so it's like a stopover. And I think it was the one that was used for the Falkland Wars, so it was a base to refuel. So I would say, like, possibly Israel is that kind of state for the Western powers.
No. Israel has its own self-interest, which is basically very weird that the people don't see, to exist and to survive and to fight our enemies.
No, I completely understand that.
And
but
we are
what I would
not.
say is, like, for a Western government or a Western
Intelligence,
power,
not as an army, not as a base, as intelligence.
it's not forwarding base to attack where you want to attack.
The United States have bases all over the Middle East. They don't really need Israel. In fact, in Israel, they don't have a base.
Is that too much of a simple answer? Sorry.
So why would that be too much of a simple answer?
Sorry, Tobias, say it again.
Why would that be too much of a simple answer?
Because I thought it was, you know, obviously a very, a very important place to have your bases for certain things like aircrafts. I mean, we could talk about nuclear power as well. If you have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, it's not. I'm trying to say, so it's a close ally of the US, but it's not like a hub for American military bases. Is that what you're getting at? That it should be a hub for American military bases? Is that what you're saying?
I think it is a hub for.
But it's not a hub.
It's not.
Yeah, the reason, the US already has like strong military bases in other countries like Qatar,
Saudi Arabia, and
Kuwait. Yeah, they are much better suited for that sort of thing, right?
Okay.
Israel's military is very capable on its own. Doesn't need the US. That's not like hopeful thinking. This is actually
because the Israeli-Egyptian war, they were basically about to be wiped out before the US put their fighter planes and gave their fighter planes to Israel. There's a
sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Bobby.
I just wanted to ask real quick, where do you get your information on that whole book? Like, do you just like Google this, or where do you get your sources?
Possibly. I don't know. I do research stuff, but I'm willing to learn. So I'm here as maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
And I'm quite happy to be.
So sorry, Bobby. Do you finish what you want to say? Everyone's trying to do that.
You're fine.
Okay, thanks. Were you referring to the Yom Kippur War, yeah?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, but Israel didn't depend on the US. I mean, the US helped them, but it didn't depend on the US. Like, Israel's own military strength and intelligence capabilities are among the most, advanced in the world, right? The US provided,
They are now, yes.
Yeah. No, they were then as well, but the US provided important weapons, but it's the same as it was then and is now. Israel fights its own wars and defends itself independently. The value of Israel is more about sort of their intelligence sharing and partnership than anything like US bases.
Okay, I was talking about the air superiority, of the Israeli war.
Yeah, the way that it works basically is that with the United States, we basically have collaboration on weapons, including aircraft. So, for example, we get the F-15 and then we make it into the F-15I. The I represents Israel.
Right.
We make improvement. What?
I said, no, sorry, carry on.
And then we have an exclusivity deal with the United States. So we are actually fighting wars, okay? And this is how we help develop and improve weapons that the United States is also creating. Also, at the end, our enemies are the same enemies of the United States. So when we fight our weapons against weapons from Iran or China or Russia, this is the same weapons the United States will be fighting if they will be fighting, when they will be fighting.
Which is
the United States.
Which is exactly what's happening in the Ukraine. I suppose it's a weapon testing place.
No, again, it's not a weapon testing because we are co-developing. We are also the Iron Dome is protecting American soldiers all over the world, okay, that we developed. We have a cooperation, okay? It's not and it's beneficial. You need to understand that there are other players. France will sell it, or Russia will sell it, or China will sell it, or manufacture our own. No.
Okay, that makes, that does make sense. One thing I would say is, what would your view of what Dwight D. Eisenhower said when he left office, his speech? Do you know that?
That's for me. So no.
Well, anybody can.
What did you say when you left office?
Well, you can Google the speech.
Yeah.
It was about.
No, I don't want to do that. I can't be bothered. Just what did you say there?
It's about the military complex, the industrial military complex.
want to give us like the point or like leave it at that?
Like
Say something about military. No, listen, dudes, you cannot say, do you know what he said, and then go Google it and expect us to kind of, doesn't make sense. And if this is how you want to interpret that he said something about military complex.
Yeah, I didn't want to be misquoting him.
Alright, so maybe you wanna land somewhere else?
Yeah, okay, give me a second.
Can I just address something? George is writing some interesting stuff in the comments. George, are you okay?
Hey, sorry, I'm washing my hands. Yes, I'm terribly ashamed. I think I'm okay. I think I'll get through this. Thank you.
George, what's up, man? What are you upset about?
I'm upset about world history. I'm upset about. I don't care much for it. I've seen it. Everything. I'm amused. It's too tragic for me.
No one's forcing you to watch all the politics, bro. You can,
No, I don't want to
watch some hockey videos, some...
Hey, why is this your response?
No, I'm being honest. I'm not being facetious. I mean, just something that's...
I'm doing my duty. What?
Sorry, can I... Would you like me to say it, or can I add it to the message board?
Go ahead, man.
I can talk. Yeah, I can say that. Not very good reading, but okay. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial compact. The potential for this is disastrous rise of misplaced power, and will persist.
And the point you want to make with this is that basically, if you make money out of weapons, you could create situations that will require weapons.
Exactly.
Super fine. So I just want to address it from the Israeli perspective. I hope you see that we have zero interest in this. Like, we spend too much money on defense instead of any other thing, and we are fighting an existential war where we are attacked from all fronts. So that's our game.
One thing I would ask
initiating.
is, obviously I live in the United Kingdom and I have no idea of what war is, whereas you live in a situation where a lot of your countries that surround you are hostile, let's say. What's
I
that feel
went to
like?
the shelter last time.
Wow, okay.
This is our situation, and we are under attack. Manufacturing weapons for us is a necessity to existence, and if it will not be with the United States, we will do it with our fingernails, not because we want to create weapons, just because we want to live. That's our game. That's our ideology. It's existing.
Well, I mean, that's a different world to me. I can't even imagine what that's like. I mean, my parents and obviously my grandparents would understand what that world feels like, but I can't understand that.
It's good that you admit that, Orlando. It's very emotionally honest. I think most people can't understand how incredibly difficult that must be. I'd imagine, just knowing that danger can come at any moment, air raids, attacks, violence. People live with fear, with families and uncertainty about the future.
So we have an amygdala, it's your mammalian limbic system, and it fires off every time something happens like a lab.
Oh, fuck.
I just like to know why Bibi Netanyahu is the minute that he started the Gaza, and he just begged the Red Cross to bring in aid. It's his last tweet. President Netanyahu admits that there's starvation in Gaza, and he's begging the Red Cross to finally help fix the situation that the Israeli government started.
Resistance.
I'm so sorry I didn't mean to do this.
He was appealing, just because people already heard it, he was appealing to the Red Cross to make sure that the hostages will get food, because the Red Cross are in Gaza.
Because they're starving.
And
Israeli government is
I
starving the hostages.
Sorry, did I do something wrong here?
No, that's what resistance is like.
He's notorious, like, yeah.
I'm notorious for telling
It's about
Quite the opposite.
Hold up. We all saw the images of David, how he's like in the tunnel, the skeleton of the
I
body.
feel really sorry for that man. I feel sorry that
Mute up, please. In those underground, in those tunnels for 667 days. Bobby, are you laughing?
No, I was laughing that you told him you don't know what you're saying.
Okay. This man that was snatched from a party, put underground for 667 days in this tunnel. He didn't see daylight. He's pooping and peeing there. Just imagine the smell. He's eating. He has a calendar of what he was eating. He's getting beans in one day, some beans in the other day, and then 2 days he's getting nothing. He's skeleton, and they made him also dig his own grave. And when the Hamas fighter was handing him in the video, like you could see the hand of the Hamas because he was giving him something. You can see the arm of the Hamas man. He's well fed. They're deliberately starving the hostages, and the appeal now from the world that is starting to wake up, I hope, or some of them, or people that realize that this is how starvation looks like. This is actually how we have not seen a single starving man or woman in Gaza, yet they claim starvation. The only person
you are crazy or retarded.
I didn't finish, please. The appeal, and I'm finally here just to address what you said. The appeal to the Red Cross, which are in Gaza, as we saw when the hostages were released, they got them from Hamas. They are in touch with Hamas. The appeal is to make sure that the hostages will get their medicine and their food. Please don't exploit it. Resistance, if there's a shred of humanity left in you, go look for the video of Kitover Congressman. Look at him, watch this video a few times. Try to imagine someone that you care about in this situation, was in a party, and all of that I described right now. And don't use him to continue attacking us. Please, use the. I didn't see it until now, but I would believe that even you can have a bit of humanity. And if not, please don't speak.
Yeah, very hurtful.
No. Well, I have all the humanity. You people are lacking it. So hold on now. Let me speak.
Wait,
First,
hold on. Wait a minute. I just wanted to say to Danny real quick. When I was laughing, I've talked to Resistance before. I know what he's like, so that's why I laugh when people handle him. That's all it was.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of clear that up. Go ahead.
I got it.
I'm the one doing the handling here. But Daniel has given misinformation because, yes, we're seeing the gruesome images of the poor Israeli who is being starved. Absolutely. He is in very bad shape, and I pray for him and his family that he does come home. But unfortunately, this is done because of the Israeli bombardment and their refusal to feed the population of Gaza. This is why that man is starving. And they refused to have let him got released when they had the deal on the table to have all the hostages released. But once again, Bibi Netanyahu and his terrorist thugs in the Israeli government
for nothing to
are not allowing aid
For a
to
minute,
come
I
into
actually
the
thought that
into the
there's
Gaza
with
Strip.
humanity in it.
I have humanity. I don't want that man to be going through that.
Resistance.
The reality is he's going through it
Why did they
because
resistance?
Israel
Why did
does
they
not allow aid into Gaza.
resistance? So how did the aid got to the man that is sitting, the Hamas fighter that is sitting with him in the same tunnel? How did he get food?
Because Hamas is
And why do I not see anyone else starving in Gaza except for
well, I can show you tons of pictures. Hold on. You asked, right? I'm going to answer.
children?
No, I'll show you adults. We'll show you adults that died. They are the same. They look just
Why
they
did
look skeletonized just like
why
him.
did the Hamas man have like a full body weight, and the guy next to him was a skeleton of a man eating beans for days in a terror dungeon, digging his own grave? The resistance, stop making excuses for those.
How many excuses? You're not even letting me answer. I'm not making excuses. No, you are.
If this is a deliberate starvation by Hamas.
By Israel.
Okay.
It is Israel that is starving the population in Gaza and those hostages. The Hamas does not have power. Hamas does not have the power
Resistance,
to bring in aid into Gaza.
I'm not
It's just
interested in you
facts.
derailing this stage, and I know you. I
know you just don't like the truth. The fact of the matter is the Israeli government
care about
who has starved the population of Gaza. And this is why food has not gotten into the thing. Now, in terms of Hamas getting food, yes, Hamas has some sort of access to food. And when they bring it in the tunnel, because they're not feeding him. What do you mean why? Yes, deliberately. What do you mean?
Because of Israel, they have food.
No, they have food, but they're deliberately not feeding him because of the bombardment. But who argued that wasn't the fact though?
So it's not because of Israel. They are.
It must be because of Israel. Because that man should have been free a long time ago.
Let me help you. Okay. Imagine Israel did this. Took a man, held him, and showed the videos of how he's digging his family. They didn't even know that he was alive until that point. The last time we saw him.
Israel has done that. The doctor from Shifa Hospital, they had known him. His family has not seen him in over a year. No one knows what is happening to him. And from the last they heard, he's being tortured. And he's also skin and bones. Did you not see his pictures?
Show me a picture of him.
No problem. I'll get the picture now. You see, he's only living in United. There is no comparing. They are starving people. Hamas is starving the Israeli hostages, and Israel is starving the Gaza population. I deal with reality.
I'm not going to engage. It's
because you're in denial. That hostage should have been freed a long time ago. But because of Bibi Netanyahu wanted to continue the genocide, the poor Israeli hostage has to suffer because Israel wants to continue killing. He should have been home a year ago.
Listen, I will not let you abuse I'm sorry. It's too much for me. I'm taking him down.
I don't.
That's what he does. He does that shit every time. He does.
Sorry, what's he do?
Are you insane?
Being an animal, basically. Like, we are humans, and he's acting with no humanity.
How would you?
Anytime somebody tries to justify starvation, it's just insanity to me. Insanity. That's horrible. Everything you were saying, Daniel. I can't even imagine. Like, digging your own grave and stuff like that. I was sitting here listening to that, and I can only imagine the nightmare for this person. Like, I
I think of him, it's like you need to understand. We know each hostage. Okay, we follow them. We listen to their families. We know what's going on. For us, it's not like numbers. By the way, also each soldier that is killed, in the news they say, presumably released to the public, and then they say the name, they will show the photos, they will say how he died. The next day they will show videos from the funeral, what his family said about him. Those are people, and the reason that he was taken is not because of him. He's like a random person that is using him to abuse us.
That's what they do, man.
Releasing those images is psychological warfare, and then people like Resistance and other are not only like exploiting it in an even more sinister ways. This person is not the only, like, he's not the only, like, it's not just him. It's of course his family and his friends that know him, but it's really for each and every one of us. It's like 1,000 like bombs into your like heart every time you see those images of him.
Yeah, Resistance. He claims that he's Muslim. You know that, right? He follows a Muslim faith. He's a devout Muslim. You do know that, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying.
There was a video I saw of like these kids in Gaza or whatever, like begging for like money. You know what I mean? Because they were being bombed. You could hear bombs in the background and stuff like that. But they literally had gold chains on and gold watches on and stuff like that. And you could literally see the kids in the background moving their air mask around because it was all just scripted. Like there's many proof out there that a lot of these like panic videos for like Gaza and stuff like that are totally scripted. And I think that it's just sad. It's just I don't know. I just thought it was so funny seeing that this very healthy kid begging for money with a gold watch on. I'm like,
All of those videos are faked as well. It's been proven. There's literally a video on YouTube I watched the other day where they literally caught them faking a video. From Gaza, yeah, they've literally. Have you seen that video, Daniel? Bobby?
What's the name again?
I need to find it. It's literally. I sent it to Yahoo Shmari. Shmari. I always mess up his name, but they literally they were caught red-handed because a third party was recording them, faking a video for to demonstrate the poor Palestinians, literally faking it, like staging it like actors, like actual actors, and they're like, no, go from this position, turn around, now look like you're really sad, walk like you've got leg problems, faking it.
There's a user on Twitter, I think maybe on Instagram, called Gaza Wood. He's basically collecting daily all the videos, and basically each one, it's not always that obvious, but sometimes it is. Like before and after photos and stuff like this. It's an industry, and what you can see there, that not only they are faking everywhere, and another thing that we see, like for example, she was talking about collecting money. The food and the aid that is going into Gaza for the last almost 2 years is free. Yet they are reporting constantly that they are paying extreme money, the cost for flour. And no one in the world is asking why the fuck are the markets full and people are buying it in so expensive prices? Who's getting the money? Why does it even cost money?
Can I say something real quick?
sending me from Texas. I was like waiting for the y'all.
Like the one thing is a lot of these like liberals here, they'll say, they're pro Gaza, save Palestine and stuff like that, and it's like save them from what? The one thing I don't see them talking about with this fight, and what they keep skipping over, is the child marriage that is in high discussion there with Palestinian people and stuff like that. Like there's so much child endangerment that goes on there, specifically surrounding around child marriage. They have an issue with that there. But when you bring this up to people that are pro-Palestine and save Gaza and stuff like that, it's like, well, you don't give a fuck about the kids. You don't care. Because there's literally people there that are trying to stop, like, children from being married. Like, what about that? Why don't y'all fight about that? Like, that's an actual cause that needs to be talked about. But they don't want to do that. Israel is starving them and this and that. Man, look at what they're doing. Like, they don't like anyone.
No, I mean, it's even simpler than this. Like, when the war in Ukraine started, the entire world opened their gates and all the women and children left Ukraine. Where's the advocacy? Like, they could say, like, it's war right now, where, like, no child, like, no marriages right now, they are dying. Okay, so why aren't you advocating to let your government, whatever government it is, to let the women and children out of Gaza? Like we do in any other war. Like, why no one is advocating for this? And by saying, like, no, Israel is killing women and children, okay, so why don't you say, like, get them out? No one is saying it. No government said, like, we open our gates for the women and children of Gaza. Come in Egypt, go to Sinai, the women and children. Like Sinai is huge. We will open a tent city for you, whatever. No one is doing anything for the women and children, except using them to pressure Israel to stop the war. Why would we stop the war? We want our hostages back. And want Hamas demilitarized. Who disagrees with any of those causes? No one. Not a cause, it's an objective. So what do you want? Not you,
Using them, like you say, as an excuse. That's exactly what that is. That's why I look at all this and I'm like, they don't give two flying fucks about their own fucking people. And we're gonna fight for an organization that is rated D, a terrorist group, which is Hamas. They have a major issue with fucking children. They have a major issue with female genitalia mutilation. They have a huge issue with the way they treat women. They have a huge issue with LGBTQ. I mean, like, what is it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I just sit back and I'm like, yeah, I get it. Innocent. I'm almost innocent.
You say big issue, they execute LGBT. It's not a big issue. They kill them. That's a major issue, not a big issue.
Yeah, we should send in Quiz to Palestine. I think that will help the cause.
You know what I want to say to the Quiz of Palestine? I believe like in this war that we should use like homeopathy, like go with the flow. Meaning like, yeah, Quiz for Palestine, let's make a fundraiser to do a gay pride in Gaza, or like with the Palestinian state. I'm like, yeah, let's do this. Like, let's recognize the Palestinian state, and let's see if this will make a parliament will pop, and a government, and a judicial system, and a constitution, and laws, and police stations. It doesn't happen like this. Oh, even with the aid, that Hamas is stealing, and there's no. I say, let's flood Gaza with like do a mountain of flowers, so it will be so cheap that Hamas will not be able to profit from this, and there will be enough of the population. Like, instead of like going against it, just do more and let and expose everything.
That's a good question. I'd like to ask, what do you think Greta Thunberg's
Oh my gosh.
hello little ship?
Oh my gosh. I think even that name makes up.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm just gonna say this. And her, just to be on the side of like this, isn't she like what, 19, 18? She's like a kid, right? But her heart
I think it's very much a media piece.
What do they call it? The Doom Goblin, yeah?
Yeah.
The Doom Goblin. That's just so fucking good. She's fucking stupid. She has no understanding of the conflict. You know, so simplistic, one-sided. She blindly supports the cause. She clearly has never studied. You know, even Trump makes a good reason. Explains this very thoroughly. Whatever you might think of Trump, I mean, you got it absolutely right. Her activism. You know, she's just reckless. I'm upset about her. She can't be taken seriously. If she wants to be taken seriously, she should stop using her platform to spread just basic propaganda, right? That's what she spreads.
Yeah.
She's a fucking idiot. She shouldn't have any. She should not be. She shouldn't be famous. I don't know why she's so famous now. Nobody should know who the fuck this silly girl. They should have let her. They shouldn't have stopped her. They shouldn't have stopped her on the way to Gaza. They should have let it continue going. She wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have to worry about her.
But the thing is that if something would happen to her, Israel would be blamed. That's the
paradox.
But it's amazing. It's amazing how she just abandoned her trademark cause. And you know when the IDF stormed the ships, they said, okay, throw all the electronics to the water, like the computers and the phones. Greta Thunberg threw a cell phone to the ocean for the Palestinian cause.
It's all about the views with her. She's been doing this. She's been doing that for since she was 12, 11. She's been doing activism. I think that's why she got so much traction, because she was so young, doing activism work. But she's been proved many times that she is very much producing propaganda. That a lot of the stuff that she says is not. There's no truth.
This Free Palestine movement became an identity for many people, almost a cult, that they would abandon literally everything. It's their future, their academic work, their jobs, their causes. Everything is abandoned for this cult. It's quite amazing.
I think one of the funniest videos I've ever seen was Greta Thunberg standing in the hallway. You guys seen this? So she's waiting for Donald Trump to walk past her, and she's clearly waiting to be noticed by him. And she kind of obviously expected a confrontation or a dramatic moment, and he just strides right by her like she's not even there. I thought it was fucking hilarious. And she looked mortified. Oh man, whenever I get sad, I watch that video. It makes me very happy. He didn't even fucking know who she was.
I'm sure she knows who she is when we walk beyond.
Her last name makes me laugh more. It sounds like a cartoon character. You know what I mean?
You're a bit too far away from the mic.
Does everyone have some kind of view of September the 13th? The Tommy Robinson.
He's 22, by the way. Robbie, 22, not 19.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I don't take that for that. Tommy Robinson.
September the 13th. Video up.
I'm afraid because it's 4 a.m. I will say good night and thank you for the conversation.
Good night, Daniel.
I don't know.
Good night.
I just, I don't know. I like I said, I'm very ignorant to a lot of the fight, and stuff. I hate war. I hate it. Um, I do. I'm a part of different LGBTQ groups and stuff, and I've talked to a few Israeli LGBTQ people, and I've always gotten the impression from over there that it's very lovely, very safe, very open. You can be queer there and without having a penalty. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, but what I've heard also from like Iranian and Palestinian people is that they have to keep it secretive. You know what I mean? They're in fear. They don't always talk about it. There was even a user on here that's Muslim and says that he is gay, but that he does not dare talk about it in his family. And I'm like, well, why not? Because they're so against it. Well, why would you want to be a part of something that's so against you, that's even a threat to your well-being? So, I mean, but I have talked to, people from over there online, and they are scared. They don't want to be there. They have no choice but to comply for right now. And I feel bad for those people. I really do. That's why I get really touchy when it comes to the LGBTQ, because I've been doing talk online for years, but specifically around the LGBTQ, and I've talked to many people and from around the world that are part of it, and it's just that. And with all of this going on, with all this, I do stand with Israel because they are very welcoming to the LGBTQ. I think
I think they're one of the Middle East that is pro.
I mean, look at Tel Aviv. I mean, like they're it's basically like Miami. It's the equivalent of like Miami, because Miami is pretty fucking gay, but I hear Tel Aviv is pretty gay, pretty open. A lot of gays from Israel, they all live around that area. Like it's just really cool, colorful, inviting, vibrant. Like I said, no penalty for being who you are. Trans people exist. Like it's a very nice environment. I do want to go one day. I would love to visit Israel and go to Tel Aviv and do the Pride and stuff like that. That would be great. Maybe with Tobias can.
You'd have a great time. I mean, definitely it's one of the best. Yeah, I would definitely. I'd go with her. Yeah, it's one of the best countries. It's for it. I mean, yeah, it's true that some like religious communities, same with obviously Muslims, but also Christian communities, that disagree with homosexuality because of their beliefs. But the country, it supports and protects LGBT rights. There's a lot of gay bars there. There's a lot of gay clubs. A lot of community there. But yeah, the challenge around acceptance often comes from religion in general, right? It's not just in Israel; it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. And I do want to go one day. But that's why anytime I've ever had a problem with someone from Israel, it was usually from the religious stance. It's never the country. Never. I love Israel. I think
so it's more the denomination.
Exactly. That's where I get passionate, because it is effective to LGBTQ, and I have to stand in there with them, because some LGBTQ people that I've talked to from the area, they have to fight against it too. So yes. But it's not like the in Gaza and stuff like that. Like they're not pushing people off for being gay. They're just protesting it. We do that. They do that here in America. We have gay pride events, and you'll see Christians and Catholics and all kinds of religious groups protesting, telling us all we're going to go to hell. It was Adam and Eve, Adam and Steve.
We kind of have a little bit of backlash here, but in the UK, but at the same time, it's nowhere near what possibly you would.
No, I love that. Nowhere near. No, I mean, there is a sort of thing in the UK,
it's there is like I think it's obviously very different now from what it used to be. But so I don't know how old you are, Lando. I'm 35.
39.
Okay, right, yeah. So when we were kids, it was really it was really bad in school. It was terrible. Now I think it's still bad, but like the kids get in a lot of fucking trouble if you call someone like the F word or something, you might get expelled now. It's not the same as what it used to be.
Good. That's really good that they took an action on there. The thing about the UK in general is I want to go there so bad. Since I was young, I've always loved the UK, and I understand that there's bad apples everywhere, and I understand that nowhere's perfect. But for me, I just feel like the UK really speaks to me and always has for many years. So I've never been. I want to go so bad. It's definitely on my bucket list. And Orlando, we're the same age. Wow, we're both the same age.
That's great. I mean, there's lots of places around here. Like, I mean, just to go out into nature. I mean, it's a lot of the cities are they're very there's a lot of people there basically. But if you go out into the wilderness, like you can literally spend a few hours out there and not see anybody. So, I'd say Peak District, the Lake District, and maybe the malls like Exmoor and the Yorkshire malls. They're the ones that I would recommend.
Definitely. The queer people that I've met from or online from over there have just been amazing, first of all. And I want to go because I love fashion, and UK is like a fashion one of the biggest fashion capitals. So I want to go for that. And I just want to go. I want to go to the fashion shows. I want to eat the food. I want to meet the people. A lot of my friends have went. They loved it.
What's stopping you?
Hey, you said it's a smaller room. Can I?
Sorry?
You scared the living shit out of me, Kai. I wasn't looking at my phone. Oh my god. Yeah, welcome back, Kai. What did you want?
No, I just wanted to say, like,
Hey guys, what's up?
hey, Tobias, I'm quite sensible. I just come here, like, I respect Jews. Jews were the original, that can sound rude. Jewish people, like the Torah and Moses, David and Aaron. These are, like, the original people. Abraham, obviously. You say Abraham in Arabic. Yes, like, I'm not a Jew hater at all, bro. I come in these rooms to show you guys, like, Islam's not a hateful religion. It's just Arabs that are hateful. And you guys are going to have your opinions, but I really hope you guys understand that.
No, I understand why you feel. Yeah, I can understand why you feel that way. It's the only thing we were pointing out is that if you make a broad statement like that, obviously there's going to be a lot of backlash. And
it will. Well, my parents have been here. My parents left the wars to them. I'm an American born citizen. Amen. And I'm proud of this country. I was born here, but my parents left in like the mid-80s, so we've been here for a long time. I was asking my parents, like, how's your experience? Do people really hate you? And they're like brown skin. They're not like super dark, but they're not light. And they were telling me no one ever looked at them funny because they're Muslim. So I'm really convinced that the Muslim hate has nothing to do with like Islam itself. I think it's just Arabs and how Arabs operate. I've never heard like, I don't know, man.
are you Persian? Or where are you from?
I'm from Sudan.
Persian.
Yeah, so there's these people that are Arab or conquered by Arabs, great, but I'm Nubian, I'm African.
I thought maybe you were Persian because I know the Persians hate to be called Arabs and they don't like Arabs at all. So I was wondering.
Well, here's the thing with Islam. Some people will say it's an Arab religion. Well, yes and no. It's in Arabic, but again, all these books are from the Middle East. You know what I mean?
Maybe enlighten me, just quickly enlighten me. What is it? This is why I'm a little bit ignorant. I haven't really looked into it. Why? I have an idea, but I'd like to hear from you. Why do Persians hate being called Arabs?
Because the way Arabs operate, they conquer, and they force people into their will. So like Africans, Arabs had certain sciences and certain weaponry. So African people, we never like worship the Arab people, but we see them as like
how do I say, they were technologically superior to some Africans. Now, that's very true. Like, some Africans were mud huts and shit. Some didn't have, like, fucking silver-plated swords and, you know what I mean? So we didn't see Arabs as, like, a direct competition. We see them as, like, an ally. Like, an ally that brings this book that teaches Islam. But the Iranians, you gotta understand, they're Persian. So they look Arab, but they're not Arab. And they don't want to get classified as an Arab. So their problem with Arabs is that Arabs want to dominate the Persian field. So it's kind of like a better example. You ever see two brothers in their baker and backers for daddy's attention? It's kind of like that. So is that a good example?
Yeah, for sure.
They're so similar to Africans and Asians don't have this problem because it's a clear difference in the way we physically look, the way our cultures operate, and our demeanor. But Iranians and Arabs are so similar, they don't like being attributed to one another, if that makes sense. And Iranians are typically Shia, which is a sect of Islam that most people aren't. 98% of us are Sunni. Yeah, not here nor there. I don't think I hate Jews, bro. I don't hate the state of Israel. But yeah, just come here. What's that?
Would you say this question? Would you say you're like Zionist, like pro-Zionist?
I'm in the middle, bro. It's like, here's the thing. Jewish people need a place to live, okay? So what I think is, I think a two-state solution could work. I don't think Israel, like, I'm gonna get flack for this. I don't think Israel should only be for the Jews. Palestine should be kicked out. But Jews have the right to live there just as Muslims and Christians do. We all have holy lands there. There's been a lot.
Yeah, so you accept that the Jews have been there for thousands of years.
Well, the Jews were the first people there.
Good, man. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's historical facts. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You must get being Muslim yourself, you must get a lot of backlash for that opinion.
I do. But here's the thing, like, again, I think it has to do, again, I'm an African, so I think a lot of, like, I think it's a lot of pan-Arabism. And although I'm a Muslim, I'm not an Arab. So a lot of, like, these sentiments they hate towards Jews and, like, affinity or loyalty to these people, I respect them on the basis of religion and the good ones I'll communicate with. But I understand their culture, they view me as shit and less than. You know what I mean? I've never had that with the Jew. No Jew has ever disrespected me or looked at me any kind of way. And if they did, it was like a money thing.
Yeah,
like,
that's not.
It's about money and class. With Arabs, it's about literally if you're black, they hate you. Like,
So it's not how Jews behave. They're just very respectful, intelligent, decent people that will behave in a respectful and decent way. So they wouldn't behave like that. And I'm glad that you recognise that. I think it's a breath of fresh air to hear someone like yourself recognising it.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily disagree with you earlier. Just at the same time, there's a protocol in the room. You know what I mean? Shit get out of hand real quick.
I know. I'm sorry. El Normo and me haven't finished. That's what I was going to tell you, Tobias. Sorry, kind of. I don't know if you're through, but it's nice meeting you. Is that El Normo was on a show, when was it, about a day ago? And I wasn't able to go up. And when I was able to go up, El Normo sat up there and talked 99 miles of shit towards me. And I couldn't defend myself at all. Okay? That was infuriating. And I basically chalked it up there as, oh, I'm going to hit you back, right? So when I saw him up here and I saw all of y'all on there, I was like, oh, great. And I was quiet at first and waited for my moment to say something. And when I did, it was pertaining to that there can be hateful Jewish people. And I said, yeah, Normal's one of them. And that's when it triggered from there. But I had beef with him even before him talking shit to me the other day. But it has been an ongoing with him. And I was not trying to derail the conversation. I think I kind of kept it on it by calling him out on it as well. But I just got really pissed. You know, he really gets under my skin.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. And I'm sorry if it seemed
Like I was trying to
No,
going
you
around and
You know, he's so that's what I was saying. I was in my feelings. I was pissed off at him. It was all pertaining to him, not you or anybody, even though it felt like that. And I was being a bit aggressive with everyone. No. It was all because of that asshole, you know. And then when Alpha was chiming in and then calling me a man and it being very rude towards me, then I started attacking him. Then it just felt like everybody wasn't hearing that. It was just like, no, it's Danielle, you need to chill out. Danielle, we're trying to do this. Well, these assholes, you know, these dudes.
Like, see, when you made that clear, I did actually stay quiet. I sort of like tuned in.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Because like it is so frustrating, you know. As you know, it can get so frustrating when you're. I mean, kind of. I'm sure you can understand, empathize with this. Is that it's frustrating when you're trying to get something out and everybody is just a dog piling on you in that moment. So you know what I mean? Like it gets so frustrating where it does seem like you're crashing out, but you're not. You're just like, no, because that's all I heard in the comments was, oh, this guy's crashing out. Alpha was, oh, this dude needs help. This dude is crazy. Normo, oh, you're acting crazy. It is. It just became like, oh, and then my own friends on up here were like, Danielle, and I'm like, no, hell no. So then I became, you know, Terminator, and I was like, oh fuck no. Let me just do what I do here. But no, I'm just glad that it all got calmed, and I've been waiting to say this to Tobias because Tobias does matter to me. I do welcome him.
You too, brother. You too. Tobias. I want to say something real quick. Hold on, I wasn't finished my monologue. Tobias, you still here?
No, I'm saving.
Okay. But you can hear me though. Okay, I'm going to make you say this,
I'm
guys.
saving, man.
As an African black Muslim, we need to close our borders to Pakistanis, war-torn Afghanis, North Africans. They're going to destroy Western society. Okay? Now, here's a little twist. I think Africans and Asians, when I say Asians, I'm like Malay, Indonesians, like those type of Thai Muslims, I think they're cool. Their cultures are very easygoing. But if we want to keep America great and stop these terroristic acts and the shitification of the West, you have to stop bringing in Arabs and Afghanis and Pakistanis. It's not like an Islam thing, though. It's just these weird cultures, okay? Even in the Middle East, the rich Arab countries that are Muslim and the rich Asian countries, they don't even accept it. Bro, it's deep, man. But we need to close our borders, man. We need to keep America great. And we can't fall out here. We can't allow all these immigrants in to fuck our American culture. Amen.
I'm really not a supporter. I'm a Trump supporter. I heard you say keep America great. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a supporter of freedom.
Well, okay. Well, this is the thing about immigrants here in America, pertaining specifically around like the Latino, the Mexicans, right?
No, those Mexicans are amazing.
Okay, I was gonna say when we talk about immigrants here, and specifically America, not over there in Israel, not problem. I'm talking
Those
about
are good. No, Mexicans are good. Those are good. I don't care what says. Those are good immigrants. I'm talking about the Arab, North Africans, Pakistanis, these weirdos. We don't need them in our country.
Yeah, I agree.
I hate Indians, man. Oh my god.
Well, I don't hate them, but I will say that, you know, I've always, and I hate to, I've said this before, and I feel so bad for saying this, but so when I was little, I would see like Iranian people around or Pakistani people, and they would wear like the cloth around their head, and the men would have like the big beard, and they would wear those robes and stuff, and it would freak me out. Like they always, it would just freak me out.
Okay, bro, like that's normal. I'm saying, again, like I'm trying to make discernment. Islam's not a bad religion. It's just what I'm saying is in Africa and like in Asia where there's Muslims, people forget Muslims are not majority Arab, they're majority African and Asian. They're not like they wear beards, they have the woman covered up. It's just these weird like Pakistani, Afghani Arabs. They're just like weird violent people.
But why keep the women cover up? You know what I mean?
Wait, are you into women? First of all, are you gay or straight?
I'm a trans woman. I'm a woman myself. Yeah, I mean, they're all right.
If you had a $3 million Pagani and you're in the hood, would you cover it up with a cloth, or would you just let it sit outside in the element?
Okay, what is it that women have that needs to be covered?
Everything.
Okay, so why can't men be covered just like a woman then? For
They are covered. That's why the guys wear the nose. It's called your hawker.
No, they're not. They don't have to keep their face covered.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. So why don't women?
Hold up. Listen, I'm about to educate you. Women don't have to cover their face, their hijab, cover their hair, the muslin. But when they're married, they'll cover their face out of respect. They don't have to, though. It's usually the married women that do that.
Yeah, but why aren't there stipulations with women for that and not men, though? That's my point. If there's
Stipulations.
Wait a minute, I'm not through. There's not that many stipulations. Like, there's not punishment if a man shows his hair. If a woman's hair, I've literally read many reports of women who their hair will accidentally come out of their hijab and they will get beat to death almost.
That's
Like, that is not okay. Fine.
okay. Well, you have your opinion, and I told you. They cover the aura for the woman.
But how is that respectful?
Shut the fuck up.
How is that respectful when you're beating them down? Will you shut the fuck up and explain to me how that's okay?
You just literally your eyes. That's my faggot.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm a faggot. I'll be a faggot all over your ass. How about that? This is black and ignorant is what you are. How about that? You know what? I'll be a faggot, and I'll be that faggot, and I'll be that faggot. Great. Right? And you're justifying abuse. You're justifying abuse. You're justifying. I don't care. Muslims don't deserve to live. How about that? There we are. Faggots don't deserve to live, and Muslims don't deserve to live. There we are. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you justify abuse as an abuse is what it is. Well, if Kine has nothing to say, I'm moving him down to the audience.
Someone's back.
No, it will say something. Don't be a fucking nasty black ass idiot. Exactly. Then stay quiet. Then stay quiet then. Stay quiet. Speak when you're spoken to. Be a good black.
Is your uncle raping you going on?
Be a good black man. Alright? I don't know. You're the black man. You're the one that has problem raping. You tell me.
Your uncle.
Well, I'm not the one that marries kids, Muslim. Don't you have a problem with marrying children, Muslim? Yeah, that's right. You have nothing to say to that, huh? Because you know it's true. You know that's all y'all do is fuck donkeys and marry children, right? Is that what y'all do? Hi. Is that what y'all do? Oh, yeah. Sure.
What's your parents think about you?
Fucking terrorists. Bunch of what you are. Terrorists. That's what you are. Yeah.
He shouldn't tell you to shut the fuck up. I don't know why because the conversation was kind of normal, but then he said to shut the fuck up. And that kind of escalated,
Yeah. Because as soon as I got crazy with him, it's because he called me a faggot, and it's like, so I'm a faggot now because you don't agree with me, because I don't agree with, beating a woman to death because she shows a hair strand. Wow.
Yeah, that's not okay. I don't agree with female covering at all. I think it's about control, isn't it? It strips the women of their freedom. It's bad, It's not about clothing either. It's about enforcing submission. I was going to say to him that, I might agree with him on some things, but I fundamentally disagree with him on others, which is to be expected because he's a Muslim at the end of the day, right?
Exactly, and I did agree with him too, up until this point, and it's like, no, and he goes, hold on, I'm a Muslim, we don't get down like that. Oh, well, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. This is where we disagree, this is where we part ways, Connie, because I've had nothing but nasty interactions with Muslims, online and in person, and he just fucking proved my point here, that every Muslim They just want to fucking fight, and they hate gay people. They do. They hate them. As soon as they know that someone's gay or trans or something, it's you faggot, you're gonna die, I would kill you, I will do this, I will do that. All those threats he just made to me, I would kill you, you're a faggot, you're still a faggot, and this and that. It's like your uncle raped you.
That's the thing that we don't really do. It's the thing, like, you know, you're a moderate Muslim, so I mean, I think he is a moderate Muslim who support, even those that support Israel, they can still have religious beliefs and doctrines that, I mean, they will have beliefs and doctrines that conflict with core Western values, right? You know, yeah, so I think, like, supporting Israel or, like, Western ideas, like, it doesn't automatically mean, like, his religious views are going to align with Western values, especially if, you know, if his beliefs align with Islam. It's inevitable, right? There's going to be some things that are just going to conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's obvious. Yeah, so I knew that was going to happen. Just a question of when. You know, it was kind of inevitable with that.
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I really was towards the end. I'm like, well, he doesn't sound that bad. Like, he sounds like he's coming in peacefully, and I kind of agreed with him. And then I'm like, whoa. Like, whoa, dude. Wow. But that's the way it is on here. I've been here by so many people on here. I've tried to be nice to people, even people that have literally been so mean to me, and I've tried to be nice to them, and it's just never.
That must be really hard to, like, go through, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, the Barbies had a lot of abuse by crazy people. Are they? Yeah, usually it's. Are they normally? Is it normally the Muslims that do that to you, Barbie, or is it different types of people?
It's majority are Muslims, and majority are Black Muslims as well.
Right.
Like they're just horrible to me. The things that they have said with me pertaining that I need to be raped or that they're going to find me. I mean, the threats that I've gotten from them, I've had to report these people. I mean, it gets crazy. It's always like Iranian, Pakistani type people, very Muslim, you know what I mean, that do this to me. And I'm like Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm certainly Zionists. They and Israel as a state in general, they stand for the LGBTQ people, and you know, they protect them. You know, even with their sort of religious dogma, they still protect them. Whereas Islamic doctrines literally criminalize it and prosecute them. You know, it's not just difference in policy; it's a complete rejection of it. You know, and yeah, you know, it's
I'd like to say, Barbie, you know, don't think for one instant that anything they say should matter, because you're a fantastic person. You know, I've been listening to what you've been saying.
Oh, thank you, Orlando. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't. I try not to. Sometimes it's not really the words, it's the aggression that gets me. Because sometimes, like, when I get online and I have, like, an hour's worth of, like, heavy-hitting conversation, and then something happens in my real life where I have to deal with, you know, transphobia or bigotry or something, it's just so heavy on me. And at the end of the day, I'm just so tapped out. You know, so that's why I tap out on these social apps after a while, and I'll give myself like a few weeks, like, just to break from it, because I get so just overwhelmed with emotions from everything, and I just, you know, I can only be so strong. So it just, you know, I eventually cave. But yeah, I try not to let it, but it's just more of the aggression that I take, and I'm like, God, why do you hate me so much? Like, it's not really the word, it's the hatred. Like,
They're not hating you. They're not ideology.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah, 100%.
It's not nothing to do with you. It's the preconceptions of what a person might be, and it's not you. So don't feel offended personally.
Yeah, it teaches you a lot about them and their ignorance and their rigid, intolerant, shitty beliefs that reject basic human rights and your identity. The hate is their problem, it's not yours. Don't even waste energy engaging people like that. You don't owe them anything. You're never going to join Islam in a million years. Obviously not. You don't have to give them any respect or any explanation. It's their religious dogma. It's an excuse for being bigots. It's just stand firm in who you are. You're stronger than them. Your existence challenges. It challenges them. It challenges them, and that's the way they lash out. That's the way they lash out.
No, that's what Miss Enigma tells me to do. She tells me the same thing. She says, "Don't let it get to you. Don't let it bother you," because I do get worked up. I'm like, oh hell no. And I think it's just more of a build-up. It's like a release for me sometimes because I'm things that I can't say in my real life. I get a chance to kind of release it online when I get around these people because these people, the stuff that they tell me, I hear this in my real life. Faggot, you're gonna die, da 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 da. So I don't really react like this though in my real life. I kind of just avoid it in my off, and I think that's where a lot of my aggression comes out is because of just a build up. But you're right, I shouldn't let it get to me, and I should move past it faster and take more breaths in those moments. But it just gets so frustrating. The same going back to El Normo, like I want to like him, I do, I want to like him. But he is just so bigoted towards me. And I agree with some of the shit that he says. But some of the stuff that he says towards me and to other people, I'm like, I don't agree with it. And he can be rude. So I just kind of give him back a taste of his own medicine. But yeah, I just wish we could all just get along at the end of the day.
I agree with Daniel is, I don't know how well you know Dan, but he's honestly, Bobby, I'm being totally honest with you, he's really fucking good. He's probably the best when it comes to debating this stuff. I don't think anybody would deny that. He's the leader in terms of arguing this stuff. I don't think he's weird, man. I'm telling you, he's serious shit. So I don't think he meant to upset you earlier. Maybe you'll disagree with me, but I don't know. I don't think he's like that. I don't think he's like that. I think he's much more genuine. And he said something like he's actually part of the gay community, so he might even be gay himself. I don't know. That's it. He said that, so maybe one of them.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say. That
I think he might. I think it was implying that he might actually be gay himself.
Yeah, and no, I think that I think over the conversation and time with us, I think we kind of had a better understanding of each other, especially when he kind of understood where I was coming from. But I like Daniel, and I liked him. Well, this was my first time interacting with him. I've heard him before in different shows, and I always think he's really funny.
He's so
yeah, he's very. I love his debate style, but I think he's funny when he gets angry with these people because he's like, "Get up, shut up." I just laugh at the way he handles those people that try to talk over him. That's why I laugh at things that he said. He wasn't really laughing at what he was saying. It's just the way he handles them. I just think it's so funny. But because I'm like him with a lot of ways, I relate. So, but no, I think Daniel's very awesome, and no qualms. That's why I haven't really brought him up. He was pretty calm. He was pretty calm with me. He handled me very nice. Yeah, he did. He didn't yell at me. He wasn't nasty towards me. He just kind of was just telling me, and then went on mute. So no problem with Daniel, but it was definitely all Normo, all Alpha, and who else was it? And that's pretty much it. Now Kind, Alpha, and Normo were the.
So I'm just going to say goodbye because I'm off.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
That's a pleasure to speak to you.
Yeah, it is getting late too, and I'm sure you're ready for this, right?
Let's close the room, guys. I know John didn't get a chance to come up and speak, but thanks for listening. I'll see all of you guys later. Yeah. Bye. Good night, guys. Very nice. Good night, everybody.
Make sure you keep that bill up there around 20, 30 grand. They'll keep you around. You pay that bill off and you're good as dead.
You see the doc said, the check cleared. So we'll go ahead and stick him over in that corner. You only got a couple hours to live anyway, Chad. We're gonna go ahead and cut the respirator on.
Yeah, it works that way sometimes. People let you stay in their life as long as you got what they need or want. And if you stop having it, well, they stop needing you. Hence, never help someone feel full. Just never feel satisfied but not full.
Oh, you're talking about the carrot method, dangling the carrot, huh?
No, not dangling it. Just never let them eat it. Never taste it.
Oh, that's great.
People stop chasing something if they don't get a little taste of it every now and again. It's like somebody wants freedom. Let them go on vacation once a year. You know, if you work in my company, I'll let you go on vacation once a year, fully paid. So you know what freedom feels like. It'll make you work hard. You'll want more than a week, but you'll never reach it. But because I let you feel a week worth of vacation, you'll keep thinking that one day your life could be a vacation. That's why companies give you vacations, so you'll work harder. But if they didn't give you any vacations, you wouldn't work as hard. Productivity. You know, in Japan, they let you take naps at work. Midday. Scheduled naps. So you don't have to worry about the boss catching you sleeping. Because they found that a little hour or 2 hour nap at work revitalizes the person. The productivity actually goes up because throughout the day it goes down because they're draining from that original battery. But just like a cell phone, if you charge it up in the middle of the day, you'll have more power all the way to the end. You let a person work charge up in the middle of their shift, then they actually are able to finish their shift with the same energy that they started their shift. You know, some places in the United States, they do not care about productivity. In the United States, people care about power. And they rather have control than productivity. Because control is more valuable than product. People prefer to control other people's actions, regardless if those actions are producing anything. There's a woman out there that's controlling a man, not producing anything for their relationship, but she likes the way the control feels. She'll destroy her relationship, but she'll build up her sense of power. So man, doing the same thing. Hence, their words does not match their energy. You know how people say actions speak louder than words? They do. But energy speaks before action.
actions. I see your energy. You're talking to me like a powerful woman. I'm like, I wouldn't have, you got the energy of a powerful woman. Why would I ever think I can feel with someone that's powerful? Powerful people are looking for control. So you're not open. So I don't need to wait for you to do an action. Your energy is already showing that your pursuits are controlled. Nobody can have a functional relationship in a controlling environment. Not a relationship, that's a partnership. Now, if I also was a controlling person and you were a controlling person, maybe we can partner up. But you have to be looking for a partnership to do that. So, it's the energy of the thing. So, I'm going to tell you that I know something about God. And you're going to see me talking about power. Like, depending on what God. If I was talking about a God that was balanced, then I wouldn't be talking about power. I was trying to be special. I don't know a God in existence who ever tried to be special. Even in polytheism, none of the gods, when it was many, ever tried to be special. You worship the God that represented the thing that you were into. You were trying to have a baby, worship the God of fertility. You wanted your crops to grow, worship the God of sunlight and water. You didn't want to die, worship the God of healing. It was time to fight, worship the God of war. Oh, no. So, I can't see myself telling you that I am a true servant of the God of war. And all I talked about is peace and non-violence. I gotta be, I don't know, I read get some of you, I don't believe I read treat you that long. My words won't even match the God I'm serving. Like, hold on now. Peace and non-violence. That don't sound like war. So, you hear somebody talking about some omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing God, and then they start talking about definitions. How can omnipotence be defined? That wouldn't make any sense. Like the word God means above sense. Something that always is and always was. Like where did it come from? I came from everywhere. Where it come from? Where it came from? I've always been here. That makes no sense. So when someone tries to make sense out of the word God, I'm like, that's what really doesn't make sense. Unless you're trying to own God and turn him into what you want him to be. That's why you gotta say it real loud. You gotta go to a Baptist church. Like, oh, well, you are out yelling me, so you have to have a point. Then people start resonating with the loudness. Like, oh, they're saying it with so much loudness. That's conviction. You should ask conviction. Yeah. What does conviction sound like? Well, you gotta say it real loud, and that means it's true. Like, oh, that's interesting. Hence, the energy isn't matching the words.
just posing that actions do speak louder than words. I told myself I know what I'm doing with that rose bush out there. I cut all the dead roses off of it. Never claimed to be the greatest horticulturist in the world. I didn't watch the whole YouTube video on pruning, but roses grew more. My rose bush got taller, so I mean I guessed my way through it, but I didn't do too bad. You know, sure I can do better. But I'm not gonna tell people, man, I did all right with pruning my rose bush. No, I took the action. I had to wait to see what happened to my rose bush before I said I did pretty good. I could have went outside and I was dying. I was like, oh man, it's all brown now. I think I killed it. You know, I cut the wrong paint. So I'm posing. Actions speak louder than words, but sometimes you have to let actions play themselves out. You know, to see if somebody was telling you the truth or see if you were telling yourself the truth. Sometimes you gotta let certain things play out because you're still allowing the actions to dictate whether or not, or the results to dictate whether or not it was what it was, or what this was this person or myself. Being as true to myself or as real to myself as possible. But you can actually get ahead of that. Energy speaks before action. You know, so if you get better at seeing the energy of a thing, you won't get so caught up in the words because there are people out there that are so gifted with speech. They can, I swear they can sell boots to a snake. And all they need is a second of your time. They can be witty, they can be charming, they can be confident, and that can resonate with you. But the words are going to be false, but the energy is going to be this. You need to be able to see when they're not matching. So you may or may not be able to ever see that. You may or may not. But it may be some minister or preacher or family member or a lover or a friend that's going to always have you under that puppeteering until they mess up one day, which is most likely inevitable. And then you'll see through it, you'll break through it or whatever. But when it's you doing it to you, if you can go a lifetime fooling yourself, you'll never see through the lie that you tell yourself. You've been telling yourself you're somebody you're not, but you say it so much to yourself, you're starting to believe it. You say you're looking for love, you are not. You are looking for company. You are looking for power. You are looking for status. You are looking for a lot of things, but love ain't it. It's kind of like what you're looking for. You would like for love to be there with it. But that's not what you're like. You're looking for somebody to worship you. But you would like that they loved you too. You know? So you're not looking for God. You're looking for excuses. You're just hoping that you can find a God that can excuse the way you act. So you're trying to convince yourself that you're looking for God.
ask yourself, like, really looking for God, if that's the reason why you're looking for Him. You don't want to die. You think that's a good enough reason to look for God, so you won't die. You want to feel better about yourself. You think that's a really good reason to look for God. The reason why you're looking for Him is the energy behind it. So your words don't really mean much. At least that's what I see.
Thanks for coming through my room earlier. So, said a lot. The title of the room was Why Was God Invented? One thing I did get from everyone's response, apart from yours, of course, because you called out the bullshit, but majority of the response was displaying why God was invented by actually because they were admitting that God was invented. But you did say something very, which you said before, anyone who goes looking for God is a fool or a coward. You don't go looking for what you know, right? We have a relationship. You don't have to go looking for someone you're connected to. And if anything, my quest or my questioning of what I've been taught is evident of what I don't have. And it's not even about control. It's more about understanding and perhaps to validate the void. And what I mean by that, when I was in my early 20s, a very close friend of mine got the Holy Spirit. You know, she was rolling on the floor, she was crying, and it was wild. I was like, God must find you very special to give you that gift. Why not me? Where's the disconnect? What am I not doing right? So I started to, get more into the Bible. I attended the services. And I think it wasn't even just the idea of the Holy Spirit, it was the fact that she was touched. It was a connection that it seemed not everybody could have, but it was her own experience. And I convinced myself that maybe I'm just not Christian enough, I'm not holy enough, it wasn't, it wasn't all this performance, and it had nothing to do with that, because outside of church, she was breaking every rule. She had a few boyfriends, and I'm not saying I'm judging her, why, but she was nothing Christian. She wasn't playing by the rules at all. But she had that special experience that I felt was missing in my life. And I realized, people experience God in many ways. But I don't know, that plus many other factors triggered my own curiosity. I'm searching for the truth behind the why in my life, and my whys are many, So I'll probably have more groups like that, unfortunately. But the Christians always prove right by the root title because they argued for the fact that God was invented. They proved that God wasn't real. They proved that their belief was that they believed in what they wanted to believe, but they agreed without really saying it out loud that this is why God was invented.
It sounds like you gotta grow up one day. That's all. Adult you brain works much better than the kid version. But you keep turning into a kid when you're thinking instead of growing up. Thinking about the words you were saying. You were saying, young girl, Holy Spirit. Then you said somebody didn't go by the doctrine of Christianity, but seemed to be touched by God. You know how silly that sounds. If there was a God, do you think just because you are in your building, it wouldn't see you? So if it saw her, and it wasn't, she wasn't a, let's say, devout follower. I don't know any God from polytheism to monotheism that interacts with gimmick of every god that you have to really be devout for it to give you cool powers. All the gods, every god in existence rewards its most devout servants. So if this one wasn't devout, I doubt you would have to be the one that sees that. So maybe just like she was pretending when she's outside of the church, most likely she was pretending inside the church. So maybe she learned how to act like she got this holy thing that you were talking about. Trust me, if you can act like you love someone, you can act like you're possessed. I get people act like they're having seizures all the time. If I'm around Christians, no, Catholics, she's possessed. Like I said, all you have to do is think.
I do separate religion from spirituality. And believe in a person having a spiritual experience. It doesn't
You
mean
gotta think.
it's a great area. So like
Aren't you? It sounds like you're attached to that. You gotta step out of it.
For the most part, anything that you're not thinking in, then you're lost in. Imagine if there's a such thing as infinity. You could think about it, but you couldn't contain it, hence the concept of infinity. Imagine if there was a such thing as a God. You could think about it, but the word itself implies that you can't contain it. Imagine if there was an ocean. I challenge anyone to go out to the ocean and swallow as much of it as they can. And when they get out of the ocean, I can almost guarantee you that the ocean will still be there. Because I'm pretty sure none of you can swallow the ocean. So it's the same concept. You can't outthink or outswallow the ocean, but that doesn't mean that you should be able to swallow some of it. Being spiritual doesn't mean being brain dead. That's what most atheists get on theists about. They call it blind faith, which I find very hypocritical because they have blind science. Each group victims of the same stupidity. One thinks too much and the other one thinks too little. Same blind spot. Both people claim that they know something. They know nothing. You don't know the totality of a thing, but you don't need to know the totality of a thing. I have this very nice Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra Max. I like the big one. I do not know how to work all the features on this phone. I still haven't activated voice thing where I can talk to them. Or your voice in. Right? But see, I don't even know how to operate the totality of this phone, but I know how to get on Clubhouse. You don't need to know the totality of God. Just need to know the part that you need to know. While everyone else is trying to know the totality of the universe, you don't need to know the totality of the universe. Just need to know the part that you need to know. You take care of this planet, and then maybe you can start talking about taking care of the universe. You take care of your relationship with your God, then maybe you can start talking about other people's. somebody try to tell you how to take care of your kids, and their kids is over here sick and nasty. Hey, why don't you go put your kids in the tub? I can put mine in the tub. So it's sometimes people will pay more attention to other people's problems because it keeps their mind off their own. And sometimes people want people to believe in what they believe in because then it makes it seem more believable. And it's the way I look.
It's a blind spot. I'm working. So you're right. I don't need to know. That's what I need to know.
And I have somewhat of a relationship with my sister and my brothers and my parents. I don't need to know my mom the way my dad knows. And I don't need to know my mom the way my uncle knows. I just need to know my mom the way a son knows a mom. You know, not saying she can't be known a whole bunch of ways, but some of her ways are in all of her ways. If she's a patient woman, it's different than her being a patient parent. I've seen patient parents, real patient with their kids, and they come to work and they are short fuses. I think them kids can wear out all their patience. But then I actually meet patient people sometimes. Patient with the kids, patient with the siblings, patient with the parents, patient with the patients. They're just patient people.
And with your example, you have a relationship with your mom. You don't have a third person standing in between. Like I would say, your mom says, make sure you wake up at 5. Now you hear it directly from your mom.
Sometimes my brothers and sisters call me and tell me, Mom wants you to do this. But then I know who I'm talking to. They'll put a little extra edge in there. I know Mom didn't say all that. You have to do that. Because Mom says she needs you to do this because you're never coming around when people be calling. All of that sounded like Mom. A little bit that sound like you. You know, you just slid that in there. That's because I also knew who I'm talking to. So even if there was a third person in there, I know how to disseminate between the part that the third person kind of slid in there and the part that was possibly her message.
I know you always say, Zero, imagine there was a God. But I feel like, but it's going to sound really weird, and I don't know. There are some people that speak as though they've spoken to God. Or God sends a message to me through them, and I'm like, why doesn't God want to speak to me? Or there are interpretations that, yeah, maybe I may not have it all in one go, but the Bible is the word of God. Why doesn't God speak to me? It's always this curiosity. So I was like, let's remove the middleman and let
That don't make any sense.
why God doesn't want to speak to me.
No, because you say words like want. If you were talking about a God, there's a concept called want. It's need. Well, I have a battalion chief, a division chief, a lieutenant and a captain. So, by the time somebody speaks to me, it's something somebody 3 ranks above me want me to do. But they got to go through chain of command. So by the time it's told to me, I know where the order came from. I'm concerned why somebody 3 ranks above me didn't come speak to me. I'm not silly enough to think I'm supposed to be up there talking to the high rank people. So let unless you think you're equal to God, I don't know why you would think he needs to talk directly to you.
You're right. Just a piece of sand on a beach amongst many, what that's
You never have been, and you never will be. Anyone who values himself is either a fool or a coward. And God doesn't talk to fools and cowards. Not any gods that I know of.
That was man, I hope you caught that sheet. That's crazy. The delay, it's slowly registering.
No, because you want to know something? It's going to be 2 weeks from now. We're going to find she bringing this shit up again.
No, I might just have another inkling of another question that I've never got the answers to, and I just like.
It's the same question. I don't know. It's the same. It's like the last several years I've been coming. She come on like every time. Like Ambunet got her own thing, but she got a thing too. And she's thing is like there are men who have used the Bible to control our lives. And every time she do that, I be thinking, damn, when was the last time somebody used the Bible to control us?
She believes that.
It's like, are you still falling for that kind of, you know what I'm saying, that kind of stuff? You could read the Bible and enjoy it yourself. You don't have to keep talking about how other people are using.
Yeah, you're right. I can just forget that there is hellfire after we die. Just live my life.
And that's what I'm saying. I think it's something about that rumor that there's a worse or a better place for y'all black people to go is what really got it stirred up. Like, it's such a confusion about how to live this life now. To where I got a grandmother who will never wear pants because she's trying to get in the good club after, the afterlife club. And I'm like, girl, you got a silly God.
Yeah, that dress code though, that ain't have nothing to do with God. I actually grew up in a church that was like that. That we didn't wear pants and stuff like that. And the Bible don't even say that. It's not even in the Bible. But they have taken the word and kind of indoctrinated that way that you're not supposed to wear pants. I grew up in a church where it was telling us that we're not supposed to do that because blah blah blah. And then they later on corrected it because of I don't know who talked to our pastor, but he ended up correcting it. But then when I read the scripture, I was like, it ain't got nothing to do with pants. Ain't nothing about no pants. So it's like I grew up like that too. But now I wear whatever I want to. But because I'm so used to like 20-some years of wearing dresses, I feel more comfortable in them. But it's not about going to hell or heaven.
So, Zero, to your point, the pastor is closer to God than I am. At the lower ranking,
See what I'm saying? I told y'all she don't get it.
No, you're right. If there's a pastor, he's closer to God than you. It's just like if anyone who has an older brother or older sister, especially if you got some years in between you, like let's say 10 years in between. When you're 10 years old, they're 20. So they know your parents better than you do. Maybe when they were born, your parents were just starting off in their career. He's 20 now, so their parents should have been 20 years, most likely went up the food chain, maybe making more money, maybe even evolved, maybe are more aren't as wild as they were at first. Imagine if your parents were 25 and they had you. 20 years later, that's 35, now 45. Maybe they matured a lot, so maybe your 20-year-old brother saw your parents go through a certain degree of maturity and financial growth. And at 10, he's witnessed that growth. You came in the middle. So they know more. Maybe listen to your older brother when he tells you about mom and dad, da 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 da. So if there's a pastor, he knows more. That doesn't mean that your 20-year-old brother is worth more to your parents than the 10-year-old you. It's not about who's worth more, it's just who knows more. So listen to your pastor. He's had a relationship with your God longer than you have.
So why won't you read the Bible with us, Jerome?
The same reason why you know, the same reason why you
not need to be explained to you.
Q say pissing me off, y'all.
What's the solution?
Don't piss
What
you.
do you mean?
That was fine.
Zero. Why won't you do like one verse per day? A scripture.
Zero's parables need to be studied. I am not even over that. I cannot confuse myself any further.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. Some
We got a closet Bible.
Is it a God complex?
I can't read the Bible, you know, more than I can read the Kabbalah or the Torah or the Quran. Because I already know them. It's like a map, right? Imagine if I took a map and it was guiding me towards a treasure. That map was one of the most valuable maps in the world to me. But then I used one map and it took me to a puzzle piece. I was like, this is what the Quran leads you to, this piece. And then I read another book, the Torah, and I said, oh, it led me to this piece. Then I read all the Vedas and the Tao Te Ching, and they each led me to a piece. And then I read the Christian Bible, it led me to a piece. But once I put all the pieces together, it showed me a brand new picture. A picture that you can only see after you collected all the pieces. So, to me, I don't value the maps anymore because I've already found what they lead to. So,
Right. And I understand. I'm saying
it's just
it's publicly, but you won't read them to us.
you can't because you cannot understand any religious text with whatever the word they want person. You can't read religious text with the carnal mind. People pay attention to the words instead of the spirit in the words. You know, it's kind of like somebody who claims that traditions, when teachings were passed down orally for hundreds and sometimes thousands of years in some cultures, they say some things were lost in the oral tradition because somebody somewhere surely didn't place a word somewhere somehow. Somebody eavesdropped and heard it and misheard something. Well, someone may have translated something from Greek to Aramaic, from Aramaic to Latin, Latin to Hebrew, and then translate that to English. Sometimes some people claim that some scriptures, even in the Christian Bible, may have mistranslations. And I'm like, you're so silly. Can't mistranslate a spiritual book. It's impossible. attention to the words on those pieces of paper, it's like it's a spirit behind the word that can't be mistranslated. So I don't care what they give the words or what language is in. The language of the spirit can't be mistranslated. So people are fascinated with the wrong things.
Man, I'm so happy that somebody knows that. That's amazing. I'm glad you said that, Zero.
Hey, but I believe because it's always something you can have. You go to two different churches and have them both, two pastors can preach the same thing and you will get different messages from it. One pastor may yell it into your spirit, the other may speak it calmly, but one of them is going to resonate with, let's say, that thing called the soul with you more than the other, I think. But what I'm saying to you, Zero, is that your words come off so sharply to the point to where you can break down something that a lot of us have been misunderstanding.
Did you look up that word like I told you about yesterday?
I forgot. You never
I
watched it.
looked it up. That was wild shit, yo.
You're not, don't pay attention to JoJo. You're not incorrect about that. I could. There is no teaching from any religious text that I could bring clarity to. But that's the point. If I brought, let's say someone read some story, give you a pop. I heard a Christian once say that Adam and Eve had children. One of them was named Cain and the other one was named Abel. And they said that happened. A first killing. No. The first murder. Definitely wasn't the first killing. It was just the first murder. So, what's the difference between a killing and a murder? It's the justification of it. If it was justified, it was a killing. If it was not justified, it was murder. That's goes back as far as time can go. But there was a penalty. One of the younger, or one of the brothers, was penalized and told that he had to go somewhere else. So he went somewhere else. Everything's fine. But there was some confusion, possibly being harmed by some other people. And they act like that's a big mystery. Why do you think that that's a mystery to people who claim that they've read that book?
I don't know, Zero. Clearly, you just said people don't understand the word. They're not. Their spirits are not lined up with it. So why don't you tell me why, Zero? That's why I'm asking you.
Well. This is the catch. It's like, let's call the pastor the third wheel. But the problem with the situation is that I have, it shifts into a dictatorship, which means if these pieces are a map, and like Zero was saying, if we take the approach of believing the pieces are a map, but as opposed to me reading the map, somebody else explains the map to me the way they want me to get it, but instead of explaining it to me as if it's a map, they explain it to me as if this one piece is the whole map. But then in the process, they lock me into the map instead of teaching me and letting me learn that this is just a map for me to reach a destination where I no longer need the map. That's what religion does.
revolution, but he tries not to idolize the books, I believe, because if we get there, then it's one of those things that he is kind of, once again, pointing people in a direction where it's like, okay, this book holds some truth, but then people will take it as this book holds the truth. And then at some point, they may incriminate Zero for saying, hey, you said this book was the truth. And now I'm out here, speculating and sounding a fool and listening to these other fools who speculate stuff about this book. And I think there is something to it where it's like, if you read all the books, you'll find like everybody's coming with a similar conversation from their part of the world, And I don't want to put this. I think it's one of those things that if you are a person who's alive today, there is an opportunity where you can just gain the same senses of truth, by just really paying attention and being aware in everyday life. I think there is something where when you try to use these books and the languaging they use, sometimes it feels a little too definitive and it kind of locks people in ideas more so than the truth too. Because like, if you are reading these books from an immature place, especially spiritually, you will find that your point of view from your place of evolution and where you're reading the book, you're going to make sense of it from that level. Like how a child can make sense of the story of Cain and Abel, and an adult making sense of the story of Cain and Abel is going to be two totally different things. And whereas someone who is very spiritually sound versus someone who's just like, a random person in the world, they're going to perceive that story as two different things. So I do think there's somewhere in the conversation where it's like, not trying to use these type of books to leverage people in a way where you're saying like, oh, this is the truth and I'm the one who can decipher it. Because that's really what people want. They want somebody to say, hey, I need you to read this book for me. Give me the cheat codes so I can just play the game. And it's really, if there is a heaven or a hell, am I really going to place my bets on you to tell me how to get there? Like, am I really going to bet on you? I might as well bet on myself. Listen to how half the people be talking. That's all I'm saying. I might as well read the books and bet on.
So basically, Jojo, read the Bible myself and just come on Clubhouse every day and ask Zero a random question. So Zero, does this
Look
mean
up the word that I presented to you.
I ain't looking up shit. You can go to hell.
It works out better that way. It would.
Going to hell?
No, it works out better to read it for yourself and make the sense out of it that you made out of it.
And it's like that. And Zero said you gotta read it and read it through the spirit.
Every time people talk about Christians, they talk about Abrahamic faith. Is everyone, whether you're Muslim or Catholic or you're what people call Christian now, they all believe in the character of Abraham. I knew that story. But when I heard it, it was read to me by my dad. That's the first time I heard it, which is different than the first time I read it. I heard the story before I read the story. First time I read it, I was in a different one in life. One point, I was reading the story, I was thinking, man, pretty cool to talk to God. The whole story is about how cool it was to talk to God, how to be a disciplined servant.
was constantly thinking about just this so-called God talking to a human. It always seemed interesting. And so my dad used to read it to me. Of course, my dad's voice was God's voice, the way he used to read and he'll imitate the other character's voice and so forth and so on. He was a character like that. And but when I read it as a man, I didn't read it like this person who wanted to hear God. I was reading it like, man, Abraham must have been going through some real internal struggles or something. Dot, dot, dot. I thought it was really cool that in the story that the God didn't stop the father from stabbing the son or something. He sent another agent to do the stopping instead of himself. Then, when I got older, I said, screw Abraham and screw this God and screw that other agent. I gotta look at the person who carried the whole story, the one who spoke the least. It was the one they called Isaac. He didn't have the biggest role, but he had the most important part. It's like, go there and lay it on that table right there. Be right with you. There's no restraints, no nothing. You know, a willing sacrifice. I don't know which one's more difficult, to be a father and stab your own son, or to be a son and lay still and let him do it. You know, so I read it from the angle of the son, I read it from the angle of the father, I read it from the angle of the faith. But each angle showed me a different aspect of that theology. Throughout that theology, it always shows things in a very Trinitarian type way. Most of his stories typically have three characters. It'd be one story, but it's typically three characters. Even with the Jesus at the end, his execution, once again, three characters. It's very common in Christian theology. Completely opposite when I was reading different things. There was many characters in one. Taught me something else. So, just saying, you can read the story and get something out of it, but I guarantee you can probably read. It's like watching a movie multiple times. You'll see something you didn't see the last time. What happens is people will watch the movie in their 20s and still be talking about it in their 40s, and they haven't rewatched it. Somebody will have some amazing spiritual experience in their 20, they're 25, and they'll be 45, still using that singular spiritual moment as a definition of their spirituality. Like, what? It's like me having sex one time, and then me judging sex off of how it was when I lost my virginity. You understand? But people do it.
That's gonna be the same.
I'll land there.
Yeah, that's not gonna be the same. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But yeah, I always thought of the Bible as the living word. Like anytime you read it, you can always get something different each time you read it. So I always say that is.
So which Bible should I buy, Zero?
Wait a minute, Q. Jeez. I was just gonna say, dang it. No, you wait. You know what? I'll rush you when you're speaking. Don't do that. But no,
Spoken as much as you want to believe.
no, actually, I've been sitting here for a very long time. I'm speaking clarity. I think that's huge.
This is not clarity. This is the solution.
Your voice is the same as clarity's.
Well, that brother must have a beautiful voice.
question.
Oh, God. Oh,
Get me the hell out of here.
no, that's crazy. No. So, I always thought the Bible as the living word is God's thoughts or whatever. So, that's what I was going to say. Go ahead, Q, since you're so anxious.
Thank you.
Well,
God damn it, she.
Sorry, Q. I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna need you to take a chill pill.
Wait, because I want to see how this guy clarity sounds. Zero, which Bible should we purchase? Now be I. Which Bible should I get? King James. It's the most common. It really wouldn't matter, but that's a fair fit.
Why didn't God write his own Bible?
What I wanted to give you was if you was listening to what Zero said, he was reiterating on a conversation we had a while back about the introduction. People are running with the introduction and not growing outside of the introduction. And he basically just gave a recap on a conversation we previously had about that. Do you remember that conversation, Zero? Why would you forget my fault? Yeah, I mean, but yeah, it's the King James version, any version of the Bible. There are some that have more. Let's say all of a sudden a Hebrew Israelite decided to rewrite the Bible, and every time it would have said the man, he changed it to the black man. And every time it says a woman, he put in that bitch. Well, that may be a mistranslation, but if they kept the general story in there and you start reading it with the Spirit, you will still get the story. It's just that some mistranslations make it more difficult to get the spirit of the story. It's no different than if I went to a mosque, and at this one in particular mosque, all of these very curvy women wore these extremely tight hijabs or hijabs, and all I can see is their figures and these beautiful mesmerizing eyes, and they were just all over the place. Then it'll be kind of very difficult for me to stay focused on what's being said. I mean, I could, but it'll be more challenging. So some Bibles, their translation, their literal translation, makes it more challenging, but it doesn't make it impossible to pull the spirit of the book out of the words. But I would say definitely the King James Version is one of the easiest ones that has very few words that should cause you to not receive the spirit of the book if you're open to the spirit of the book. Because that's the thing about anyone who's looking for anything. It just doesn't have anything to do with God. You don't understand. You fail in life because you're a fool. You make things important, and then you look for those things like they are important, but you're the one who made them important. It's like a person that's depressed because they haven't made a certain amount of money, but you're the one that made money important. Because you think, oh, if I don't get money, then I'll never be able to have the type of relationship that I want. And if the type of relationship you want has to have money in it, I'm not too sure that you should make that an important relationship. Because next thing you know, you end up having people with no money with bad relationships. But then all of a sudden, that'll mean that people with a lot of money have good relationships. But if you've ever looked around and seen someone with a lot of money with a bad relationship, you should understand that it's not the money. If more money meant better relationships, trust me, it does not. But if it did, you wouldn't see people with money with bad relationships. Just like doesn't mean I'm going to be happy. If it did, trust me, it wouldn't be these guys in the gym and these women with these bodies that's banging out of this world, but they're always upset or crying or searching for thrills. So, trust, a healthy body and a healthy bank account does not make a person. But if you're thinking that it does, it will break a person. It'll break you thinking that makes you. But if that's your pursuit, go get the banging body and go get the fat bank account. I'll see you when you're 50. Tell me how it worked out. I pretty much know how it's going to work out.
Well, Sarah, sounds to me like some of these guys are almost already 50. You have to watch it down.
Doesn't matter. Everybody that plays this game ends up at the same space.
Hey, Zero, can I jump in? Well, the thing you said about reading about in three different perspectives made me look at people's attention, even mine. You know how when we're younger, when we're babies or like children, we look at the world differently than when we look at it now. Having bills and responsibilities. As a kid, you don't get those things. Hopefully you don't. Some kids do. But hopefully you don't. And then you get to focus on the things you want, your desires. But as a child, and you hit adolescence, starting to understand that you get desires that you can't even, like your parents can't even fulfill for you. So you gotta go fulfill it for yourself. Like I would call these paradigm shifts. And I understand what you mean when people only remember their first instance of something and not moving deeper. It's like you learn about the Constitution, the American Constitution, in school. But when you get older, you never go back and read it. Why is it? It's because you don't care about what's in it. You think you know everything you need to know about where you're living, about the people you're working for, about the things that you care about, the money you're making, the things you're putting your money in. You think you know everything. You think everything's set in stone. So you don't want to learn anything more about where you're at. But there are people who want to know more about where they're at. Cynics, right? Skeptics. And these people look again. They look twice, maybe 4 or 5 times. And they know why. And they try to share why. And then the people with the introductory paradigm, they can't grasp what these people are saying. They sound crazy. Kind of like you, Zero. Like you sound crazy to some people, I'm pretty sure. And when people like that come around, they don't stay long, or even if they just they want to argue. And after they argue with you, the weird thing is their paradigm closes their mind off from keeping going from that interaction. That's the scary part about it. Like, have you ever met someone who treated you better than you treat your damn self? I have many times. And it changed my paradigm. So I was like, why is this person revere and respect me more than I revere and respect my damn self? What's going on here? And after they would do that, I would revere and respect myself a lot more than I used to. But then you can meet people who get in those relationships and they get worse. They start drinking and doing drugs and smashing
psychological being. They have their focus on their physiological being, which is connected to the society we're in. And that's a toxic way of living. You can't grow that way. You'll always be focused on material nonsense. You'll always fail. Your paradigm will never grow to a higher, more sophisticated, more free, more liberated sense of being. Heard your words. People experience things, and you can just grow with it. I go to a movie theater. I drink a little bit before I go. It's a comedy. I loosen myself up a little bit. It seems a lot funnier sometimes when I'm a little inebriated. Opens me up to the humor. I go to a movie theater and I'm frustrated and it's a comedy. But I may miss half the jokes because I took my attitude in there. And I really wasn't in the mood for a comedy because I was carrying some tension with me. Or I go to watch an action movie, but I'm wound up. So I'm like, man, this movie is slow, but it's not slow. It's actually well paced. I'm just anxious. To get to the what people call the good part. That's because I went in there wound up. So it's like I think I know something about the movie but I'm forgetting the person that went in to watch it. So sometimes people read the Bible in certain mental and emotional spaces. Sometimes people read it when they're lonely. Sometimes people read it when they're angry. Sometimes people read it when they're bored. And sometimes people don't read it with a question in mind. They already got an answer in their head. They read the Bible trying to see if they can find out where the Bible confirms. Like, I knew I was right. They would read it to be validated. If you read it that way, then you don't find what you're looking for.
Well, I know I'm not going to read it that way because everything I say to you is wrong. So I can't read that Bible and feel confident in my understanding of it. If I'm a fool to you, I'm a fool to, let's say, my creator.
And me.
Absolutely, I agree.
You're not a fool to me. You got to be full of yourself. I'm not fool.
I've been a fool ever since the day we met, man. You crazy as a bitch.
So,
Not a bad book. I hate
so
ghosting.
if you like I said, there's nothing you can look for that you won't buy. So if you look for it, you'll find it. But you gotta be honest with yourself on what you're looking for. I'm like, what am I looking for? Not the thing. Like, why am I looking? Like, if all of a sudden I was at the station, and one of the guys' wife came up there, standing outside the door. Why am I trying to listen to what he's saying to his wife? Like, what am I listening for? Like, not what am I trying to hear, but why am I trying to hear their conversation? So if I was reading the Bible and I was looking for God, what am I looking to God for? And I can use that Cain and Abel story to give you an example. One of them was sacrificing its best things to this God for a show of appreciation a show of love, a show of devotion, a show of obedience, a show of faith, a show of a lot of admirable qualities that this God seemed to like. The other one was doing it to show the other brother up to do better than him in a competitive way, trying to gain favor by outdoing the other one. So one of them's offering got burned up, and the other one's offering didn't get burned up. Same concept. One man reads the Bible one time, and all of a sudden, let's just say something is revealed to him. And another man's been reading that same Bible for 10 years and doesn't feel like he's learned anything different than that person. Well, it wasn't what you were reading, it was why you were reading it.
I also have heard you say I had a doctor. I wasn't feeling well, and I go to her, and she's a very, very prophetic kind of woman. And she was like, "Have you been reading your Bible?" Now I have been in college at that time and took humanities, so I was like, it's other books. No, I'm really not. I was kind of smug in my answer. And she smacked me on my forehead and she said, "Hey, you gotta read your Bible, because every time you read it, it's gonna minister to you differently based on your experience." And I was like, oh wow. And it had fascinated me in a way because I had new people in different religious systems and denominations and churches that made it seem like, no, this is what it meant. And this is how you should take it. And this is what the interpretation is. Whereas, when I started, especially once I got through the Gospels, I was like, oh, I kind of see what's really going on in the world. It was like Jesus had put me up on game. I said all that said is, but it was ministering to me based on my experience. I still feel like when I meditate on the 23rd number of Psalms, even new, deeper, revelations about my relationship with my master, it shows up like the new revelation just based on my experience. And I think people are trying to read the Bible from a place, not from their own experience or their own reality, their real life. They're trying to read it from a place someone wrote this book and filled it with the answers, and the book is literally like a bunch of Aesop fables. You know what I'm saying? The teacher's gonna ask at the end of the story, "Now, what did y'all learn?"
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, you got a hot mic, Rizzo.
Huh?
I said you got a hot mic.
Oh, no, let me keep talking.
No. Hey, you.
No, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Here we go.
You always gotta do that, Q.
I agree, though. Well, I can go along with what JoJo's saying. It is similar to Aesop fables or fables. But like I say all the time, you'll see what you want to see. When you want to see more, you'll see more. When you want to be confused, you'll be confused. Some people say this confuses me. Well, that's because you like being confused. And they say, no, I don't. I say, yes, you do.
And that's why I feel like she was helpless.
So,
But damn.
I didn't say that. JoJo said that. So I
didn't want to be confused.
So I say sometimes, and it's just the way my uncle taught me. Sometimes if you really want to swim, just jump in the deep end. You'll drown or you'll learn how to swim. That's the way they taught me. But
I teach my kids that I've been in the deep end of many a time, have never drowned, but still think I don't know how to swim.
well, I know how to survive, but I didn't know how to swim. But knowing that I could survive gave me strength. But I'll say that you gotta have the right reason for what you're looking for something, or it won't turn out the way that you are thinking it will, or maybe wanting it to. And I say this especially when it comes to gods or a singular God, because conceptually, they say that humans can't go to God. Like humans couldn't go to Olympus unless they were escorted in by a demigod. And in the realm of Valhalla with Odin and the Rainbow Bridge, you couldn't reach it as a human being because they had guardians. You couldn't items to be able to cross different realms. And in Christianity, the concept is that no human can go to God. God has to come to you. You know, meaning concept was many will come, but few will be chosen. You know, so you have to put yourself in a position to be chosen. Meaning when you're reading it, you have to put your mind and spirit in a position to have the understanding. It's almost like picking a lock in my mind. Like if I was a person trying to pick a lock and they have to listen to when the tumbler falls into the little gap and they twist it back so you can hear the other tumbler without losing that first tumbler, and then you twist it again, you catch that third tumbler, and then the lock opens. You have to read it and let the body learn what it needs to learn, and twist it back and let the heart learn what it needs to learn, and then twist it one more time and let the mind learn what it needs to learn, and all of a sudden the book opens up to you and you can now read it with the spirit. But I rarely know anyone who's gotten the spirit of the book until they get their mind right, their heart right, and their bodies right with it. You know, if you read that book and you start seeing a black man and a Middle Eastern man, your body's way off. Because I'm like, if you think this book is still talking about races and anything physical, you start thinking they got more men in it than women, or women in it than men, you might as well put the book down. And the same thing happens when you start to read it and you start paying attention to who has the most power, Nimrod or Nebuchadnezzar, Ramses or Baal. You know, it's like you start reading, trying to figure out who the power figures are. I'm the tribe of Judah. I'm going to be with this group. You know, you might as well put it down. Because now you're in a mental space, and you was in a physical space, and if you start reading it, start thinking that it's talking all about love and forgiveness and happiness. I'm like, yeah, you need to put that down. Put the book down. You're trying to find the emotions that you like in the book. You're trying to find the thing that you want, like you want power in the book. You're trying to find the people that you like in the book. So you ain't trying to find God in the book. You gotta get those things straightened out. You know, mind you, this is Christian theology. But there's one part of it that seems to resonate in all religions, not just with the Christians, is that every God created human beings. In every theology, human beings were created by God. That, whether you're talking about polytheism or monotheism, is the one thing that all of them say. So conceptually, they all are saying that human beings are created in their image. But when you go to different religions and you see their gods, some of their gods don't have arms and legs. They just look like moles with eyes. Some of them look like snakes with wings, crocodiles with fire coming out of their back. It's like, I've seen a lot of gods. I'm like, damn, this thing that looks like a crocodile with fire coming out of his back is what created human beings. I mean, okay, so be it. But regardless, all of them are saying the same thing. They didn't create you in their physical image. They created you in their spiritual image, which means you have the same spiritual makeup as a God. Because gods are spiritual beings that take physical form. They aren't physical beings that take on spiritual forms. So, if they're spiritual beings, God is truly a crocodile with fire coming out of his back, and you run into him and you're standing there talking to him, you're like, okay, I'm talking to a 20-foot tall crocodile with fire coming out of his back. If you still see the crocodile, then you shouldn't be in that realm, because you still see its physical appearance. If you're in a spiritual realm, you'll see its spiritual appearance, which wouldn't really have a physical appearance. And the Tao, it'll be like the form coming into contact with the formless, and you're processing it by giving it a form. But whatever form you see it in isn't its form. Whatever form you see it in, that's the limitation that is allowing you to see it in, because you can't process it in its formlessness. So you're processing it in its form. It's the same way when I tell you guys I don't exist, you guys don't get it. But you will or can one day. So that's the reason why I don't try to say, yeah, we're going to go with Buddhism, we're going to read, and it's 5 popular branches in Buddhism, which, a lot of story, I don't want to get into that. We can read the Tao Te Ching, because the Tao Te Ching is a little more poetic, I think, more structured. Can't go to Hinduism and read all the different Vedas. Too many gods, gotta take forever. Can't go into Catholicism because there are just some interpretations inside Catholicism that I just don't get. I mean, we actually have to get a devout Catholic to break Catholicism. Now, I understand the basics, but there are some things in Catholicism where you just might as well throw the Bible away, because they have at least 2 other books that are equal to, if not superior to, the Bible. And then you go into the wholesale difference with just the Christians and the Muslims and what the people now call pseudo spirituality, which everyone who builds off pseudo spirituality very much is either ex-Christian or ex-Muslim. So you get what you out of. They say sales is a game of numbers. So whenever you're trying to sell something, there's a room full of 20 people, and you start making your pitch. Just know from the very beginning, 10 people were there just to see if they can take advantage of something or came with a friend or something. 10 people shut you down the moment you start talking. The other 10 people, out of that 10, 7 of them, they'll get back to you. But 3 people in there, 2 of them, they're on the hook. They're very interested in if you can make it fit their lifestyle and their budget. They're in. But it's gonna be just one person that's listening to you, and you reach a certain point in your pitch where they already lay in. They're just waiting for you to reach the point where you're gonna say sign up. So out of 20 people, you usually can get 3. And then you go to another seminar and 100 people might show up. 100 people gonna show up, you're only gonna get 3 or 4 best to sign up. Sales is a game of numbers. You go to any cathedral, any mosque, any church, any temple, any home. I don't care how many people got the religious emblem tattooed on them, and I don't care how they can pray to their God to blessings come on their knees. It's only gonna be about 2 or 3 people in there that know what they're talking about. And I doubt any of them are gonna be the ones on stage. So that's typically the way I see it, because you gotta see it for yourself. It's kind of like what they say, you can't tell people about the matrix. You can only show it to them. So it's kind of hard to tell people about God. You can only show them how to reach him, but you can't tell them about him. That's the way I look at it. But isn't it honor that way? At least from my viewpoint. Isn't it honor to go somewhere like, let's say you go to the Great Wall of China this year, the summer, and then I go in the winter, and we went to the same place. And then I'm like, man, what did you think about the Great Wall of China? You start telling me about the experience of being there, but you can't take the summer out of the experience because the heat affected how you experienced the Great Wall of China. And then I tell you about the Great Wall of China, but I went in the winter. And man, you can think about the differences of what we were able to do while we were there, simply because of the different temperature. I think it's really cool to describe how we met our spirituality more so than trying to define it. go see the Great Wall in the winter. So I might go in the spring one time. But like, hey, let's both go during the Chinese Zodiac. We're gonna go during the Chinese New Year. We're not gonna go during the American New Year. We're gonna when it's New Year's in China. We're gonna be out at the Great Wall at the New Year. They do an amazing fireworks show and da da da. So this time we're not gonna go in the winter, and this time we're not going to go in the summer. Amazing enough, Chinese New Year is, which may say spring. So, boom. See, now the difference is I went by myself in the winter, you went by yourself in the summer. But this time we went together in the spring, and now there's three different things different. Number one, spring. Number two, it's both of our second time, so we're gonna go with a little knowledge of what you could do there. And then 3 times it's gonna be the first time I went with somebody else. So it'll change the whole experience because the variables are constantly changing. To me, truth and understanding work this way. Because I used to say all the time, learning the truth and learning yourself are similar as, like I said, no man can stand in the same river twice. You step into a river, whatever water you were standing in, it's not the same water that you're standing in 1 second later. And if there's a river of truth, and truth is ever flowing, then when I get in it, I can still be in the truth without ever being the same truth because it's constantly moving. And if I want to keep up with it, I'm going to have to stop standing. I'm actually have to lay down there and get into the flow of it. I was talking to Micey about this. She was talking, and that undercurrent or the current of the water itself is slowly pushing you left or right. And you can be with a group of people, and they're on the beach, and you just think you're playing in the water, and then you're going to get out like 40 feet down from the beach. You're like, how did I get way over there? Because it was just, the ocean was slowly carrying your butt away. I think when you get into the truth, and you get into the flow of it, it'll slowly carry you away from some people. You'll get like after go get with my people, you see they don't even look like your people no more. They so far away because once you let the truth flow in you, it takes you out of the position you used to be in. You don't even have to move out of your position. It'll just take you out of your position. You just gotta lay down and say, like I say all the time, people who have trust issues are going to have truth issues. People who don't know how to trust, when I used to try to teach people how to swim, they can do the strokes, all the strokes that require physical force, skill, and coordination, they mastered it. All the types of swimming, like floating, that actually require for you to lay back and just have like a little bit of breath work, but for the most part, and some people say, no, I'm too heavy, or I'm not buoyant enough. They're like, I don't have enough buoyancy in my bone density. Bullshit. Relax. Stop trying to float and just float. Just lay back and believe that the water's going to hold you, and it'll hold you. Tensing up, and it ain't going to hold you. Most people I just give up on, like, you don't know how to trust the water. Same way I say when people read spiritual books. Go ahead and read the Quran all you want to. You're still a Middle Eastern traditional lost person. Read it as much as you want to. You're still a hyperactive, hyper-powered American. Read this book as much as you want to. You're still black. Might as well just burn that book, burn all of them. Your culture, your people aren't ready to lay back in the water. You'll drown trying to find God because you're too heavy. You won't let shit go. That's where it comes. That's how most people come off. But I can say this. Aminet is new to the group. When Aminet has moved me, she's the one that convinced me to start back opening up the ICU, the one that convinced me to start doing the meditations, the one that convinced me to kind of look away from what happened in the past when I started trying to show people stuff and try again. And here you have been very open and vulnerable and close and loyal and all of that. So if Hugh wants to start a thing where he picks scripture from the Quran or the Torah or the Christian Bible and he wants to start isolating the scripture every now and again just to bounce thoughts off of it, then I say I'll do it with you. Simply out of my appreciation to you. I appreciate that, Zero. Thank you.
Well, Zero, since you're giving out gifts, I'll just take them.
Just want to say it's nice to step into what you're meant to do anyway. So this is just an interesting way of getting to it.
Well, last day of our weekend, ladies and gentlemen, I'm at the house, have a little drink, and so don't forget we got a fast coming up, and we have a meditation coming up. So we might meditate Saturday, and our fast may start Sunday. So that's a little heads up. So until then, I guess you guys on the flip side.
All right, Pastor Zero.
All right, Zero, appreciate it.
Kate Gallego, Jew, and Senator Jeff Martin of Phoenix. They both pushed the COVID vaccine. This is a crime against humanity. Looking to Rep. Greg Stanton, who is promoting, and the rest of the Republicans in Arizona, they're all promoting the new police chief of Phoenix, Matthew Giordano. So when all the Shabbos toys and Jews are promoting someone who's in law enforcement, that's a major red flag. Eli Crane, Andy Page, they're all cooked. So if you're listening and you hear me, fucking look into shit, or I'm going to show up at your office real fucking soon.
GOP, I know personally, he is good people, and Kate Gallego that you talked about, I'm going to give you another name. Daisy Montoya, DACYMONTOYA. She was the campaign treasurer for Kate Gallego. This is Ruben Gallego's ex-wife. Ruben Gallego from Humpty Dumpty Institute, where he works directly for Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, and is an illegitimate senator, was not fucking elected. Kate Gallego, her Phoenix mayoral campaign was literally run by Daisy Montoya. Who is that? He's also the treasurer of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX. Right? Daisy Montoya is from British Columbia. She is a fucking operative that basically controls the DNC, Mossad or GCHQ or both, and she is one of the key money launderers for all of these Bolshevik politicians from the DNC. You know, it's basically Bolshevism on the left and Likudnik's, Jabotinsky Zionists on the right. So neither one is conducive or can be allowed to foster in this country. But this is a key operative. And when I was in Arizona working with investigators for the stolen 2022 election in Arizona, Daisy Montoya was the person that I had identified that was the common thread between, you know, Kay Gallego and Adrian Fontes, Stephen Richard, and, you know, Mark Kelly, his wife, Kathy Giffords, ADL gun-grabbing operative of Mossad and fucking Michael Bloomberg. Mark Kelly is illegitimate as fuck. He was not elected. However, the problem is, who was the alternative? Well, that would be Peter Thiel's homeboy, Blake Masters. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. We've got to get some good politicians running and legitimately elected in Arizona, and it sucks because AZ is such a cool state with such awesome people. It probably has the most corrupt political framework of any state that I can think of. I mean, maybe New York, maybe South Florida, but like, if it, you know, next to DC, Arizona is as bad as it gets in this country. And the national RNC committee man for a long time, Bruce Ash, literally the chairman of GOP Israel, why that exists, who fucking knows, and literally the chairman at one point of the Jewish Federations of Southern Arizona, a Mossad arm, the Arizona Mossad arm of the Jewish Federations of North America. So you guys got tons and tons of problems down there. I empathize, and I pour my heart and soul into that state, and I love Arizona. But Maricopa GOP is somebody that I don't talk, let me be clear, I don't talk to a lot of the people that I used to work with in Arizona, especially after 2022. At least not anymore, because many of them have petered away and proven themselves to be limited hangouts and adversarial to America only interests. Maricopa GOP is not one of them. He is good people.
Thank you for clearing that up, Richard. No shots taken, but we need to start fucking talking about shit that's important for humanity, and there's no more tucking your tail between your fucking legs. And that goes for everybody in here. Get in the comments on all these corrupt politicians. But just to get to the topic of Epstein, Tucker, and more, if anyone's questioning Epstein and his ties to fucking Mossad, we need to look into Meyer Lansky, who was blackmailing J. Edgar Hoover since the inception of the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the people who are supposed to be investigating all the fucking crimes, these federal crimes. Now, this is from J. Edgar Hoover, ran the FBI from 1935 to 1972. If we think that they just gave up one of the most powerful fucking decisions, most powerful agencies in the country in 1972, because this guy got ushered out, come back to Earth, and realized that we've been occupied for even before that. Look into my landscape. As far as Tucker goes, this is super important. I feel like it's really not talked about enough just because of the potential imminent threat of an explosive device. I'm pretty sure everyone in here should know that Tucker's completely fucking cooked. If you don't know that, you do now. He promotes the unplugged phone, which is Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater. I don't have to do the whole thing, but it was designed by IDF 8200 Intelligence. These are the same people who designed the pagers. If I was these people, there's no shot in hell I would design a phone and then sell it to Americans under the veil of being unmarketable and unsurveilled, and not put an explosive device in it. So Tucker promotes that. So if you know anyone who is, gung-ho and ready to run for the hills and has a bug-out bag, there's a good chance that they may have purchased this phone and have it ready to go. But joke's on them, it's an explosive device. Speaking of Arizona, I've tried to go to Jerry Sheridan, the new sheriff in Maricopa, in Arizona, and I've tried 3 times going there to try and set up a meeting. I've gotten no phone calls back, nothing. As far as I'm concerned, Maricopa Sheriff's Department is compromised. I'm trying to get the EOD to inspect this phone because I fucking spent $1,000 to bought this thing because it would be a great smoking gun. But Tucker also promotes Levels, which is a company by Casey Means. If you guys have heard about the seed oils, how it got popular in the last year, that's who's responsible for it. Casey and Callie Means. Callie Means is a Council on Foreign Relations card holder. Council on Foreign Relations, by the way, was founded by, I forget their names. Whatever. One dude was sent, I think they were founded in 1921, 1923. One of the dudes was sent by Wilson. Was it Wilson? Anyway, he went to Russia in 1917 to go meet with the new Bolshevik Jews, and the other guy who founded it was, he represented J.P. Morgan. They're both lawyers, Shaboskoys, that represented J.P. Morgan after the Great Depression. So that's your tie to the Council on Foreign Relations to the Jews. Casey and Callie Means have ties to 23andMe. Levels. The company Levels is a biometric health data tracking company. This is where they sell you the wearables. So this ties to RFK. These are the guys who infiltrated Maha. They have Casey Means interned at 23andMe with Susan Wojcicki, Ann Wojcicki. Susan Wojcicki was the CEO of YouTube, I believe. She just died of this turbo cancer. Allegedly, who knows? We can't find her death certificate. Death certificates in California are supposed to be public. But 23andMe, if you were smart enough to not sell your DNA or pay to get your DNA over to the federal government, just so you could find out if you're 4% African, so you could say the N-word, someone in your family probably did. And the way DNA works is you're all tied together. If someone in your family sent it, they have your DNA. Although they have our DNA plenty of other ways, but just so we know, people sent it. 23andMe just sold to Richard. I forget this Jew's name. Is the CEO. But
Leonard Schleifer is a doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Another biotech company. So the threat is very real. I feel like I'm rambling. Guys, repost the space. Follow those, please. These guys dish out a lot of information. We need to really network. If we're not going to take the world back and preserve our free to I talk on spaces all the time. I really encourage everybody to go. Print out some flyers, print out some information. Most importantly, learn as much as you can. Take notes. I have a notepad. I have a pen right in front of me right now. I'm taking notes. I take notes all day. Please do this. While people are speaking, go down to the Pell. People are dropping good information in there because that's where people just hop in here and they're like, I don't really want to speak, but I just want to drop some info. Scroll through that. Please promote everything. Guys, great space. And I'll end there. Thanks, guys.
And thanks for all that intel. I just get the feeling that we got a lot of tunnel rats. Congressmen and maybe other guys. The spies are everywhere. You need a newcomer, of course, can't leave them out. So yeah, look, they want to suppress free speech, censor any criticism of Israel as a side, implicitly, of course, in the Black Dome operation. It's ongoing, by the way, irrespective of whether anyone believes what they do believe. It seems a lot. Even if he wasn't, someone else he wasn't someplace. He was calling him the way of a mid-level operator, handlers, Robert Maxwell, he's surrounded by misogyny. And he had a Barack. He started a company together, Carbine, to do what? Collect military data, the complement of Palantir. So these people have their hands and tentacles, I like to say, everywhere. And so he's a focal point because he's surrounded with mystery, and they like to obscure what's happening and just brush it off like it's not important. It is important because again, it's ongoing. It didn't end. Just talk about it. It's like, wow, what about something you do know about? You'll hear about a Shea Cohen they got fired. They even prosecuted him successfully, and then she got killed. What happened to him? He got some time in jail, but he brought in at least 25 people or more into the U.S. That's what he was convicted for. So it's a lot more than that. Epstein was only convicted of 1 count of trafficking. This guy was 25. No one talks about him. No one talks about Noel Greenberg as well, the guy who was blackmailing Matt Gaetz and basically prevented him from getting Nygaard as well. I mean, there's just so many of these guys. These are guys traffickers that have been convicted, and yet no one talks about it.
He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made on the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
Kids have been molesting in those tunnels. No one even talks about 7/7 Al-Qaeda and all those rabbis that got arrested. So, these guys are everywhere, not just even in America.
Right. I wanted to add something to that, right? I feel like a lot of people overlook this, right? And me personally, I'm not as, well versed as Truth and Rich and all these guys that can really spew out names like fucking machines and shit like that. But one thing that I do pay attention to is the spiritual side, okay? Because I'm a Christian, all right? So one thing that we keep forgetting about is it's not just the molesting factor that's going on, right? They are using these children for their blood, okay? For the adrenochrome, for the fountain of youth, all this other shit. A lot of people overlook that, right? A lot of people forget to touch on that. I want you to realize something. These modern day so-called Jews that we're dealing with, they are not the Jews of the Bible, okay? They come from the bloodline of Amalek. For those who don't know what the Amalek, what Amalek is, that literally means the blood drinkers. Okay, so they go after these little children, right? Why do you think there's so many bombs and orphans in Gaza right now? You think that's just all for no reason? No, it's another type of grab so they can grab more fucking kids, right? It's the same thing that went down in Haiti with the fucking Clinton foundations, right? What they do is they reach out, they find these poor kids that nobody fucking gives a fuck about, or at least not in the first world countries, because we're so distracted with our own bullshit, right? They take kids from Mexico, they take kids from out here in the Child Protective Service agencies. They use these kids for their blood, okay? And a lot of people overlook that. This is not just the jewelry that we have to worry about. These guys literally worship Baal and Moloch, okay? So it's not just,
there's a Moloch statue on top of the synagogue on Jeffrey's Island.
Thank you. There's a lot of shit that people overlook. These modern day Talmudic Jews, I want you to remember, this is something that they say in their Talmud. They believe the Lord and Savior, the King of Kings, is burning in hell in human excrement and semen. Okay? They are very religious, right? So, but it's not the religion that we think of. It's the complete opposite, and a lot of people overlook that spiritual aspect to it. It's not just, they want to molest these kids. They molest these kids, and then they use that to bring up the fear inside of them, and then once they bring that fear up, they drain the blood out of them. These people are fucking sick.
They're satanic. It's the synagogue of Satan. And I've been getting hit with all of these strikes on X whenever I post about that. I'm literally just citing Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9. Cite. Like, you can't say that. Oh, it's hate speech. Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? That's what the Bible says. And so we were talking about
this is exactly what
literally. But it's literally what it is. I mean, there is a Moloch statue on top, but they call it the temple on Jeffrey Epstein's island. It is a synagogue. Okay, we have to be allowed to call it that. But they're coming after the free speech. We have free speech. We're allowed to say what we're seeing and like articulate our thoughts. And I'm getting hit with all these strikes for just calling it the synagogue of Satan, but that's what God calls it. And so, I mean, I don't know who was saying it earlier. I mean, there's good and evil no matter what your religion is. We all know that this is evil, but there is a spiritual factor where for me to wake up, because I'm a Christian too, it was literally because I grew up in the South of America. I was taught, just like Ted Cruz was talking about in the freaking Tucker Carlson interview, like we were always taught in the Bible Belt, those who bless Israel will be blessed. Those who curse Israel will be cursed. And they never made the differentiation between the Israels. There are 3 different Israels mentioned in the Bible. There's Israel, the person, Jacob, who wrestled God, and then his name got changed to Israel. There's Israel, the nation, the land. And then there's Israel, God's church, us, Christians, people who believe in him. And they definitely hate Jesus, like he was saying. They hate him. I mean, they hate us. They hate everybody who is not a Jew. And so it shouldn't be so shocking that they're treating us this way. Whenever you read any part of the Talmud, like any part of it, you will see that it is true. Like they call him a sorcerer. We base our entire concept of time on Jesus Christ, by the way, his life. And they just say that he's burning in hell. He is God to me and to all Christians. And there is a spiritual aspect. And I just, we're not going to go on a whole spiritual rant. But when it comes to Christians and how they manipulate us, because this is what's happening. Most of our leaders are alleged Christians, and so they manipulate the Bible, and they did it to me. They did it to me growing up. They did it. That's why I was like, okay, yay, Israel, until I realized what was going on. And it's they manipulate the Bible. They just manipulate the whole thing in order to get us to like monetarily support them, to just say they can do no wrong, they literally spiritually abuse Americans into supporting anything and everything that they do. Even genocide. And that is what is happening. And I'm getting so tired of seeing all of these little babies, all of these poor women getting absolutely bombed to death. And they did. They don't care. They hate us. They bombed that church, you guys. And the cross stood. The cross did not fall. The cinder blocks that the cross was standing on, that held up. It didn't fall. But they are trying to make points that they are the ones in control. And until we tell them and make it clear that they are not, they kind of are. And so that's why we're on this space. That's why we're not listening to people like John trying to shut us up. We're not going to listen to Trump trying to shut us up. Like, Trump is a person. He represents these ideas. He represents these principles, these policies that we thought he represented, but he doesn't. And so it's very hard, but I think it was Richard, you were saying that even the boomers are waking up. My parents are boomers, and they're coming out of the cold. I mean, we're all seeing that we have to choose principles or party, principles or personalities. Populism can be very, very dangerous when it's just, oh my gosh, you're the most popular person in the high school. We love you. We all love you. What is that person doing? What is that person supporting? Is it genocide? Is it the people that are committing it? Like, we really need to just take a step back and look.
And the reason why there's so much covering up in politics as a whole, which is another thing that we overlook as well, is because these people are a part of it as well. If you notice every single president, pretty much every single president that has been elected is a Freemason. If you look up what Freemasonry is, it has very deep roots rooted in witchcraft, occultism, Jewish Kabbalah, right? All 3 of those things line up. You want to know what guys want to? I think I spoke about this last night in Space with You, Truth. Dr. Bill Slogan, right? The guy's a Jew. He used to be a fucking Jew. Now he's a Christian, right? And when he was in the witchcraft, they told him focus on Jewish Kabbalah, and then if you really want to dabble a little bit more, go into Freemasonry, right? And then you look up what's going on with things like Pizzagate, fucking John Podesta, fucking Hillary Clinton, both of the Clintons, right? This shit is not like they're a part of it, guys. That's the reason why there's so much covering up going on. That's the reason why.
Can I just say the Freemason lodges? Sorry, I just want to say the Freemason lodges in my hometown literally have no windows, and they're all across the street from middle schools. So it's kind of like fitting in with the pedophilia club.
It's definitely like if you just do any type of research on Freemasonry, and what they do is they try to cover it up and try to make it seem like, oh, it's a brotherhood thing. Yeah, that's the Blue Lodge. That's the shit that people don't know about, right? I do a lot of studying on this shit. The conspiracy and all that shit, that's my area. So I can't spout out names like Truth and Richard. But if we're talking tinfoil shit, that's me. I got it. All right. So that's the Blue Lodge.
But it's real occultism and witchcraft.
As the 33rd degree, which is where most Masons don't make it to. So once you get to that point, if they feel that you're ready, first of all, you have to be recommended by a member, right, to even go further beyond that, right? Like Aleister Crowley, people like fucking what's his name, Albert Pike, and all these other motherfuckers. If you really want to go to that level, you have to sell your soul. They believe in Lucifer, the light bearer. That's literally what they say. All right, so this shit goes deep.
It's funny if we got to the last part, and you get the last little part.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I don't wait.
Up the rank, and then they're like, all right, this guy base, can we let him in? All right, cool.
Yeah, let me say the joke.
We worship fucking Satan. Are you in or are you out? That's what they do.
You get to the last part, and they give a yarmulke and a menorah. You're like, what? This was what else?
Honestly, I wouldn't fucking doubt it, because that, like, I kid you not, that shit runs hand in hand with the modern day Jewish mysticism and Jewish Kabbalah, bro. That shit runs hand in hand.
But bringing it back to the subject of the site, though, of what Truth Teller is doing. And yes, Truth, I saw your tweet. Yes, keep doing this, because this headway, and other people, again, like Diligent, are helping with it. But to bring it all the way to the end, I keep saying it, all connection. And then once you realize that a blackmail operation that was being conducted in conjunction with the Mossad, it means the slavery of all the rest of us. That's what it means. That's what you're fighting for. This is a fight between freedom and slavery. You can't let it go, and we're too far down. You can't go 3/4 of the way down the rabbit hole and then run all the way back up for the blue pill. I'm sorry, but the best way, the only way, is forward. We need to burn our ships in the harbor like Cortez. Keep going, because we're going to win. So let's don't take our... When people come on, now I notice it's always, tell me Truth, don't you agree with this? It's always, why are you talking about this? Stop talking about this. Talk about something else. That's when you know you're winning. So keep talking about this one thing, the connection between Epstein and the Mossad, the fact that we're not getting answers at all. You're not getting a no or a yes. Our government is saying we can't answer that question about the Mossad connection, the intelligence connection. But if we get that answer, which we will, I am telling you, they are going to collapse. We are going to win. This relationship is going to break down, and you'll be far more freer as a result of it.
Thank you, David. I'm just popping in, sorry, because someone else had his hand up before me, and he's been waving buyers. It's buyers, updates, buyers updates. So it's up to the host and co-host. If you want to let him speak, and then I will have my turn afterwards.
Truth. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Truth, real quick. The Freemasons that were the founders of the country are not the same Freemasons that we know them as. They were deliberately infiltrated by Bernard de Riff, funded by the Rothschilds in the 1800s, and I'll grab the receipts on that. But George Washington was not some satanic, kabbalistic, subversion agent. Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, these people were not subversion. In fact, they wanted us to exclude these people. They knew who they were. But
they found hella bodies in Ben Franklin's old home in Philadelphia, so I hate the
I hope he was stacking them too. I hope he was stacking them, honestly.
I believe they found 1,200 different human bones from I think it was from 1,200 different people. It was more than 1,200, but it was from 1,200.
Grab that for me. I want to see that. That's awesome.
I'll send it to you. I got you.
Who published the article? What's their last name and their genealogy?
I'll have to look it up, the article. But like I said, tinfoil shit, that's my specialty. So trust me, I got it in the archive somewhere.
Bobby, trust me, Broskowitz. I'm guaranteeing you it's probably something like that.
I'll pull it up. I got much.
Hey guys, thank you very much for just creating this space and bringing awareness to the situation that all of mankind is facing. I really appreciate that. I got started into the JQ question, the Jewish question, pretty intently about 8 years ago, and it was through reading my Bible, actually, and most of Christianity is Judeo-Christianity in the United States, and they don't have the receipts. They can't back up their doctrine, and I've spent a ton of time over the last 8 years digging through the Bible forward and backward, getting the receipts, and I can prove everything that I think and why, and I know most of it off the top of my head as to where it's located and stuff like that. So today was a really great day for me. I went to church, a church that I just recently went to for the first time, set up a meeting with a pastor, went in and talked with the pastor, and told him all about the Jews. And it's a Judeo-Christian church, like 99% of churches in the United States. And I was like, I don't know if you'll let me go to church here, but, I need you to know that this is what I believe and why first. And he said, no, I'd be welcome to come to church there. And that he couldn't get completely on board with what I was saying, but that I brought up a lot of really interesting points and that he'd have to give that some thought. So, I'll take that as a win. And then went off to go get some chicken feed from the feed store, and there was a lady there in a nice dress, and I said, you must have gone to church today. And she's like, yeah. And I said, do you understand the allegory of Galatians chapter 4? And she said, what's that? I was like, well, nobody wants to talk about it at church, but you ought to dig into that allegory. And we went out in the parking lot, probably talked for about 25 minutes, and I told her all about the Jews and the truth about how, I don't know how much you guys read the Bible or how much you know, but, Christ gave a really interesting parable at the end of Matthew 21 and made it abundantly clear that the reason that the Jews killed Jesus was to steal his inheritance. And if you read Galatians 3:16 and Romans 4:13 and 14, you'll find that inheritance was the world. So according to the Bible, the Jews killed Jesus so they could take over the world. And there's a million things like that throughout the entire Bible. As it turns out, much to my surprise, I was raised Judeo-Christian. Before Babylon is Jerusalem. When Babylon happened in Matthew 23, Jesus pointed them to shed all the righteous blood on the earth, and very specifically, O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, how the killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto you. And then in Luke 13, Jesus makes it abundantly clear, particularly the place that what they could possibly buy was in Jerusalem. And then in Revelation chapter 11, you see that the two prophets that are the witnesses, their dead bodies lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is Sodom and Egypt. So we see that the great city in Revelation 11 is Jerusalem, and then spiritually rendered, right? And then Revelation 17 shows us the Lord Babylon. It says, "Oh, and that thou sawest
Here's what I was looking at.
You don't speak Spanish?
If you look at it, the last place in the world you would want to be is in bed with God's ex-wife when he comes back. And the Old Testament says that God gave Israel a writing of divorcement and he put it in her hand. And so Israel is the ex-wife of God. And, First Corinthians, I think it is, chapter 7, the man who had taken his father's wife in the church of Corinth, that's a picture of Christianity. And the Bible says that ye shall be called the sons of God. And what has Christianity done but climbed in bed with their father's ex-wife? So, anyhow, I'll land there.
All right. God does say that Israel is like whoring after somebody, like Hosea 4:15. You're a whore, Israel. Like literally, it's true.
Yeah. First, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 21 says, "How is the faithful city become a harlot? Righteousness was lodged in it, but now murderers."
I just want to say it's good for you to talk to your pastor about this because there's a huge evangelical problem where everybody feels like they have to side with Israel, and I would encourage all of the Christians on this space to do the same thing. Take these verses that we're talking about, go to Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9, it talks about the synagogue of Satan, and just point this out to them and say, how are you not speaking on this at a time like this when children are being abused? Like they're being raped to death. And you need to talk to your pastors very plainly about this. Because we all need to wake up. But the crux of the problem really kind of lands on the church right now. And they, 100% of the time almost, are just, they were at my church raising money. I had to leave the church because they were raising money to get to the IDF. I was like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why are we raising money? Why are we funding war as a church? So you need to start going to your pastors and talking to them about this, getting their opinions, seeing if you're still welcome there, but just planting the seed of this idea in their brains because they're so brainwashed, a lot of them, and I hate to say it, I hate to say it, I'm a Protestant Christian, but I hate to say it, it's true, and we have to demand accountability from everybody, politicians, pastors, priests, everybody. We need our leaders to be above reproach. That's what the Bible says too, that our leaders need to be above reproach, and right now they are not. And we're just sitting by and letting it all happen. I would encourage everybody to read the Bible because it's very enlightening and you get a lot of wisdom from it, even if you don't want to believe it. But just talk to your pastors about this because we need to wake up the church because I think that the politicians are just evil, for the most part, and they know that they're supporting genocide. But we need to get the Christians to wake up because they're really brainwashed by this.
If you guys would allow me, it seems a little untoward, but I've made 7 videos and put them on Rumble explaining the truth about the Jews and the Bible. And if you guys can use that, I get nothing out of this. I've spent thousands of hours digging through the Bible and going over history and stuff like that. And I'm not monetized on any platform. Well, I guess technically I'm monetized on Rumble. I've made $8.60-something, and I don't see any of that until I get to 100, I think. So I've got paid personally now. You're getting there. I don't care if I do.
The truth doesn't pay well.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm laying up my treasures in heaven. So anyhow, I've made 7 videos and stuck them on there. If it's somebody who's like a diehard Judeo-Christian, the first video I made is called "The Gospel of the Kingdom," and it's kind of like a sleeper video to get into Christians' heads and start calling out the conflicts with what they claim they believe that can't possibly be true at the same time. Like
Christianity believes that Jesus is the Messiah and believes that Jesus kept the law. The problem with their belief is that if that's true, there's other things they can't believe. And so in John 8:44, Jesus said that their father was the devil. Now, either that's true, or Jesus broke the law, because the law said, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." And so they really have a dilemma, because either Christ was a false accuser, or the Jews' father really is the devil. And they want to hold two mutually exclusive ideas at the same time, and they don't even recognize that that's what they're trying to do. And so there's tons of those types of scenarios that I try to bring out. But in case anybody here doesn't know about the allegory of Galatians chapter 4, I mean, I kind of like to put the question out there. Does anybody here know what the allegory of Galatians 4 is?
I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. What was the question? I didn't hear it.
Do you know about the allegory?
My question is, does anybody know
What the allegory of what?
No idea.
Galatians 4?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. So, in Galatians, one verse in Galatians 3. In Galatians 3, verse 16, the Bible says, "Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He saith not unto seeds as of many, but as of one, and to thy seed, which is Christ." And so with that verse, the Apostle Paul disinherits the nation of Israel as having any inheritance whatsoever from Abraham. Now, you get into Galatians 4, starting in verse 22, and the Bible says, "For it is written that Abraham had two sons, the one by a bondwoman, and the other by a free woman, which things are an allegory, for these are the two covenants. The one from Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Hagar. For this Hagar is Mount Sinai in Arabia, and answereth to Jerusalem, which now is, and is in bondage with her children." Well, here's the deal, guys. Abraham had these two wives, Sarah and Ishmael, who ultimately was cast out in the wilderness and received no inheritance from Abraham. And that happened when the Son of Promise came. Now, if you overlay that as an allegory, Abraham is a picture of God. Sarah is a picture of the Abrahamic covenant, which that covenant is salvation through faith. And the covenant of Moses just happens to be a slave out of Egypt. Like Hagar was a slave out of Egypt, so is Israel a slave out of Egypt. Hagar was cast out into the wilderness and divorced and rejected, and her son got no inheritance, just as the law of Moses is the nation of Israel. And that's why Hagar is Mount Sinai and answereth to Jerusalem, like I answer to Bill. God says Hagar, and Jerusalem says, "Hey, what?" And that nobody preaches on Galatians 4:22 through the end of the chapter. And it's monumental what it means. It's huge. It would shake the very foundation of Christianity if they understood what the Bible actually says and what the Bible actually shows. And the woman who had the attire of a harlot in Proverbs chapter 7, that entire story is about Jerusalem. And I laid that all out as neatly as I could in a document called in a video called "Do You Understand?" And if you want, you can look through my stuff here on X, and you'll find those videos. But they're all organized pretty well on Rumble under Bill Byers' Truth.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think
that's great. Yeah, definitely. I'll talk to your pastors about this, because they need to know that you're aware that they're being cowardly about it.
So the biggest challenges with these mega churches, the likes of Catholic Copeland or Joel Osteen, they're both Jews, by the way, ethnically, and they're funded by Jews, and they're there just to be subversive and stray real Christians from the righteous path. And because they get so much funding and they have all this influence, and they live such lavish lifestyles too, and throw it in your face, they even have their own stores selling their merchandise. It's a huge challenge to try to sway people who are just completely brainwashed, especially the older generations. My faith is in the younger generations, because they're not they're a lot more open-minded, objective, and they haven't bought into all this nonsense, so they see past it. We do have a lot of times
throw a hissy fit if you see any of the shit that goes on nowadays in the church.
What about that side of Jesus? I mean, Jesus had all these run-ins with Jewish leadership. All the time. That's what that was about. Like, the Christians don't follow Christ. They don't follow him. They are comfortable with this illusion that they are, but they're not even willing to get to know his real character about it.
But yeah, truth was about to get to the hands.
Yeah, got a lot of hands. I'll apologize in advance. I don't know the order. I think it's the lady that's next, the mother.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Drew. Since it's very late here, I'm in Canada. It's already past midnight, so I cannot speak too loud. And I will be very short. I want to thank Buyer's Updates for what he brought, because it's, it needs to be said, it needs to be clarified. I'm, as a Roman Catholic myself, I've met some crazy evangelical Christians inside the Catholic Church. They were actually Judeo-Christian. It was a mix of born-again Christian with charismatics. Probably you heard about them, the charismatics that just raise their hands, above someone, and in the name of Jesus, I'm gonna heal you, and that whoever this woman or this man, who just fall down on the ground, and then they don't really pretend they are healed physically, but they come back after a couple days later for a testimony in front of the same crowd, and they say, "Oh well, my life changed. My life changed dramatically. Now I stopped doing this. I stopped being that. I stopped seeing this or that friend. I changed my life entirely. Well, actually, I stopped seeing my actual boyfriend or girlfriend because I was told by Jesus in a dream that it was not the man or the woman for me. It made me sick to my stomach because it was so lame. It's so lame. It just goes to show that these people don't understand the scripture. First of all, for miracles, spiritual miracles to happen, you first have to understand the fundamental principles of Christianity. You have to understand the values that are being taught, so you can follow them, you can integrate them, and not just obey the people who will tell you to submit to these values. So that was my that was my remarks for tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
This Judeo-Christian thing is a huge problem, you guys. We have to start telling the churches that we know, Protestant, Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, we just gotta go in there and let them know,
Hey, just let me, if you would. The Bible says that you cannot serve two masters. And it tells us, be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. And it says that a house divided against itself cannot stand. So Judeo-Christianity isn't just doomed, it's damned.
Wise words. So, when it comes to messaging, I do believe the religious aspect, the approach they use definitely matters, and you can see they subvert it from it deliberately to be able to spread, this fake version of what they call Judeo-Christian values, just to be able to, again, pull them over people's eyes and make them believe that, they go out and run news stations and they make them anchors, or they'll make them even independent with massive followings, and then they'll put in mixed messaging, so they'll put a little bit about what you want to hear, and then they'll tell you what they want you to believe, and they'll confuse people with their messaging, and that's what I find guys like Tucker Carlson to be. I've done some research on this guy in his past, and it was a little shocking to me. It's the coincidences that I noticed is too much to just stay quiet on. I said, in the 1980s, when he made his 2 trips to Nicaragua while his dad was a CIA agent managing affairs there, including the drug trafficking, human trafficking, and arming of the Contras to get rid of the democratically elected government that was there under Daniel Ortega, what was he doing there with his friend? I mean, if he's doing stuff like that and claiming to be a freedom fighter, he should be registering on the FARA. So now I really don't trust this guy and what his motives are, especially since he was also a supporter of the Iraq War, and he just was completely aloof as to the reality there and said, well, you just looked at the Iraqis like they were second-class citizens. Who cares? They haven't coming. Who cares if a million of their lives have been lost, and then they also been starved off from the sanctions that have been imposed in the 1990s. Then you just see how dirty this guy is with his background. He's posing with these DINCOR contractors who were known for trafficking women and girls in Bosnia and Herzegovina before he met with them. And he would have known the background because, again, his father was CIA. Rather than be honest about his past, he plays dumb. He's like, I didn't know my dad was CIA until after he passed away, even though it was mentioned before he knew. He knew before his dad was still alive. He's just playing dumb, and then he went out of his way to also call Nick the subverter, saying that although he's very talented, he's just looking to, undermine other conservative talkers. So basically just giving him a backhanded compliment. So you really have to be careful with these guys. Never cease common sense and rational thinking, irrespective of who's talking to you, especially if it's one of these Judeo-Christian church leaders, or if it's one of these Fed-sponsored journalists like a Tucker Carlson. And he'll do some good interviews. I've reposted some of his interviews. He's done some good ones and controversial ones. He's done with, for instance, Vladimir Putin and also the president of Iran. He also claimed the CIA hacked his Signal account because he was going to go to Russia while he was on Fox News to meet with Putin, but then sure enough he did it anyway. They told him to stand down not to, but then he was allowed to do it without consequence. It kind of makes you wonder. It still doesn't have to register with FARA. So that's why I put up Tucker, because it matters where people get their news from, especially since the powers that be have figured out that mainstream media news is dying. CNN's a dying brand, Fox is a dying brand, Rupert Murdoch's, that entity of his business is dying. So now they're using these types of influencers like Tucker that have amassed a massive following, and their videos get millions of views. And he mentioned the one on, I'm trying to remember the politician that he interviewed. It was Milei in Argentina. He interviewed him before the elections and literally committed election interference. That interview got over 300 million views, and he wasn't even up in the polls at that time, but he ended up taking the election victory. People just thought it was strange that he would come in and do this type of interview before an election, because outsiders should not be trying to influence or sway an election. That should be something that's carried out internally without influence. Of course, that didn't happen because they wanted to install someone like Milei. He wanted to come in to scoop up his lithium, and of course, he made his trip to Israel as well. I mean, Nick Fuentes summarized it all quite well. So be wary of who you get your news from. Never cease critical thinking. Always be prepared to challenge their views, and that's what I saw today. I was kind of impressed and awed today when I saw people challenging the congressman. The way he did, he came in and tried to control the room, and he failed, and he just kind of crashed out. So that's keep at it is what I said. I can't see any hands anymore. Maybe Ginny and Richard can give me a hand, pick a hand. I mean, who hasn't spoken yet? I guess Prashant hasn't talked yet. Zog just came up. Let me be frank. We'll go to Prashant. Go ahead. Prashant, are you there?
I think Zog's been up here for a while.
Yeah, go to Zog and then let me be frank.
Okay. Go ahead, Zog.
Howdy, everybody. How y'all doing?
All right. Good yourself? Go for it.
Not too bad, not too bad. So I raised my hand. I think the conversation has shifted slightly, but I do have a story about a Judeo-Christian establishment that I was recently associated with. It's every inch a 501c3 government-controlled, tax-exempt corporation. The pastor, I do believe, is a crypto Jew. He's got the hook nose and the low-hanging ears, and I think he knows what he's doing. I just get the feeling that he's there on assignment to deceive the goyim and make sure these people never realize who they are or who their God is, and to push this Judeo-Christian Trinity garbage, basically. And so I have a funny story about something that happened one of the last times a couple months ago I went there. They had some immigrant from Africa, straight up African, fresh off the boat, had the accent and everything. And he was talking, he pepped up in the Sunday school class about something about, we need to recognize Jewish behavior or something, because apparently, in Africa, they know who, I was thinking this guy's ahead of us even, as white people, he knows who his enemy is. And so he said, when he said that, we need to recognize this Jewish behavior. I could see the pastor, I could see a couple of the administrators, they just squirmed in their seat, ooh, this red alert, we're not allowed to let the conversation wander into this territory. And it was visual confirmation that these people are shills, that they're owned by whatever government Jewish, they won't let them speak about it. And it was such a visual confirmation of that. And that was enough for me. That was the last service I've attended at that place. And yeah, it really is a problem, like Indy was saying. Absolutely. I forget what we were talking about, something else when I raised my hand. I forget what it was, but anyway, I digress. This space is awesome. It's been awesome listening to all of y'all talk. Great.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll do more spaces, man. I put up a poll to see if I used to do spaces all the time, and then I took a break. It's a lot of responsibility. It takes time, but I'll put the time in because I'm kind of frustrated with the other spaces, getting all the censorship, and they just don't want to get to the real truth. They dodge it. They avoid it. They're scared to mention, the Masonic connection with Epstein, and also how they control government officials. And I can present evidence. They don't want to hear it. They don't even want to have a conversation. God forbid you even bring out the genocide in Palestine. I don't care about Palestine. I don't care about Lebanon. I don't care about the Middle East. Who cares if there's all these American bases that are committing atrocities? Who cares if there's private military contractors committing atrocities? I only care about America supposedly, but I don't care about American foreign policy for some reason. Seems like a double standard and hypocrisy to me. Either you care about America and all of its policies, or you don't. You can't just cherry pick and be selective like that and pretend you're a patriot. So I have to condemn that.
That's the most frustrating part, is that they act like they're patriots, that they're taking this stand, that they're gonna, but when it actually comes time to do that, to actually take a stand for something, they're nowhere to be seen.
This Judeo-Christian shit. Look at this shit. Pastor Greg Locke just posted. If my stand for Israel burns down the house, I've got the matches in my hand. Let's roll. This is a fucking problem, guys.
We have to start talking to our pastors. I mean, we go there every week and we have them talk to us, but we have to let them know that they're wrong on this. I mean, it's a big problem. It's
200,000 followers.
Isn't it so problematic that it's like Christians, it's our fault, we have to go speak to our pastors about this. We need to study the Bible ourselves and show them how they're wrong. But they're going to be like the space host. They're not going to want to talk about it. We just have to keep pushing this.
Kind of addendum to my story. I'm going around with the idea of going back there and confronting them in that same Sunday school class. I want to get my Jacob's cross necklace first and put it on, so I can be like, hey Dave, you like my necklace? and then I want to get into it. I want to ask questions. I want to say, hey, why do you all worship a God that selected another race of people to be his chosen? And if this is true, why do we spend no amount of time talking about them contemporarily, their affairs, Judaism as it exists today? And then also, why are these people also known usurers, fraudsters, child abusers, nation-destroying, Marxist, baby penis-sucking freaks that have been kicked out of hundreds of countries thousands of times? What's up with that? And I really want to see. I want to see the reaction. So yeah.
They just typically won't talk about it.
Yeah, but they'll tell me to leave. I think they're just going to tell me to leave, which is a cop-out. You're a minister. You're supposed to discourse with me about these things. You don't have any answers. You're just going to tell me to get out. I've given hundreds of dollars to this church, unfortunately. I have, and I went there for over a year, and so I just have to get out. Then you don't want to meet me intellectually. I think it might, get some noodles activated, and people people might start thinking about it. I think it's important, like you said, to confront them.
I was kicked out of my church that I was a member of for 19 years. I gave over $200,000 to that church. The pastor was my best friend. I helped my 17-year-old daughter run off with a 28-year-old divorced man, and I'll never see or speak to her again. So don't think for a minute that the people at your church are necessarily going to like you.
Yep. And I've seen things at that church. Actually, I attended a wedding on it was Christmas Eve or Christmas night. There was a service where a couple got married, and then I saw that girl at a grocery store like a month later, maybe a little less than a month later, and she was there with another man in the middle of the day. And so it was like she was cheating on the guy. It's like these people aren't even, they don't practice anything. They're so lost.
Yeah, and I think that means, I really think we have a good chance of beating these people, you guys. I mean, everybody that we're against is running and hiding, or they're trying to filibuster or fill up the spaces with nonsense so that we don't talk about it. We're not the ones running and hiding. They're the ones running and hiding. And the Bible talks about that. I mean, they're going to run away. We're not going to. We have nothing to hide from. We have the facts. We're going to talk about it. So I think that they're afraid that we're not going to stop with the pressure. And they should be, because we're not going to. But they're in a frenzy right now. We're not. So we don't need to be afraid that we're going to lose, because I don't think we're going to allow that to happen.
Look at Revelation chapter 18. I think it starts about verse 4. But God already knew that his people would be in bed with the whore of Babylon, because he says to his people, come out of her and not be partakers of her wrath, for her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. And then he tells his people to reward her as she rewarded you. And the cup that she filled to you, fill it to her double. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Now the reason the whore of Babylon claims that she's not a widow is because that would require that she admits that she murdered her husband at Calvary. And if you want proof of that, just go to Romans chapter, it's either 7 or 9, and read the first 10 verses, and it'll be pretty plain that Israel was made a widow. They're the ones who killed their husband.
Or is he bisexual? Which one is he?
He a reptile.
He both, because he said he wanted to fuck me.
Men can't be. Let me shut up. Never mind.
Yes.
No, is he gay or is he? Get on you.
That nigga's gay.
He lied to him. He sure did. Remember he lied?
You know what? I don't even believe in bisexualism. I believe in gay or not.
He's thinking like that.
I don't have to really wear deodorant.
Me too, probably. I don't know.
See, but y'all helping my point, because like Brooklyn, I'm saying, like y'all be watching off the pheromones, but y'all like I don't want y'all fresh out of bed. Like I say, just like it's I can't even. I mean, I'm explaining it, but y'all ain't feeling it. It's like it is what it is. But it's something about.
It's a generational thing, man. Old niggas like musty ass. Old niggas like musty ass shit. I'm gonna take mine out the shower. I like mine out the shower.
Don't they remind you of like the 1970s porn? They just look like they smell everybody, and the whole porn just was like, ew.
Yeah, hair everywhere. They shower all day.
Yeah, they got down there.
Hair everywhere.
We're gonna get into it again.
Give you hair, you little silly motherfucker.
Young and
I look like a toddler. I don't care.
I'm gonna give you the word is her suit.
I ain't gonna turn it down. I won't be turning it down, but I'm saying, but I'd rather have hair, but I ain't gonna turn it down if it's.
There are women in this world who are hairy. It's called hirsuit. They can't shave every fucking thing they have. Whereas a
I'm hairy. April. I'm hairy. I'm very hairy. I get hair on my arms. I get hair on. I get my face planed. I get my face waxed. I get my whole body waxed. Today I had my whole body waxed. I'm talking about from head to toe.
Depends on what you're looking for.
That's
very
cool.
I just want to go check.
I mean, that's cool. But what I'm trying to say is there's nothing wrong with a woman having hair on her body because it's natural.
Nothing wrong with the body. Shut the fuck up,
There's nothing wrong with that. It just ain't for me.
There shouldn't be nothing wrong with that.
She said it sounds painful. No, I look like this when it's so damn hard.
There shouldn't be nothing wrong with shorty having hair.
I've been telling you that all day, dickhead.
That's exactly what nobody said that. If you don't like that,
Shut up.
No, I don't want hair on my body. How about that? It's 100 degrees.
You don't like that, but if you have that shit, shorty,
I'll be able to for a minute. It's still battle rap, bro. Hey, Toxic, put that shit up. Battle rap, bro. Me versus Rich. This bitch nigga. He's a snitch nigga. Switch nigga.
Cool.
I don't got nothing to do with the dick.
Switch with the PTR.
Talk about the chat.
What the fuck is that?
Sasquatch woman. Is it more spices?
No,
medication. They have a
when I was a little kid, I could probably breathe that shit. That's how thick my hair would be. And I used to have a camera.
It is just a preference of the person and the person attracted. That's just
So what about
everybody.
you women for men?
Motherfuckers still felt that strong.
Like, do you?
See, how many times I was talking about women that how you.
Back in the day, this was Taylor.
Okay, Dad, what you said?
No, what if guys are hairy?
You don't get to back in the days, Taylor.
I don't really have a preference about the hair, but I'm really not into that taco meat shit. I don't like all that goddamn hair on your chest.
Yeah, I'm not a bit of taco meat. Sometimes I associate it.
Yeah, just too much.
Like right now, it's unshaved, but I don't have that.
Yeah, but I don't really have a preference when it comes to hair for me. Oh, fuck yeah.
Alright, just say that again.
That's a low bar.
Yeah, the man got a shower. It was 9 that said, girl, he be getting with girls straight out the gym. Fuck that.
I mean, if you shower after you work out.
Nah, he talking about not showering. That's nasty. You ain't about to throw my pH balance off.
And what about cologne though? Like, I hate cologne. I hate it.
I like cologne.
I don't like to lick all over a woman and she got the perfume. That shit end up on my tongue. Yeah. I think there's like a fine line to walk. Like, when somebody smells good, it's one thing, but like when you just, like I just showed up and you just pulled up and you just doused yourself with some shit, like that's different. I don't like that shit. Exactly. But like if you had it on for some time or you got lotion on or something that just smells good, you just smell good, then that's fine. Actually, I prefer that.
My dad said I smell like a French boy.
What the fuck?
Like body lotion, freaking sprays, everything.
Patty layers.
Girls who use body butters though, I don't know exactly what. I don't know what y'all be using for real, but
it's the shea butters with the little skin.
The skin and the smell, yeah, all that.
What you was saying, April?
No, I said you be doing the layers, Patty.
Yeah, because you know I buy a lot of perfumes, so like they have rose.
Well, you know, if you don't, though, the scent dies away if you just use one product. You know what I mean?
Now let me tell you, we were downrange, right? I wear perfume all the time, so it's like kind of stuck in my clothing and stuff. Soldiers would be like, "Ma'am, I think your clothes." How do you know my clothes? They'd be like, they said they could smell my clothes. It's like, we can smell your clothes.
Speaking of downrange, you have never smelled anybody worse than smelling people coming back from an exercise downrange.
Yeah, I keep oils. I keep everything on me. When I go downrange, I bring a tough box. My tough box has my moisturizer for my face, my sunscreen. I'll bring like 10 perfumes with me when I'm going downrange. I don't be playing. Shit, I got Victoria's Secrets to send to 5 a whole bunch of freaking body washes and stuff. For free. I just wrote them a letter and said, hey, we're downrange. I'm trying to get my stuff shipped. They won't ship to. At the time, it was my first deployment. They won't do direct. Them motherfuckers sent me like 10 boxes of lotions, body washes, and I just distributed them to all the females. It was a lot.
How many do you have now? How many of those boxes of bottles do you have now?
That shit was my first deployment. That was years ago. No, I shared it with the soldiers.
Oh, yeah, you shared it.
All the female soldiers. I put it right outside my office, and then I told them information. Hey, if you know any other females on the 5, tell them to come by my office, and they can get a wash. It was wash, lotions, and sprays, so I gave all of them like at least 3.
We had an influencer living in his house that we were all in. And when he moved out, he had all this shit come into the house. Just for free, you know.
Yeah, we be getting free shit downrange. Every time I go downrange, since Victoria's Secrets did that, I always write them and they'll send stuff. So I'll get that and distribute it to the soldiers. I'll tell them how many soldiers out there, how many female soldiers.
Male soldiers too?
No, just the females. I just do it for the females.
Is that stuff comfortable to wear? Is that lingerie comfortable to wear?
No, not lingerie. I'll be telling them that we downrange and we don't have access to nice lotions, and they'll send like a whole bunch of the last deployment they sent boxes, but it was the smaller lotions and the smaller things, but there's still a whole bunch.
I'm laughing, hold on. Left had a whole fantasy in his head that y'all downrange and some teddies and shit and thongs or whatever. I see you working on that. I see you working on that.
You and I got the same kind of visions.
No, I didn't have that vision. I knew what she was talking about. I'm just saying, you're talking about, is that comfortable when you're out there? Like, I know where your mind was when you said that. Talking about, is it comfortable out there? That's hilarious.
It's a movie though. So, Patty, what's the biggest gun you ever shot?
The what?
What's the largest caliber gun you ever shot? Did you shoot like 30 cows or you got 50 cows?
We got 50 cows. But I shot something bigger than 50 cows. That weapon. It was really heavy. It was heavier than me. And I had to put my feet on the turret and pull back. I had to use my
They say that's an experience just to let a 50 cal gun.
enjoying your ass. Cool. After a while, you be like, fuck this gun. I'm gonna shoot shit.
Right? Unless like you taking down some food bigger than a 50 cal. That's crazy.
It's shocking hearing angry white American claiming Jews from the.
And you have to hold it with both hands, and you hit the trigger with your. You gotta use both thumbs to push it. Fuck, what's it called? It's usually privates use it. Shit. Seniors don't want to fucking put that shit up.
Yeah.
And you gotta like be really strong and pull it back, and it's really hard to pull back. So like for me,
Recoil. Or just stabilized.
It's stabilized. So for me, I gotta put my feet on the the top of a Humvee. They have the little circle area. I have to like take my feet, put it on the metal, like I'm sitting with my knees up, and I have to hold it and then like use my legs to push, just to pull it back. That's how heavy that shit is.
Gary, Patty, I have to do that.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hey, Patty, we get a chance, check the Telegram.
Okay.
But yeah, Mike, you in the Telegram, you already on.
The cameraman.
I don't really go in there that much anymore because I've been in school and some other stuff or whatever. But yeah, I used to go in there a lot when we first started doing it, but I just haven't been that active.
Did you see your name in there when you were first went in there?
Where?
Telegram.
You in the Telegram too, or not?
Nah.
No, we set it up.
No, that would be trouble if I get in there.
We set it up back in the day when we first started. We set it up for everybody.
I said to where like if you have like a gram or two with you and you're just smoking, the cops will let you go. But if you have more than like 2 grams, they're gonna take you to jail.
And the cameraman, if you want to come to Chicago for insurance, then you're going to top 10 towns and districts to interview voters and residents.
That's crazy. I think all drugs should be legalized. I don't know, man. Look at this fentanyl bullshit that's happening in America. Like, the reason why that is because it's not, okay, so like a drug dealer, right? Like if a business is selling you weed, then their reputation is on the line. Like they can't sell you fentanyl-laced weed because then that affects their bottom line. Or like that affects their business. That affects their reputation. That affects everything. They can't do that. They can't lace something. A drug dealer, like just some random street dealer, he doesn't give a fuck, right? He doesn't care. I mean, as long as he's moving the product, he probably doesn't even know half the time if it's laced with fentanyl. He has no idea. He doesn't care. Whereas if it's a business and it's your bottom line, like if it's an actual business, then you have a reputation on the line and things like this. I mean, I guess drug dealers have that, but it's just not. It's not the same as like a business like selling weed. And as much as I hate to say this because I don't like regulations, but even regulations can help that too. Regulations can help like avoid that, drugs from getting into people. So I think it's stupid that they hurt people because it's gonna be done anyway. You know what I mean? It's gonna be done anyway regardless. So it's like you might as well make it safe and make sure that if something is laced with fentanyl, like that business is punished for that and immediately would go under. Or I don't like government, but at least the government would be able to shut down someone who's putting poison in substances. Maybe we can focus more on rehabilitation and stuff like that. Yeah. With the proceeds the government will get from making drug businesses open. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think all drugs
That's right.
Yeah.
But they don't want to hear it. That's the problem.
Oh, Sonny, the other thing too is that, what do you think about psilocybin mushrooms? Do you like mushrooms?
I haven't tried it.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
I don't try psychedelic.
I've heard that they actually have a lot of really beneficial benefits to it. I've taken mushrooms a few times. I liked it, but it was okay. It was okay. I liked it. I'm glad that I did it. But I have heard that they're really beneficial for people.
What does it feel like?
So I was with my brothers when I took it the last time, and we were camping. Like we went out camping at like a campground slab. I was like, I want to become a millionaire. Like that was like the mushroom trip was literally that. That was like the first time that I was like, that's my first goal is to make $1 million. That's what I wanted to do. That trip like helped me realize that. So, but then on top of that, like the visuals are really cool, and it was fun. It was fun. It was with my family. It was my brothers. So it was a good time. But I guess for some people, psilocybin is actually really beneficial for them. Like it can help them cure trauma and
right. It's good.
Yeah, it helps with a lot of different things. So
that's right. That's right.
Obviously, I don't think like eating an eighth of mushrooms. That's probably not. I don't know if that's good, but I think in controlled doses there's a lot of research that shows that there's a lot of benefits to it. Like it also opens up like new neural pathways that weren't there before.
That's right. That's right.
It connects. I'm not a brain doctor, but like it connects like different things in the brain. So that weren't normally connected. So maybe it would make you look at things a different way. And stuff like it changes your perspective. So.
That's right. That's right. I care, by the way. I care.
Is everybody here real people?
Kimberly, you were real. Jeez.
I'm a real ass person, bro.
I don't know how to be from the fucking join us on real people.
Yeah.
I have a whole YouTube channel, bro.
Yeah. Chase is very real. Like you can follow him.
I told you everyone here is ChatGPT.
Okay, be nice. Nice.
Why are you making him say something?
Because everyone here are real people. Like, yes, bro. Like, if I stabbed you, like,
you're so. Whoa.
You really are.
Let's not do that.
I feel like you die. Like, that's all infidels.
That's probably what he would say. Like, I feel like that's exactly what he would say.
America's wrong. I hate America.
Okay. Okay.
Worshipping America.
First of all, like all my Jewish friends, like
Death to Israel.
Whoa, okay.
David, you said before you're a follower of Rabbi.
No, I
not do it and we laugh, right? Like, haha.
Why is that funny?
I'm asking you, what are your thoughts on it being?
You know, I asked you that. Those are respects.
This is something else that's funny about that. My name would be Alchemist called Steve, and then I would go in and like talk about I would go in and be like, talk down, you know, like, yo, I think what I'm putting, you know, I could be, I'm definitely listening.
There was like an Alchemist ghost in out here. That's right. That's right.
That shit was hilarious, bro. Oh my god.
So Chase.
What?
They have, every time they do a track, they have given the land back. Oh. And they have
Crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity.
No.
Has Israel ever done any actions? Crimes against humanity.
Not like Hamas or ISIL.
And now in 2023, they did it again. All this is happening while they're expanding their illegal settlements in the West Bank. So stop with your bullshit that every time you get attacked, you return the land. You can't lie anymore. You're full of shit. You can't make those lies. Look up those numbers that I gave you. Look up what you did in those years. 6,000 years. What's the figure you're talking about?
6,000. Karen, since 1948, has Israel done anything since the formation of Israel? Don't talk about 6,000 years. Israel has the state we know it as today. Has Israel done anything? I'm talking. No, please answer my question. I answered your question. Karen, no, answer my question. I answered your question earlier, and then you started talking about political things. I'm talking about has Israel ever committed crimes against humanity since 1948 against Palestinians and its neighbors? Yes or no?
I think,
Yes or no?
I think there were some, it's not in the happened.
What was that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes. I would not close it.
Nothing. Did you see my YouTube video I made of you?
I did. I did not.
Oh, really? I thought you liked it.
You made a YouTube video about me?
I mean, I screenshotted your pictures and then I did like a Bitcoin video music overlay or something. And you liked it. It was like a couple weeks ago.
Wait, what? John scaring you? Dude, I don't think you did.
I did. I sent it to you. You liked it. You saw it. Maybe I can find it.
Yeah.
Let me see. It's not on this phone.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. I tagged you with your Chase Your Grace or whatever it is.
Wait, really? Wait, what,
Yeah.
is it on?
Chase Your
What,
Grace.
yeah, what YouTube?
You'd have to like go into your notifications of YouTube. People hate it.
Now, I moved that I need to be eliminated on the tracks.
So let me say something. See, did you know
fucking bomb civilians and you call it peace. You chase the children and you call it peace, and you put those homes and you call it peace. What peace are you fucking talking about there?
Listen, George, she said the population went up. I know Norma tries to be in the back channel. In relate to the definition of genocide, it doesn't have to go up or down. It doesn't matter. The numbers don't matter. It could be part or whole, and that makes it a genocide. B'Tselem, and you have the physicians for human rights inside Israel. They came out and they said it's a genocide, right? And these are Israeli organizations.
I don't think that's a good idea. And this title
And then you have a whole bunch of other
it's
scholars.
a good choice to play. And I'd highly encourage you to take better tips and stay away from someone.
much. How come nobody ever mentions the British or the Turks who took over the Middle East, basically? You know, you don't have a problem with that. But, why don't you read the history about how the Turks took over the Middle East?
Why don't you focus on Israel?
Actually, let's address this, Karen.
Why did the British come in and take over? Why nobody mentions them and what they did? And by the way, Gaza was given back to you guys in 2005. And by the way, you're like,
So nice of you giving us our land back.
One second, free 1 second, brother. Gordon, finish really quick because I need to respond to your first claim about the Turks and whatnot that you made a claim about, Karen. Go on.
You want me to say something about them?
Yeah, the issue I had, right, very intellectually dishonest. I didn't know you were intellectually dishonest. Do you know, thanks to the Muslims, the Caliphate brought the Jews back into Jerusalem? Did you know this? Otherwise, they would have gotten butchered and slaughtered by the Christians. I think you should look into the historical facts, right? And the other thing is that you can't make such bold claims without historical facts and background. Under Ottoman Empire, the Jews actually thrived. Did you know that? And we have a rabbi.
Well, gee, I don't read fantasy fairy tale books, but that's interesting that you say that. Go.
So the Caliphate never brought the Jews back to Jerusalem? The Muslim Caliphate. Go and prove me wrong. This is coming from a Jewish encyclopedia. A Jewish encyclopedia. Do you disagree with that?
You think just because somebody has a Jewish name,
it's a Jewish encyclopedia.
do you think we all agree with who?
Karen, please.
Come on.
I highly suggest you to educate yourself about history because clearly you don't know anything from this. You came with your argument against the Turks. You don't even know the Turks actually, they saved Jews from Spain and drove them some of them to Algeria, others they went to Istanbul, and the Sultan himself went there to welcome them. And they built. They still like the Turkish Jews now are actually those who were basically saved by the Turks themselves. Prior to that, the Jews themselves in Andalusia, and you must learn about this. They had the golden age of the Jewish culture under the Islamic rule in Spain. Then when the Crusade and when the Spaniards they invaded the Spanish peninsula, they moved with Muslims to North Africa, and until now there are like synagogues that date back to those years, and they thrived there and they lived there protected, and they had their own businesses. They thrived politically and economically
And
socially.
What happened in 1492?
Wait a moment, please, wait a moment. So before cherry picking, some event, and we can discuss them even, okay? Just try to be, try to make some peace with yourself, okay? And try to forget some of your hate.
So what happened in 1942?
Please, I didn't talk earlier. You've been talking for almost 15 minutes now. I'm gonna finish with this. So try to just, get rid of some the hate you have towards Muslims, towards Arabs, whatever you hate. I don't care. I don't give a shit about it.
I don't hate.
And try to read everything about history.
When you, no, it's not up to you. It's not up to you to decide what are facts or not. You are not a historian here, you genius. So have some peace, okay, and be open-minded and learn about history, and then you are welcome to discuss it. But when someone brings you a historical argument, and then you try to refute historical facts. It's not up to you. It's not up to you to rewrite history. Okay, with all respect to you, it's not your job. Okay, your job is to learn about history.
My job is to shut this right up, right? You know what?
No. Educate yourself.
Well, you're not letting me. I have a question.
He has 30 seconds to finish.
My question to you is, the entire area had Jews and Arabs, all of it. Guess what? There aren't any Jews in Yemen. There aren't any Jews in Iran. There aren't any Jews in Iraq.
Can you please tell us when were the Jews kicked out of these countries? Can you tell us what year were they kicked out of these countries?
It was between World War I and World War II.
35,000 Jews living in Iraq. Yes, there is in Morocco and there is in other countries in there. But can you tell us specifically to the point that you're trying to make, to the point when were they kicked out? After 1948, after your Zionist entity, your genocidal state was established.
You keep saying I don't know history. All the
Multiple times. Hold on, guys.
You gotta be able to respond. And you know what? I know people. One friend of mine, the grandmother walked 1,000 miles from Yemen. So don't fucking tell me I don't know about the history. I'm not a young person. I'm an old person. I have relatives who have been going to the Middle East forever. Okay? And I know things that other people absolutely don't know about. And I told you I had friends when I was a teenager. And the closest person I am to is a Muslim doctor. Okay? So don't tell me I'm full of hate. But don't twist history because you don't like Netanyahu. I don't like him. I don't like Netanyahu.
We don't twist history. You don't accept history. You cherry pick your history.
You have written the most hateful things I've read.
I don't care. I'm not here to comfort your feelings and your emotions.
No, but you are full of hatred and you attack me personally.
When you go back to suffering of Palestinian people, Kareem, you are denying what we're all seeing on live television, the suffering of Palestinian children and people as we fucking speak, who are starving to death. You deny that. And then you expect people to be nice to you. Kareem, then you expect people to be nice to you. Have some decorum. You are at what age now? Have some decorum. Then you pretend that you don't know history, but the only history you do know is the one that supports your narrative, which is sickening. Please. Please. Say to me, Helen, just so you know, no one's attacking you. Do not play victim. You said that children are not starving right now. Kareem, are people starving right now in Scotland? Are children starving? They're not. No, you are a lying scumbag. Your ancestors are rolling in their graves.
Oh, shut up about my ancestors. Goodbye.
No. It's not very useless to discuss with this woman. She's denying everything, not just history, but even current facts. Things that have been seen by everyone around the world, around the globe. And you are here, no, I'm sorry. Kids. We've seen kids. Get checked. Hey, we've seen skeleton kids. They are skeletons.
That he has a disease.
No. Wait a moment.
There's a photograph of his family. His mother looks fine. His mother is 300 pounds.
Dying of starvation.
Let's talk about a Holocaust, 1942 terror. Do you know that to oppose the Nazi, they wanted to take out the British? It was the Jewish militia again called Lehi in 1940 to 41. Do you know why they approached Hitler? It's because British decided to not give you guys a state, right? Because they saw the Zionists as a threat to the human lives and society.
And that's why they approached Hitler in 1940 to 41, right? And this is and why would you approach a Hitler when you know that this guy, this Hitler regime, is about to put Jews into the oven and turn them into soap? Why would you approach a Hitler? You know, and this is the big. I think you need to seriously, I would suggest you is open up some books about the Holocaust. And when you look
don't have to. My father was in a concentration camp. I have information from my mother and father who were in France when the Nazis came and the French did, take the children. The German Nazis didn't want the children. The Vichy government in France wanted.
What did they do about Warsaw Uprising, Karen? What did they do about Warsaw Uprising?
A fucking history book.
What did they do about Warsaw Uprising?
I lived with history books.
So what Hamas is doing is they're doing the same shit what happened in Warsaw Uprising.
What happened in Warsaw during the war? You know what? I am the history book, and it's
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Listen, relax. Let me ask you this. What do you think about what the Nazis are doing to the kids inside of Gaza? Over 20,000 are killed. What do you think about that?
What?
What do you think about what the Nazis are doing to the children in Gaza?
You don't mean Nazis, you mean Israelis, right?
No. I mean Nazis. And this is a compliment, to be honest with you. But
I don't know who you're talking about.
The IGF.
You're talking about the idea.
The IGF, no, I'm talking about the IGF.
If you want me to say there are bad people who are Jewish, yes, there are bad people of all ethnicities and religions.
So I never use the term Jewish. I use the term Zionist. Because Zionism, they don't go hand in hand, But so what do you think about the IGF and their actions? Yeah, IGF. Do you know what IGF is? I thought you were a historian and you're all.
You're saying G instead.
Yeah, I'm using IGF.
It's IDF.
No, you're too old.
It's Israeli Genocide Forces. Israeli Genocide.
Yeah. Israeli Genocidal Forces. Yeah. What do you mean?
All right. Can I ask you a question? Since you know history, can I ask you a question guys quickly? Because you know history really well. Can you tell us about Nakam?
The what?
Have you heard of Nakam? NAKAM? After World War II, who they were?
The Nakba?
No, Nakam. NAKAM. If you don't know Nakam, have you heard of Joseph Harbats?
No.
You know this is very prevalent in history. So let me give you.
I'm not great with names.
Okay, so have you heard about the parliamentary organization? About 50 Holocaust survivors that tried to seek revenge against the Germans, and they planned to poison the waterways to kill 6 million Germans. You never heard of that? And then they failed, and they went to Plan B. Hold up, and then to Plan B. You know that this man was honored in Israel. Since you know your history, I was hoping you knew that history because
you won't let me respond.
You said you
I don't know.
So I educated the group.
I come from a family of Holocaust survivors. Why they didn't finish my second sentence and I'll leave. Why they didn't go get guns and go kill every living Nazi that was still alive, I don't know.
Do you support that? Do you think that would have been a good thing in your opinion? I mean,
I understand if your whole family's been killed to be angry, yes. So you know what? They didn't do that.
They did. They tried. I just told you.
We're not a violent.
I just told you.
What do you mean you're not a violent?
Hold on. Give me a second.
We honored.
I gave you 2 instances in Nakam, which is huge. Then I gave you Joseph Haratz. These are 2 groups that work to try to poison the water of 6 million Germans. Okay, to not just Nazis, it's Germans. Eye for an eye. I'll put the link on the chat. Maybe you can look it up yourself. Jewish history, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I can understand it. You can understand it. But then why don't you understand people in Gaza who for the last 76 years have been discriminated against, that have been killed, that have been literally be put in a box, haven't been allowed to move, go left, right, nowhere, where their homes have been stolen, their families have been killed. Why don't you understand when they decide to resist? Are they not allowed to, but you are allowed to? So your ancestors have every right to resist, but they don't.
Okay to do that.
No, but here you did lie. You literally just lied.
No, I didn't.
You said you guys are not violent.
Okay, fuck you. This is
No, I'm actually addressing your claim. You said you're not violent.
because they didn't go ahead and fight back.
They did.
So how was the state of Israel established?
Through legal means.
What do you
They
mean?
bought-
What's legal mean?
They bought the properties. Stop
Can you
it.
tell that
Wasn't a violent takeover.
So what is the
Why
Nakba?
don't you
What is
guys?
the Nakba? What is the Nakba?
It is the word that you use to describe. Okay, bye. Bye. You're
Bye. Go on. Bye. I would do the same. I would face.
This is bad. They cannot handle the truth. The biggest fear they have is against the truth.
No,
It's not Hamas, it's not weapons, it's not rockets, it's nothing. It's the truth. It's a camera, it's a phone, it's a...
In the beginning, she came, saying, and we heard her very clear. She was very clear. She said, I don't think that the Israelis are killing civilians intentionally.
Yes.
So she was like talking about the Israelis as she was not one of them. And then she started talking about herself being Jew, basically Zionist. Yeah, you have because you hate Netanyahu, I think she used a fun of him with one of his supporters because she said, hey, you hate Netanyahu. But there's an game set.
She didn't even answer anything. Every question she was asked, she's like, what about Yemen? What about I'm a Holocaust? What about I'm a historian? I know this. And
No, she pretended that she didn't know history, remember guys? I don't really know. And then she started dropping back. She didn't answer questions, so she tried to chat. She wanted to play the victim card and it failed on it.
like she said, the Nakba is a word that we created.
I want to focus on the chat.
All the conversation on the chat was towards the second.
I know, she was doing anything that she could to get out of the conversation, which is quite. And she expects people who have a Palestinian heritage, free to play nice with her, but she is denying the suffering of children right here in front of us.
She's lucky that I even unmute and try to engage with her. She's full of shit, they're full of lies. You need to call it for what it is and be nice with these fucking scumbags. Now Nakba all of a sudden is a word that we created to divide. What the fuck are you talking about?
That you use. She said that you use the Nakba, the word that you use.
What the fuck does that mean? You displaced over 750 Palestinians,
Yeah.
They destroyed over 500 towns and villages.
And she
What the
said
fuck
they
are you
weren't
talking about?
starving. Then she said they weren't starving.
Yeah, they were not starving.
She was saying the women in Gaza are healthy and what the fuck? And by the way, just to let you guys know, those videos on the internet of people with weapons on those 8 trucks, these are tribes inside of Gaza that are protecting those trucks to make it to their locations. Has nothing to do with Hamas.
In every nation, there's going to be people who take advantage of situations, right? That doesn't mean it's all the Palestinians. This happens all the time, guys. Look what happened during freaking COVID, where they were getting a whole bunch of, supplies, buying a bunch of them, and then trying to sell them in the black market. People do that in America.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's not really supermarkets, like she said.
And what I'm saying is there's going to be bad actors in every nation, but that's a small percentage. That's not the whole of Hamas.
Okay, If you claim that Hamas is the one stealing those 8 trucks, you literally bombed everything inside of Gaza. So when you see them stealing those 8 trucks, why the fuck do you not bomb them?
No,
You literally bombed everything in Gaza.
They were already rejected that claim. They said that it's unlikely that Hamas is stealing anything from that food. And they confirmed that, in fact, the IUF is firing bullets at people like seeking, humanitarian aid. And I think you've seen the IDF, they were firing. The Israeli soldiers, they were firing at people. He's seen that. He's been there, close to them. He didn't say that child died from some, random bullet. No, he said that the Israelis, they were firing at them. They killed that child.
They literally called the France, Macron, and Starmer anti-Semites because they fucking criticized Israel. So are they also jihadists, Islamists? Like, are they all these terms that you use against us? No one cares about you on your fucking YouTube or your Instagram, bro. Shove both of them up your ass. You fucking pathetic piece of shit.
Our sympathy card has been declined.
No, they are using all the narrative that like, the value, that taboo about, oh my God, how dare you, it's anti-Semitic, oh my God, we are victims of the Holocaust. They are desperate, they like, the woman, she played all the cards, from the Holocaust to the chat, then, and every time she tried to pull up, a card,
That was declined.
they are losing it. They are losing everything.
I forgot to tell you guys, we have 2 aliens, 3 aliens. So one of them is actually Harry Bolzek, and one of them is actually Julian. There, if you look at it, 3 of them in the bottom, and one of them is that recorder that streams the room. And they don't have any life, and they come in here and they want to listen, record, do whatever you want to do with that. I don't mind. We're not even doing anything. We're just engaging with the conversation and relate to the facts.
No one cares about them. 6 million people share the same opinion. No one cares. Go record. Put it wherever you want.
Sorry, as normal, when the time is not right, I don't bring you up, okay? And I kind of get annoyed with you. You're annoying yourself. You think that you can come in here and dominate the movie. And the amount of shit that you say in the chat about the kids and whatnot, it's really disturbing. You're genocide mania just over.
Wallahi, this guy is pathetic, man. For you guys are the filth of the earth. This is for your recording, and you guys are the filth of this earth. You're the most disgusting, the most hated people on this earth. Let your YouTube fans and your fucking Instagram followers enjoy this. We see it. You even got kicked out of UAE, you filthy pigs. UAE kicked you out, you fucking disgusting scumbags. You were bragging about UAE. They kicked you out. Where will you go now? No one's gonna take you. Back in 1947, 1480, you were forced on Palestinians. Now nobody's gonna fucking take you.
Do you already know he's coming back? Like, does he have like a name and do you know his name in real life?
That's his name, bro. He was fucking homeless. His wife took him in and she made him something. Like, he's still he's coming back. But his wife took him in and his son is a he, she, they person, like, he's fucking mentally disturbed, this dude, bro.
Gosh.
They're promoting my YouTube. They call me she or something, Hezbollah or something.
She has a sleeping cell.
Seriously?
I swear to God, bro, they have 0 views, 0 followers on YouTube.
Idiots.
Like, I don't know who he's posting for. He literally has 0 followers, 0 views.
It's the same guy, right?
Yeah. Sometimes you'll find one like and it's probably one view, it's probably him just watching the video, but other than that, nothing. Pathetic. These people are pathetic, bro. You guys can't lie anymore. You can't shut people down. The whole world sees it and says it for what it is. You can't shut us down, you idiot.
Anybody want to come on up? You guys want to come on up? It looks like Marcus and everybody else sounds like we'll see. Anyways, normally you want to come up and surrender. I think he wants to come up and surrender. But it was interesting.
No, actually, not acting my flip-flops. I'm using them.
It's interesting how they survive the starvation.
Here, I'll show you a picture of what I'm using my flip-flops for. Hold on 1 second. I hope it doesn't hurt your feelings, though. Here, look at my flip-flops, normal. Refresh, look at my flip-flops. I have someone translate it for you. This PTR is based on a true story, by the way. See the flip-flops? Yeah, it is based on a true story, actually. You see it? Any comments about flip-flops?
You know, first time I saw your PTR, I was like, that's a good picture.
It's actually based on a true story. It happened in Fan Yunus. Look at him, he's triggered. You forgot what flip-flops did to you.
What was the story about? You mind sharing?
It was in Khan Yunus, they went in and one of their soldiers was injured. So one of the resistance fighters, they went after him and they shot him and then they stepped on him.
And then they took a picture.
Yeah, they recorded everything. It's all evidence.
You know that you can jump on the top of a tank with flip-flop.
Yeah, everything happens there with flip-flops.
Yeah, you can do that, and try make some Zionist barbecue, under the sunlight.
He thinks he insults us when he says flip-flops. You pathetic. If it wasn't for your wife, you're nothing right now.
No.
Still nothing.
He's actually trying to show you that he has nothing against the flip-flops, and that he's not scared of flip-flops, But when he gets some, actually gets some nightmares about flip-flops. The flip-flop guy, the guy with the flip-flop.
I'm sure my God will have mercy on me, Norma. The real question is, your God gonna have mercy on you? You broke his covenant. You're done, buddy. You're done. 3 more years. I won't pray for you.
Let him come up. Let's see what he has to say today. Let me turn off the end rating. There you go. Allow him to come up for a second. Let's see.
Come up, yeah, Jahash, come up. You're gonna have a heart attack on fucking Clubhouse. Come up. hear you say it. Come up. Are you afraid from the recordings? You pathetic piece of shit. Come up here. Say it. Don't worry, Norman. You're still being recorded, by the way.
This moment that records the even goes into the room that have to replace on video.
He's so stupid. He has like 30 phones. It's recording for like Clubhouse room. Bro, these people will have a heart attack if they go on Twitter Spaces and listen to the conversations there. Oh my god.
He goes on Twitter as well.
Well, good luck for him. We're very nice compared to what happens on Twitter. You want me to give something to the recording in normal about Lauren? So that everybody on YouTube and Instagram can hear it? Let me tell them something about Lauren and Juju. And 313. Should I do that? Yeah, the good boy. Good boy in normal.
Please stop talking to him. Oh my god, I can't anymore. Oh, he's depressing me, bro.
Now that I told him I can give something to the recordings, like YouTube, Instagram, like he said, he's adjusting the way he speaks. Good boy, good boy. Don't make me give something to your fans,
So it does become depressing. Some people can't take the smoke. Some people can't tolerate the amount of genocide shit that they say, right? And I tell people, if it affects you, leave for a minute or two and then come right back, because I did lose a lot of people because of the conversation that goes on in this space because of these people who keep on denying genocide back there.
We chased them into a Coriolis storm.
The crazy thing for me is
Nothing survives such a storm. They're dead.
the way that I look at people. I wrapped up with that lady.
Nice guy.
I met who she was. Like, I could learn something from her. I bet you she is a liar. Yeah, well,
You're not young. It caused me to be such a force to marry.
it's just like, how can you not make
Your
that?
sleeves wrap. Squeeze hard.
See people suffering and they like to twist things. It's like it's just it's not getting into you know what I mean? It's medical. I mean, these people aren't even drinking enough water. You know what I mean? And the whole thing, I didn't harm anybody. Maybe there's some people. I think we can all agree that whatever happened on the border said atrocious. I mean, that's, and she even agreed with that. That only I get to do it. What's up with the government not doing proper research on
No, I didn't know. I'm trying to wear out time. I'm not saying I would not finish that spitting fire on King's Landing. That's still sassy. Please go jump back in there, remember?
I'd be pissed. I am pissed too. It's like, I said this before, but it's one thing to be heartless towards other people, I guess. But if you can see that you're just your own society, I mean,
Yes. Stars. You don't think that not everybody's a killer. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own t-shirts. Not everybody is a killer. Not everybody can take that. Just
killed by soldiers in the West Bank, people deported from their houses in Jerusalem, in other areas from the West Bank. All the aggression and the come on back. I do have 18 criminals on the sentence of death, but I don't know prisoners of war. If that's your position, 18 of your officers will end up dying. 19 if you deal with my men. My officers. You can come to the easy list. I was located by the IMF Club. The names tonight. You refuse to give me their names, but the ranks of 9 lieutenants, 5 captains, 3 majors, and 1 very fat colonel. They thought me a cheeky fellow. This is not the conduct of a gentleman. The conduct of your officers is the measure of a gentleman. I'll take that as a compliment. Over years. And in Gaza, it's just a lot of people understand you. It's still hard to imagine if you were one of our captured officers, my lord. I believe that everything out of love to stuff that has nothing to do with any resistance or, militia or military activity, like, like marriage dresses, chocolate, parsley. Why would you do that? Unless you are intentionally trying to, make these people suffer more and more and more, and just turn their life into, pure shit, pure suffering, and enjoy seeing that. And then bargain with desperate, cousins trying to get some inside Pakistan land. Stand your ground and fight. Just make it sound like you hate. Any ambitions about life are probably one of the most educated areas in the Arab world, and a lot of them are way highly educated than most Zionists, most Israelis, and yet they can't have dreams. They can't have realistic ambitions. Most of them will end up, either fishing or working somewhere in Gaza for an insignificant amount of money to make some living. If they are unable to perceive or to understand normal human feelings, then you idiots should at least learn from your history. Learn how oppressed people, they always end up revolting. And when they do that, it's always bad. It's always nasty.
Israel bombs homes and they blame Hamas. Yeah, they bomb schools.
They bomb the hospitals.
And they blame tunnels. They bomb hospitals and they say that Hamas was hiding under the hospital.
Yeah.
They murder the babies and then they blame the crib. Like, they're serial killers, buddy. These people are fucking serial killers.
No, it's...
And the Western countries keep giving them money, giving them weapons, supporting them. They're serial killers.
When Iranians, they targeted that hospital, I think it's close to Saba. Yeah. When they target the hospital, like they said, oh gosh, how did it? Like even the Europeans, they couldn't condemn Iran. Like seriously, people, like you've been targeting 13 hospitals in Gaza, and now you are crying rivers over one hospital that treats your soldiers.
That's what makes it so sad. It's like I don't think any hospital should be bombed, but they can't even see that. They can't even see from this terrible thing happened. And we feel outraged about it. This must be how they feel too. They don't have any empathy. But I don't know. Have you guys seen that Bill Burr skit?
They bomb hospitals because they're afraid. This is why they ban international investigators and journalists from entering into Gaza. Everything that could be a witness in all the crimes they committed inside of Gaza has been bombed and destroyed. They bombed courts, they bombed hospitals, they killed journalists. Everything that at some point after Palestine is free and Gaza is free can stand up against them as witness have been eliminated. Send in investigators, let them go in and show the world what's happening. They don't do that because it's the truth. These people are cowards. The only thing that scares them is the truth. Nothing else scares these people. And you see how they react when you spit facts and you tell them what's happening. You see, they panic. They go on panic mode. They can't handle it.
They didn't even want people to film Gaza from the sky or displaying things like viewing the military aid. They asked them to do not film anything. But some journalists from European channels, they filmed horror videos trying to show even if it's not an accurate picture of Gaza from the sky, but it was obvious that how people they were watching this picture I've seen. I don't know, I think it's published by Al Jazeera. The children, it's like the dark spots, the linear one, it's all of them are people, surrounded by sands from everywhere. And it's like, they are so concentrated there, there are hundreds of them, if not thousands. They think they are freaking out, even smoking. He asked him a lot of times, why don't you just allow journalists to get to Gaza? And he knows, it expensive that area because they don't want the world to see whatever has happened there. Over 200 journalists killed. That cannot be a coincidence. That cannot be a series of accidents. There are over 200. Today, target birds, the car, carrying 4 European humanitarian aid workers. It's a car
because the Israelis are like they intentionally killing. They are intentionally killing civilians.
Black Rabbit, come up on stage. Let's hear you. Instead of typing on the chat. Come up, Black Rabbit. He's looked at this guy, he's been very correct.
You guys are making me do something here. They said we want, you don't understand it, right? They can all come up, just I turn off the enemies. If a normal comes in and starts coming on, I'll turn off the enemies and go down because he's not even a piece of shit. You can't just stay in this place. And by the way, I'm normal. You said you don't allow people speaking bad about religion. I heard, from a friend of mine, he was in one of the movie Kurd or whatever the bitch is. And yeah, he was a Texas Islamophobic piece of shit, right? But you don't say anything on it. And I was in a shock when I heard from a friend of mine, he was in Europe. Isn't that disturbing? And here you are, I don't allow people to attack Islam and this and that. Yeah, I do. They were in Europe, by the way. One of my friends was in Europe. He texted me in the back channel. He said, literally, normal as a moderator. You have a son of a bitch. It's Israeli talking about Israeli cause. Where does Islam come into the picture? Why do you attack Islam? Just a son of a bitch. And it's your buddy called Alpha. He's a fucking Nation of Islam ex-scholar. If he has the balls, bring him in here. Take him in here. That son of a bitch. Yeah, he goes by the name of Alpha. He's actually a Kurd. He's an ex-Muslim.
Just really quickly, Robin, before you start, I will give you a warning that this room is being streamed currently on YouTube and Instagram. If you say anything filthy or disgusting, I will make you famous. You understand?
It's too late.
Do you understand?
It's too late.
Do you understand?
Too late.
Don't test me.
Too late.
I'll make her famous.
Too late.
Don't test me. I'll make her both you and the normal people, both of you famous.
Anyways,
Don't test me. Good.
the point is, if you look at my PTR, look behind me is the northern part of the Temple Mount. And this is exactly the exact corridor that IDF paratroopers ran through in 1967 to capture the Temple Mount. Right? Now, when those IDF soldiers were running through those corridors, the northern part of the right is called from the Lions Gates from that direction. When they were running through there, you realize this is a fulfillment of God's promise. They bring Israel back to the land after the diaspora. Right after the exile, he's going to bring us back in the land. So,
It's right. It's hilarious how you turn a political ideology into a mission. Seriously. So you are facing all the mission opportunities with your political statements.
no.
Yeah.
Where I'm standing at in that PTR, that's literally Jews have not been in the Temple Mount since 2,000 years, bro.
Yeah.
You think that's just by accident, bro? It's like 2,000 years.
Bro, there's a dog behind you.
2,000 years.
There's a dog behind you. What the fuck are you saying?
What I'm saying too is that you're witnessing
Are you saying a normal
It's a
was a
dog.
dog?
It's a dog.
Are you saying a normal was a dog? A normal was a dog? See?
Oh no, I'm not supposed to say that. That's the dog.
I thought it's much to be than a dog. I thought it sounds be harsh to dogs.
Either way, the point is just saying that we're witnessing God, and it may be hard to
asked you a fucking long time. You said you said one of your Gaza to be terrorist. You said animals are terrorists. Everything inside Gaza moves, whether not living things. Okay, I'll put the clip in the chat. You guys can listen.
Yeah, I'm refuting that. I think officials want to take Jews as a militarized society, but it's not anti-Palestinian.
So Israel is not a militarized society that they have like open the door drafting since they indoctrinated it from K to 12.
You can make that argument.
I can make that argument. Thank you for your capacity.
Yeah, no problem. But can you just saying that the power
Militarized society, though.
because the thing is, I live with 2 million Palestinians every day.
Nobody cares. Demonizing them or don't be scared. It's freaking wants that idea soldier just ground, they would freak out. It's not peaceful. They don't have the right to outside. They don't have the right to be there in the first place. They are an occupier aided by 80% of their weapons. Their fucking soldier is overloaded. Nothing is not American in this area. And American superpower just waiting for the balance of power to crush the fuck out of you. Manufacturing and engineering prophecies is not gonna fly on us. Even if all the fucking Jewish people, you are 44% of the Jewish people on the land of Palestine as we speak, after 80 years of occupation, trying to bring them up. What do you mean? Being the land of Palestine, that's what's been occupied, and you are practicing supremacy over the Palestinian people, the best people on this planet as we speak. They are setting the example, the model for every Muslim Arab on the planet. And it doesn't fucking matter. You know how many times we built cities after barbaric occupier comes in and destroy it? From the Mongols all the way to the Crusaders, we are exceptionally good at building. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us. Yeah, we don't allow anybody's worshiping us as a god. Only a one kind of God. We don't have freedom of religion on the outside of the masjid. That doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. You can instigate us as God, black or white, but we don't do that shit. I'm sorry.
Among this study, we've been talking about religious freedom. We've been denying the Palestinians to pray in their mosques and in Al-Aqsa.
Yeah, what do you expect?
And we've been attacking the Christians and spitting on them on Jerusalem. Are they Jews? And when I read some European churches, they were protesting this, that their humanitarian behavior. The guy said, well, it's a Jewish tradition to speak on, Christian nuns.
It's worship to be covered with machine guns and stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. When you're bringing the truth, that's what it is. Oh my God.
No, that's actually not what it is. It's supposed to be a peaceful place. No. When you're stealing something that is not yours, you try to protect it with guns.
Exactly. You feel unsafe because you know it's not yours.
You should never be safe with something that is not yours.
Something, you know. You are doing something nasty there. You don't feel safe. You feel like that, you know.
That's the criminal, the mafia mentality.
This is my mother's prophet. This is family prophet from the war and because of
I had a besties Irad working for your rats, so you don't even consider him a person. Happy now?
Let's ask here is a small situation. It's a big continent. As I look back on it, it was like really concerning. So we're walking towards like the western part of the Temple Mount, and it was a guy, Palestinian guy. He was sitting there and he was eating. He was like a young guy, like a real buff, big strong guy. And so the police told him to move, right? Because it was a group of us coming, and he just keep there to separate. You know, it's very hostile. Yeah, I'm like, so he is very team. I'll could be, I know it could be, you know, it's really short. It's just good. Right. He didn't move fast enough, and so eventually the grabbed him.
Yeah, you should be mad at him. He's working for you. I mean, he didn't do what he's supposed to do. You know what? I think it's really fun for everyone to finish his story. I'm pretty invested. Can we just end this really
So they remove, they physically pick him up and remove him. They didn't arrest him or anything. They just say you move now, move to. But they didn't move. So it turns out the guy walks further. I can tell that he's totally pissed. So he walks further, and it turns out he actually works for the block, but he didn't have his vest on, right? Because they have a specific vest. The guys who work for the block, they don't have the Jordanian type situation. So it turns out that those people, when they removed them, all the Jews start cheering. It was the most random thing you can imagine. See, like my camera phone, the front of my camera phone is like broken, so I can't get front shots. That's what the side, the shot you see is a selfie because my other camera works on the other side, the other lens, right? So I couldn't get that, you know, I would have been said, but they were cheering, and I realized that it's not going to be so easy to get the Palestinians off the Temple Mount. You know what I mean? Like it's not like they're like ingrained, and like the guy not wanting to move, and then the police having to physically take him off. It's going to have to like in a way be that in order to create, you know, that equality that we visualize in the Temple Mount.
You didn't say he didn't want to move though. You said he wasn't moving fast enough.
Seen that way, but I didn't hear the dialogue exactly, you know what I'm saying? If you're speaking to an Arabic, I was like, exactly. It was a discourse, and he did not move fast enough. Maybe in retrospect now, I think because he worked for the so I think they understand that we have to have equality on the Temple Mount, and the idea of Islamic dominance in the Middle East is not serving the people. We need to have an equal environment where Christians, Jews, Muslims, Kurds, Arabs, you know, can all live with freedoms of religion, and they can exchange goods and services and have a similar society that we see in America, you know, in terms of like different groups, different communities being able to apply.
Are you pushing people or pushing yourself? Speaking about equality. What kind of equality you are there all the day. You have more access to that area than anyone. You are basically dominating Jerusalem after because you literally kicked it out. Every Palestinian from there, you stole their houses, you stole their neighborhoods. Yeah. And it wasn't enough to attack Muslims, but no. The concern is the Christians now. You attacked, Christians doing pilgrimage to Jerusalem, to their church there.
So don't come to me here and get your last quality and you know, and play the tolerant card, okay? Yeah, we are Jews. You are not Jews, we are filth. You are a sickness on that horny man. You are raised. You are raised. Protect holy man. You've been kicked. You want to just hear yourself and have a day. I don't want to hear bullshit. So just listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. My God. Because you find it you find the condition of the Torah. You find the condition of the Torah. Don't
I thought that was. I mean, I'm not a Jew. Well, I'm not religiously Jewish, so I don't. I thought that was like a Jewish thing. I thought that because of like rabbinical teachings, the Jews were prohibited from praying on the Temple Mount. Like I thought it was like part of Judaism.
There's two parts. There's a Temple Mount that David built, and then there's a Temple Mount that Herod built. Right? So the Temple Mount that Herod expanded the Temple Mount exponentially, right? That during his reign, right? So the parts that they do belong are the parts where Herod built, which are the outskirts. So we don't go directly inside. That's why we don't go into the Dome of the Rock in that area. There's distributors that we don't know how. However, the issue was that we needed this what we call a red heifer, a certain type of a cow, and the ashes from that cow we use it to purify ourselves. So aspects.
So you need a cat to purify yourself. So
Ashes.
yes.
That's a Torah.
But hang on, the ashes that you burn, the red heifers. You cremate red heifers. Yeah. Hello. Are you there? Do you burn the red heifers? Do you burn the cat? Do you burn these red heifers? Can you hear me?
No, you slow. Yeah, I hear you.
I said, do you burn the red heifers? That's how you collect the ashes.
No, he needs to get like these steps.
No, hang on, skip you. Do you burn the red heifers? Like Rabbi?
No.
Then how do you collect the fucking ashes from where? For what?
Okay, so like say you slaughter a cow, right?
Yeah.
There's remains after you take all of the parts that are permitted to eat, right? So the remains, you burn the remains, right? You burn them.
So that's what I was saying. You burn the cow meat, you burn whatever the meat is. Whatever you burn. I mean, you don't burn it. It's not, we don't do that. But you burn it and then you collect the ashes and then you drop it in the Tel Aviv Kibbutz or what do you do? Because that's how the Hindus do it, right? If they, somebody dies, right? They cremate it and then they would put it in that little bottle or whatever, and then they would just let it flow on the Ganges River or whatever river they are. Is that how you do it?
Now, all that they're not going to happen. It's not that they gain. I'm talking about this one, the genetically modified freaking crazy red heifers. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about red heifers, but then why are you slaughtering red heifers? They have to transport red heifers from, they did that last time from Texas or somewhere. It cost,
genetically modified. Just like
it cost them a lot of money. It cost them a lot of money coming from Texas.
Yeah, but now we're able to mass produce them now.
So you have a male and a female red heifer. Like, right?
Everybody I know says it's a complete lie.
Okay, so you're denying the starvation. Okay, the reports that are coming out of the organization, you're denying the reports that are coming out of the organizations. Do you know the organization? Well, do you know the ICC case that actually happened? Do you know what report that they used? They used the U.S. aid. That's a U.S. organization run by the UN. They investigated the famine thing before it was given to ICC. ICC used it to prove that, that it's this guy's committing war crimes, and that's why they had the arrest warrant out. They use a U.S. agency. They didn't even use the Pacific agency. So if the U.S. agency says, do you believe the U.S., correct?
I trust.
Do you believe in Israeli sources? There's an organization called Koga. They're the one that coordinates the aid going into. Hold on. They're the one that coordinates the aid going into Gaza. And this, was it March 2nd or May 2nd? March 2nd, actually. March 2nd. The amount of aid that's going in completely dropped for at least 2-3 months. And you can even see that from Israeli sources.
Yeah, but the point is just like this: the red heifer,
Forget the red heifer. Are you denying the starvation reports?
President Trump sent an envoy directly to Gaza, and they said they investigate everything, including said there's absolutely no.
Trump did not investigate shit. He was in a small area.
How do you know reading?
I read the report. What's up, Shane?
I'm allowed to quote the defense minister.
Sure.
No food, no electricity, no water. No food, no electricity, no water. No food, no electricity, no water. Fuck the IDF.
There you go. So what did we say about the Yoav Galat? This statement coming from Yoav Galat, he was a former Israeli defense minister. Are you going to deny the defense minister's statement coming out of, are you going to deny that?
I would suspect his statements were politically motivated.
No. Such an asshole, like Rabbi, Mordecai, or Sharif Hassan, whatever the fuck.
I'm a good person.
I guess you're a good person. You're demonic.
I haven't met one pro-Israeli on this app that admits that Israel has anything to do with starving people.
Yeah, we're not sure.
No electricity, no water. That doesn't mean you're starving. No electricity, you're starving. No water. Yeah, that's not. No food.
My dad
No electricity.
67.
Let me just say this. So I received a message from a old friend of mine on this app, right? They don't know, these islands don't know him, right? He comes on and off like once in a blue moon. He was on here. He went into their space, I think it was today or yesterday. They did that little voting thing that you can do up there. They had a link up. It said, is the starvation is bullshit or this and that. It's a fake, it's made up. And majority of the Zionists, they voted for fucking it's bullshit. They're really starving Gaza. And that was, I can give you guys a name. One of them, another one, Baby, another one, Alpha, that son of a bitch, so piece of shit. And then another one was Harry Bozak, right? The son of a bitch. I think he's in Texas or somewhere. And who else? Daniel. And Daniel, right? And that friend of mine sent me a screenshot, and I was in a shock. I'm like, these motherfuckers, they come into the space all the time. They learn about they hear about the tactics, who was behind the GHM side. Literally, IDF confirmed they killed a bunch of people. And how do you fucking, come to this conclusion that there's no starvation? And this rabbi character, he's doing the same shit. He doesn't even think he's black. Yeah, you just go through identity crisis. You go through midlife crisis, not fucking identity. You're going through all kinds of crises. Identity crisis, midlife crisis, midlife crisis, everything, life crisis, all kinds of.
Okay, you're saying that because you believe people have to be in an exact way, and if they're not.
Your Twitter says something else about you.
What's that say?
It says there's no white supremacy.
There's not.
Okay. There you go. See, that's where he's going with the identity crisis. Okay, no problem.
No, it's not identity crisis. I just believe in God. I believe that God determines my destiny.
So if somebody goes on the streets of eternity and calls you the N-word, that's just God. Can I never call you the N-word?
I don't believe in there. I was told to Black Americans that there's some supreme power like man that can stop its destiny. Whatever God has destined for me, no man can stop me from that. Right? So when I say white supremacy does exist, I'm above it. Right? I'm with the Creator, and I answer directly to the Creator. I speak directly to the Creator, and the Creator manifests reality. So no, for me, white supremacy does not exist. No form of supremacy exists in this world. Only God's supremacy. Clear? Why white people have nothing to
Why did you lie?
You know you belong to the Rabbinic Judaism. You don't accept your God. Accept your rabbi. Not your God. Not for yourself. Not for yourself. No, you know rabbi. Believe me. You are a rabbi. You are a rabbi, and you have a rabbi above your rabbi. And it's just you have the rabbi. You have the rabbi of this act. You need that. It's just me.
It's like you go from like you. It just seems like you're ignoring reality, Black Rabbi. Just because you don't let other people affect you doesn't mean that there's not bad people out there. There's not people who think that they're above you, or you know what I mean. Like that's reality. That there are nasty people who do believe in white supremacy, and it kind of seems like you go from one extreme to the other. Like you say you're not black, but then you also go by the name black. But you have, Black Rabbi, you've come into this room and it's so confusing. Just a second ago you said there's no such thing as white supremacy. But you know that there's white supremacy.
I'm saying you're not white.
So you're on your forever.
You're not white. You're not white. He's not Asian. He's not African. He's all of these words.
So you're just on your forever.
I'm a man. I'm Adam.
Why do you call yourself the Black Rabbi? You just call yourself Rabbi.
Yeah.
Why?
But, bro, that makes you sound so cheap.
Yeah, that sounds like a comment
For you, that's not good. But you believe you have a degree because you went to some school and paid the money, and you sat in the classroom and you filled out some resume test, and you gave it back to them and they gave you a score and they said, hey, you're educated. Hey, I have a degree. You did eternal life. It's all a construct. It's made up too.
It's not made up. It's true, and they do make it up. So, I don't know what you're talking about.
You do exchange. You do exchanging money. It's just a way to keep track of exchange of goods and services. That's it.
So you're so biting working class worship for money. You're gonna make more money. No, you said I'm gonna make more money by putting black in front of it. So you don't care about even what you say. Okay, got it. So nothing he says matters. He doesn't even care.
You know, there's a famous story with Larry Ellison and Bill Gates, right? Larry Ellison tells a story. He says one day Bill Gates calls him in his office and he says, hey, Larry, I'm going to ask you a question. I said, okay. So something that's on the trade magazine, they used to have trade magazines in the computer industry. It was something he brought up, and Larry Ellison gave a complete rebuttal to it. They went back and forth, the whole thing. And Bill Gates in the middle comes and says, hey, Larry, I'm going to call you back. He said, I have to go to a meeting. We'll talk. He says Larry Ellison says he gets another call the same day, but at midnight. Bill Gates calls him back and says, hey, Larry, I thought about everything you said, and you were absolutely right, and you're brilliant, and blah, blah, blah. It's okay, we'll talk. And he said, Larry Ellison, when he got off the phone, he said, all the hair on his arm was straight. He said, why? He said, because he realized at that moment why Bill Gates was with Gates. Bill Gates doesn't care about his opinion. He just wants the right information to win, right? And so he just called Larry to get Larry's outlook, because he knew Larry knew more than he did about the situation. And Larry Ellison said from that point on, he never gave Bill Gates' opinion on anything ever again, right? So for me, I don't care, right? I just want to win, right? I just want to progress, right? And so that's what.
Yeah, but when we just like that, he said you're sold for the sake of that, and you don't have no values.
Like Rabbi, you're Bill Gates, and I'm Larry Ellison. I believe you're starving Palestinians.
You're starving Palestinians?
Yes. Take that gift I just gave you, bro.
sides.
No electricity, no water.
Yeah,
But what does that mean to you, by the way?
Yeah, but okay, so the thing is like
the Gazans food and water.
So you understand my perspective is a unique one, right? Because I
think Gazans food and water.
I just want to
It's
respond.
not unique. It's manipulative. It's double-faced.
I want to know.
Yes, it is. You're saying whatever it gets you through.
No, because I lived in what you call area two, in what you guys would call Palestine. I call Jerusalem, right?
You said you want to win, and your winning is on the bodies of the Palestinian bodies. That's your winning. That's how you think you're winning.
Let's be clear. So the Palestinians that I lived adjacent to are the ones who educated me about their challenges living as Palestinians in Israel. Not the Israelis, not Hezbollah, not anybody else. I was in a religious Jewish institution that had nothing to do with anything Zionist or anything to do with Zionism. These are Haredi. That's where I was at. I was in a Haredi neighborhood in Area 2 in Jerusalem. And my point is to say the Palestinian kids, the young kids in college educated me how Hamas, the PLO, Fatah, all these organizations do not represent them. These leaders are corrupt. They're profiting off of their
So it's not about corrupt. It's benefiting.
We're talking about a young black kid. We're talking about a young black kid from America.
Leaders. And go check your.
We're talking about a young black kid from America
They've
who
been
came to
asking
Israel and found out what's going on.
for the most part, all this year, they asking for the freaking government to fuck off. Fuck off. In the freaking war. That's what they've been saying for the last year. Alright?
All I'm saying is, I'm a young black kid from America who came to Israel and found out what happened from the Palestinians. Okay, I have Palestinian relatives. Okay, yes. My mom's brother married a Palestinian woman. I have Palestinian half black, I have Palestinian cousins, and their cousins also my cousins as well. So I'm invested in the success of the Palestinians, and because
how do you see their success?
I'm going to. First of all, the Palestinians who live in proper Israel are very successful.
Very successful.
Every hospital,
freaking drug infested. Look around. Police brutality in their neighborhood. You liar. You are liar. I cannot believe how much you can digest the amount of lies that you're spewing over here.
How much of Palestinians do
The Palestinians in the 48. Yes. Those are ghettoized. They are not allowed to go to certain places. Police brutality rampage. Freaking crime scene is abundant because of the way that they get ghettoized, just like Black American here. You're a fucking liar.
See, and that's one of the most offensive parts about this argument is how they want to connect the Palestinians.
It's constructed supremacy. It's systematic by the freaking government to put you down. Liar. It's systematically done. It's engineered. To be that way, to have that outcome. Stop the lies. Even in South Africa, it was constructed. It's systematically done by the government. They're in the rules. That's why it had to be dismissed.
Can we have a conversation with you?
No, because you lie. You never come here with what.
Let's get some new voices in there. We got Nubian here, and we got Episoji. Sorry, Benjamin, not today. You're just a fucking crackhead. Nubian, did you want to say something? Welcome, assalamu alaikum.
Listening to what he was saying, he said Palestinians in comparison to African Americans, Palestinians really surprised me. My question is, why is that?
Great question. So in 1967, when Israel defeated their enemies, the Russians came with certain Arab leaders and they designed a concept called a Palestinian People Resistance Movement. And the reason why they did that is because Israel was taking more territory. Now what they did was because they said, hey, we are a people and we are indigenous here, they went back to the United Nations and other court systems and then they said, hey, Palestine, and you'll see a Jewish star right next to it, right? On the soccer teams, different sports like this. So you can see that historically. So Palestine was a name, Palestinian was a name given to the Jews who lived there. That's why they excluded them. Right? So a lot of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Romans, they call them the Jews.
Right, so let's point
It's right after they conquered Jerusalem. That's what the Jews were.
Hold on, let me point something out. You said that the Greeks called the Jews Romans. My question is, how can that be? Like the story of David and Goliath, Jews on the outside of the region, they refer to Goliath, their enemy and opposition, as a Philistine. So how can someone else call
A convert Jew from California comes to Jerusalem and starts to define my identity as a Palestinian?
That's how it works. Because I'm American. That's how it works. The tides have turned. Anyways, but the point is,
you are the 30 defining my identity as a Palestinian.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you are, right?
So you have a settler colonial mentality. When you go to another place and you're defining another set of people, that is the very definition of settler colonialism. So you're a settler. You're a settler. You're a settler.
we're world powers.
No. You are a settler. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying we're the world power.
No, you just.
So by definition, I have to do that to anyone who disagrees with her.
And by definition, we have to resist the supervisor and try to subjugate us.
Very much.
We call it
That's true.
a terrorist threat clause. Like, you don't have the right.
You do have a right to resist.
Yes.
And resist who will.
Get the fuck out.
And resist who will.
But I don't think that's the reason.
With hands, with stones, with anything.
It always worked. Even if it took ages, it always
It will
worked.
work.
Look at the Algerian, look at the British, look at the Roman,
And everywhere America has
continue with your practice apartheid or genocide.
and everywhere the United States have gone back running with their tails between their legs. It takes only 20 years. Examples, Afghanistan, Iraq. Only 20 years, that's all it takes you. 20 years is the stomach you have for it. 20 years. And we're going to fight you till the last man standing. If we have to starve to do it, we will do so. Mark my words. We will do so. Come back to the answer. Right? So, you're correct, Black Rabbi, when you say that the word Palestine comes from Philistine, sure. But in the Bible, the story of David and Goliath is different from this.
There's the Philistines. That's a particular tribe.
Yeah, because it has a different
It's not particular tribes. It's not particular tribe because in Arabic, it's not Palestine, it's Palestine. And Philistines was a land there. And they were, they were the Semitic people living on that land from the ages of Canaan. They had, sorry, wait a moment. They had a land that runs from the southern coast of the occupied Palestine now until the Negev desert.
They keep lying.
So, they can slow down.
Yeah, it's like staying with words.
One second.
No, on the
One second. So, he said it doesn't come from that. Well, you're talking about land research. So it says here, people now known today as Palestinians did not always have that name because the word Palestine itself comes from Philistia, land of the Philistines, and was popularized by the Romans. So, the Palestinians, before the word Palestine, were Philistines. Now, we go into the Bible with the story of David and Goliath. We are aware, led by Nebuchadnezzar's son Moses, that the Israelites were coming out of Egypt, and they arrived to the region that they called the Promised Land. But they were afraid of a military force that was already there before they got there. According to the Bible, that force of people were called Philistines, led by a giant named Goliath, the Philistine. So, how can it not, I'm almost done, how can it not be indigenous to that region when in fact, even in the Bible, it's the same invalidating the Jews' titles of that land. It actually validates that the Jews were not in that land because they were in Egypt for 1,000 years.
I think this is like kind of like the little bit of the academic approach, and then we can go back and forth and say that like what you use like this. Hold on, see. Yeah, go on. When you look at the last 100 years in this region, Jews and Arabs have been fighting with each other. A lot of it had to do with the British creating conflicts between them. And not only that, the British carved out a partition that they knew was going to lead to conflict between the two people. And the same thing you see the British do in Nigeria and other places, in Africa, where they carved out territory to have competing people fight with each other. So
I know the same British that gave you the right to go there and make a homeland anyway. Are those the same British?
Let's let me finish the point.
Yeah, because it wasn't. It was a minority. How much is the
It's gonna go all over the place. I want to stick to one point at a time. Let him finish, and then we can pass the mic around to you.
Can I say something after he finishes?
So the point is the same. So the last 100 years, there has been tremendous fighting, Jewish gangs, Arab militias, back and forth. I'm not saying one didn't do right. Both, you could argue at different points were wrong, right? So I'm just speaking as an American right now, right? So if you look at the history and say, okay, maybe the Jews were wrong here, maybe the Arabs were wrong here, whatever, you can say that. You can go back and forth, maybe they're right, who knows? But the point is saying that existed. So when 1948 happened and the Jews received that land from the United Nations, they already had a pre-existing militaristic relationship with their neighboring Arabs. So when you see the checkpoints, you see that this is not apartheid. This is one population dealing with another population they've been at war with 30, 40 years prior to even establishing the state. Bloodshed has happened on both sides. Right?
They didn't have relations. So what are you on about? Stop lying. They didn't have any relations.
No, look, I think please let me finish. Just let me finish.
So when you see the relationship,
Can you finish? Can you round up, please?
So when you see the relationship that Israel has with its neighbors, is because of a pre-existing militarized conflict relationship they already had. So when you compare it to the African American struggle, we never picked up arms and we never went and wanted to kill white people and mass them and take over property and bomb and kill children. We never even thought this way, right? We were actually really subjugated. The same thing goes for the blacks in South Africa. This in Palestine is a militarized society fighting.
That's another
Are you done?
And that's all this
Land your blame, Grandpa. We gotta give it to it.
I learned it.
Okay, go on now.
Okay. So first things first. This what you just said is very laughable. The first word calling someone a terrorist was the British when the Jerusalem Hotel was bombed and that killed over 100 members of the British Army in Jerusalem. That was the first time that term was used in that space. There was never a time that the Arabs and the Jews at that time went at loggerheads and they were killing themselves. There is no documented history of that. So that is a factual lie. Two, the reason why I find everything you said here very laughable is the fact that in the 1980s, the Israeli archives were opened. And as a result of that, a book which documents everything that was done by the Haggadah and the Irgun, those were armed militias that then subsequently became the IDF, did in 1948 the extermination, the ethnic cleansing of that place called Palestine, that was then subsequently voted upon at the United Nations based on the Balfour Declaration of 1917 to make that place the state of Israel, led by the British and the United States. It's all
people are there from Egypt and Jordan.
We just allow this thing to be as intellectual as possible. All this screaming. Let him finish and then let's have a conversation about something relevant.
You have to ask yourself, why is it? Anyways, so the point is, okay, is to say that this population of people, right, was already militarized and weaponized, right? And that's what the relationship was between the Jews and between the Arabs from 30 years, 40 years prior to 1948, right? And so that has to be understood to understand that what was the context that was started in 1948, because what they say, oh, well, Israel's occupying Palestine. You're like, well, wait, that sounds really cool, right? Like, it just really seems like you're occupying. No, but the Jews had certain properties that was given to the land, was given to them by the United Nations, via the British, right? Via Turkey, via the Ottoman Empire, right? So that's how we got here, right? So they distributed the property. Israel took care of, said, no, you guys don't have a right to distribute the property, right? So it's no, please, it's not me finish.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question.
Well, it's not me finish. That's not good. The point is saying, so the Arabs said to the United Nations, they said, hey, you guys don't have a right. You guys don't have a right to issue the property to begin with. So the Jews say, yes, you do. And they took it, right? And that was it. And that created the context of a bordered state called Israel in territory that would later be known as Palestine, right? And so that has to be understood, because if you think that Israel just came and a bunch of white Europeans came with guns and just started beating the innocent Arabs like the American Indians were beaten by the white Europeans, if you want to create that picture, the person in America who sees that frame of reference of the white European settlers killing the American Indians and giving them smallpox and all types of things, that's what we visualize when we hear that narrative. But that's not the case. But Islam has a different understanding of property and land than we do in the West. This is important. It's important to understand, because the way that Muslims the way Muslims understand conquest, when Muslim conquers land, it's considered Muslim land, right? And anybody, no, it doesn't, because that's why the Arabs reject.
This has nothing to do with religion.
That's the it's the. Can I finish? I can't talk. Look at all you guys have to jump in. All you guys have to jump in.
You cannot picture us.
No, you guys, as we three whole people. I didn't do that. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. I'll land my plane in 20 seconds. So the point is like this again. The bottom line is the same, that there's a whole construct of predicament situations or whatever. And so there's narratives that are being expressed in the United States that are playing on certain empathetic experiences that American history has had, right? And so we look at it as these people. Now, there is an occupation in the West Bank, right? In the West Bank, there is an occupation. There are Israeli forces, and everyone in the United States condemns it. Israel has admitted there's occupation in the West Bank. There's settlers. That is an issue. But Israel itself is not an occupation. You see what I'm saying? And there's 2 million Arab Israelis. 2 million Israeli Arabs that 2 million that are living in Israeli society, going to school, going to work, any hospital you go to. Any hospital you go to, you're going to see Muslim doctors, schools, Muslim professors, lawyers, everything. So it's just.
So Black Rabbi, you're making a bunch of false hypotheses. Okay, if you want to go ahead and talk about the UN and how Israel came to be, let's put it in this example, right? Let's say Israel decides that they want a Jewish state within the United States, right? Because the land was promised to them 15,000 years ago or whatever, right? And they take all of New York. And then they do exactly the same event
just let me. Two people want. I think.
No, you said no one addressed it. I addressed everything.
Okay, so let me at least hear.
Are you revising this entire conversation?
No, what I'm saying to you is very simple. The point is saying the Palestinian people are a social construct, right? We all agree on that.
How is that a social construct? Explain to me social construct.
Okay, yeah. So when I say a social construct, is that there was a need to have a certain identity of the presence of a people that were a mixture of different people in that region, right?
No,
Jordanians,
that's not.
Egyptians, of course they were. So do you say Palestinians don't have Egyptian passports?
Okay.
Or Jordanian passports? I'm just saying.
I want to ask you something. Before World War I, what country was there that also had the Palestinian land? What country was there?
It was under the control of the British.
No, it was under the control of the Ottoman Empire before World War I. Basic knowledge. Before World War I.
All right.
The Ottoman Empire was there. The Ottoman Empire has always that right? Even in Rome, so the point was the Ottoman Empire fell, right? They were known as Area Palestina, they were known as Palestina, they was known as Palestine, right? They have always been known in that region as that in many various documents, right? They have always held that position. Now, if you want to talk about passports, here's where I don't go into the passport conversation because I can easily go to the fact that there is African people with American passports. There are African people with UK passports. There are Indian people with I don't know Russian passports.
So, I can quote you Arab writers that wrote about going to bed Jordanian and waking up Palestinian. I'm not making this up.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying to you is that the Palestinian resistance movement, as we know it, right, which is largely Arab and Muslim, that was created in 1967.
They were largely Arab. Okay.
I'm saying the
Now,
resistance.
again, I don't understand where you're trying to bring a religious element into this. I wasn't bringing a religious element into this. This is not bringing the
Because that's what it was created.
We're talking about the people there, right? No, it wasn't, right? You and I.
So it wasn't.
So
Russians didn't.
I mean, we can up with this revisionist bullshit is what I don't understand. Because I haven't even pointed out to you, I haven't even told you, right? We even understand that there was a ethnic cleansing of that area, right? With that being said, no one was welcome to become Palestinian. That's not what happened. They have always been there. That makes no sense. Okay, so with your same argument, if a bunch of Israelis decide to wake up and say they were Palestinians and then retook that land, does that make sense?
Yeah, but these things have been the Jews have the land because it was issued by the United Nations.
It doesn't matter what the United Nations do.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. So,
Yes, it does.
what's your favorite example?
The United Nations said they gave the property.
Okay, Barbara.
And they acknowledged the sovereignty.
I want you to answer this.
Who was there first in Palestine and Philistine and Philippine and the property was given to the Jews by the nations. Okay, so that's the point.
I'm going to ask you there is one question here. You have to answer it honestly. If the UN tomorrow, no, you have to. If the UN tomorrow went ahead and said, you know what, 50% of America does not belong to the Americans anymore. It belongs to, I don't know, Indians, because all of a sudden the Indians went ahead and said that 5,000 years ago, one statue thought that they had promised them the land of America, right? And the UN does that, right? Is that right or wrong? No, stop. Just a second ago, and everything all talking about.
Stop. The property, the British conquered the land from the Turks. The Turks conquered the land from the Ottomans. Right? So wait. So let me make the point. So let me make the point. So the British gave the property to the United Nations to allocate it. There's no equivalent. There's no equivalent.
with.
If the United Nations came and said America goes to the Indians, what would you do? I said, what are you talking about? You see, they cannot, they're not even at my level.
Stop it. Stop. Wait. Question for you. Okay. You said that okay, Israel was established by the United Nations, right? So you recognize, the legitimacy of any orders, any, recognition from the United Nations. Right? Do you or not? Do you recognize? You said Israel is there because it was recognized, established by the United Nations.
No, the property was issued to the Jews by the
UN.
Yeah, from the
British. Okay. Okay, that's what I
the land I'm on right now.
Yeah, the land bullshit. No. Listen to me.
With the
So
people
the United Nations on countless documents and on a countless moment, they said that the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza, they don't belong to you. So get the hell out of there. You are illegally occupying Palestinian land. This is the UN. The ICJ, they ruled that the West Bank and the Eastern Jerusalem are not Israeli land. It's an illegally occupied Palestinian land. Yeah. So, and the United Nations Security Council, on their resolution number 2334 on December 2016, they voted with no opposition to this resolution. It's completely illegal. It's an illegal occupation. Yeah. So if you're gonna obey, it's gone.
Yeah, because he gets pissed off whenever he gets
When he gets caught, that's what he does. That's what he does. I was actually going to ask him, since you said the British gave the land to you via the United Nations, if the same British came back today and said, you know what, we're going to split the land we gave to you the other time into two, what are you going to do?
I just said to you, I think I just got back. The British actually decided not to give them a land. You can go read the white papers, which was issued.
I know.
You can read the Peel Commission report because they saw these people as a threat. That was, after the Arab Revolt, right? They decided not to give these people a state, and that's why they approached Hitler to get rid of the British mandate. And Hitler said, "No, I'm not going to help you." So, UN partition plan. Yeah, Ilan Baqir wrote it in his Israeli historian, and Benny Morris said it as well. I think cleansing did happen in 1947. 48. Yeah, Avi Shalem as well. That's another historian. The UN report says it as well that they went from one village to another to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians and forced them out and did a whole bunch of and raping their little girls or whatever. They called it Israel, and after they called it Israel in 48, they went to war. The Arab side of army, they weren't prepared. They didn't even have the proper uniform, and some of these people were resisting. And after they won the so-called war, right in late 1948, you had the UN mediator coming around to mediate the situation between the Jews and the Arabs, and he wanted to mediate the situation, but it turned out, he wrote a whole bunch of reports, whatever. He was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by the Jewish militia again. So it was done by force. In 1947, who was on the UN partition plan? One of the countries was U.S. The U.S. president was Harry S. Truman. He received letter bombs, 1 million postcards, and there was a lot of pressure if you read up on it. And the daughter, she wrote it in her book that received letter bombs. These were the same letter bombs that the Start gang, the Jewish militia gang, sent it to the British mandate leader. And Palestine. And that's how the U.S. was the first country to recognize the fucking disgusting Zionist entity called Israel. Anybody want to come up? Since you invite, I think we have Pajman, idiot.
Amir, take it easy, man. Take it easy.
What's up? Okay.
What goes wrong with this conversation is we can't have a one-on-one intellectual ISO. And that's the problem. So when everyone has a point, one, controlling composure is key. Two, having that one-on-one intellectual ISO is where you can tear them apart. But when the emotions in the room, and then Z gets to screaming, and then everyone has an opinion, then it's like hunting a deer. Then you scare the deer off, and you don't get the kill. So I already had him in the kill box. I don't do the whole what the British did bullshit. I focus on what they focus on, which is the scripture. And in their scripture, it clearly states that they were not the indigenous people. I was going to go to even the origins of the word Canaan. The origins of the word Canaan for the land of Canaanites doesn't even come from the region. The Canaanite name comes from the Iraq, right? The Iraqi people, who at that time were called Assyrians, called the land Canaan or Hananu. And this word is based upon purple. It means purple dye, because the people of that region were merchants and traders, and they used to sell purple textiles. So they refer to them as Hananu, which means purple textile, and it became Canaanite. Also, the person we attribute Israelite culture to, the man Israel, whose name is Jacob, is also not a Canaanite. He's from southern Turkey. So even Ibrahim, Nabi Ibrahim is also not a Canaanite. He's from Chaldea, which is modern day Iraq. So everyone that they would attribute indigenous claim to, from the prophet all the way to Israel or Jacob himself, none of these historical individuals, even Nabi Musa, is not from the region. So that's what I want to talk about, because he said that it's not a country. And by his definition, a country is a people with recognized borders. The name Palestine was being used for 400 years during the Ottoman Empire. Now, the Ottomans did have three city-states. They had Jerusalem, and they called them Sujets, where it was three major regions: Jerusalem, Gaza, and one other. And that's how they divided the area. However, the population of Jews in the region was less than 5%. So it was majority Christian and Muslims that lived in the region. Once the Ottoman Empire collapsed, then normally throughout every other Ottoman territory, the people who were indigenous to the region became a country. So to say the Palestinians are not a country, they're a nation of people. They have a massive population. And the other thing that you can determine is, do you have a government, or do you have a governing body? Yes, the Ottomans had governors in every single region in Palestine, which was three key regions, including Gaza. Once the Ottoman governors collapsed and they migrated back to Turkey or died, then the Palestinians, what they did is they simply fulfilled that role. So they created their own governing system, which they refer to as all Arab tribes. That's a shift. So they employed a shift. But this got totally overridden when the British came in to become the imperial stance. The stance was never, the Palestinians was taken, was never against Jews, because the Palestinians didn't view the Jews as a threat or opposition at the time. Their threat was against imperialism. So Black Rabbi was correct when he said that they were against westernization. Yes, they were, because they had just came out of an imperial system and they didn't want to go back in. They were expecting their independence. And then they got
He doesn't, this modern state, he doesn't believe the way it was created. He said we're not supposed to have a state until Mashiach comes in. Right? But there's no point of using this argument against him, because he's one of those guys that doesn't believe this, the way this was created. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of these people around, they're just fucking confused. And he said, just because now we have a state, that this is why we have somebody in the government, because we want to make sure that, the rules of the law is applied by the halakha, right? So that's what it is. It's nothing to do with, he doesn't agree with the state, the way the state was created. He's not supposed to have a state. You see what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is these people,
But by his own definition, once he defined the country, which is why I allowed him to do so, that he already, his definition of a country, like Palestine's already classified the country, when he said land, leadership, and people, well, they already had all those things before 1948. That was my point. And then he said they had no indigenous right. They're actually, as the Israelis have no indigenous right. He said
he will be back, brother. He has no self-respect. He keeps coming back. He's just a punching bag, man. Don't worry. When he comes in, I'll ping you in, and he could have a one-on-one conversation with him. But, the conversation doesn't go anywhere. He comes back the next day, he starts the same shit again. And he's been doing it for the past, I try to give him, the benefit of the doubt. He's from Los Angeles. I told him, come back to Los Angeles. I'll pick you up, take you to the Arabic restaurant. You can eat whatever the fuck you want to eat, and I'll drop you off back home. The only condition I have, you can't go back to fucking Israel. Because you live on a slaughter land. This guy goes, no, it's my land, it's this, that, and he doesn't even have his ready passport. But he's going to be back. He always comes back. And he gets abused, and people curse him out. He still keeps coming back. And if you watch the clip in the chat, he believes when you're in Gaza, everybody in Gaza is a terrorist, including animals, including trees, everything. Newborn, everybody's a terrorist. And he doesn't believe that the Gaza is part of the West Bank. Gaza is Gaza, West Bank is Judean scenario.
Also, Nubian, all the points that you brought up, like it's not just me, but other people have brought up the same points with it. And we've debated him on every single one of these topics. This guy's just a dumbass who goes ahead and just parrots the same shit he hears probably, I don't know, from some guy whispering into his ear while he's getting smashed, like masochist he is, right? So, again, to all of your points, we want him to every single one of these points. He goes ahead and he's recording it like Albert says. The reason why I held him to the standard that he kept till this very day is you have to also, I'm pretty sure you're new to this, but I hold him to half of the shit he says in Israel because I have Israeli friends who volunteer with us and everything, and they hear half the shit he says, they know who he is, and they always give me the up and up on what he's talking about. So, for example, today when he was talking with, I think he was talking about Huckabee today, he was talking about how it's a religious war and how it's against the Muslims and how it's against the Muslims and the Jews and how the UN made sure that the Jews and the Muslims fought with each other and bullshit like that. And many people corrected him on that, but he was not letting up on it. He's some weird shit as well in that whole meeting with Huckabee too. So it's like, it is what it is. The guy's a dumbass, and even the other Israelis know he's a dumbass. My point is, I just like to think, I just like the person to leave. I can't hear you. What? Say that again? I just like to, I like the one on the house. I want the person to leave going in. Listen, you said you like the one when you're nice way to talk. I said, I like the person to know that they are a dumbass when they're leaving versus thinking they left knowing some shit. That's the difference. So that's why I want to love them nice, but it's fine. Trust me, we've done dialogue where he knows he's a dumbass leaving. Everyone that calls him a dumbass, even in Israel. I genuinely woke up from this shit. I can't believe it. I got black by the last number. How are you guys doing? Hey, what's up? What's up, Lena? Lisa, everybody, welcome. Right, and yesterday was trying to make a decision whether to order or whatnot. It was early in the morning. I would say probably 4 o'clock in California, 3 o'clock. And he was
is they're trying to decide what to order. And I'm like, wow, if it's not here, so what do we do? But I think General offered him to use the ChatGPT, and I guess the brother used, I think, ChatGPT. Anyways,
ChatGPT for what?
we'll find out what to eat.
We're using ChatGPT for that now.
We can ChatGPT for everything, man.
Yes.
Do you not know that people use ChatGPT for the pickup lines, for how to flirt with women, how to eat healthy food?
Wait, hold on. Use ChatGPT for that? Hold on.
I use it. Don't use it. It's a computer, man. You use ChatGPT for everything, brother.
How to pick up women. I want to see what it says.
You know what I put in ChatGPT that violated the TOS? I wrote, can you give me the latest gang rape case in India? It gave me the data and then it just erased everything. It said, oh, it violates the TOS. Because I was actually talking to somebody from India and I was trying to tackle the gang rape thing, how it's a gang rape culture. I wanted to see what's the latest case.
I'll tell you what's going on. So there was a 15-year-old girl who fainted at her school. So she was being treated.
Yeah, in the medical, I heard about the ambulance. Yeah, got there. I was about to help her, man. I mean, it's sickening, But anyways, what you been up to, Layla? Would you like to tell us what you been up to? Nothing?
Nothing, I mean, just
Not driving anywhere? You're not going to go pick up some stuff from 7-Eleven?
no, it's 12.
Candy, chips. 7 was open 24/7.
No, I'm not going to there right now. I want to go to the house though. Yeah, I wanted to my friends to chill. And that's one place where I think you can confidently go and you will find designers.
Have you been to Mandalay?
Isn't that in NorCal?
No, it's in SoCal, but you have to drive about 30 miles, and from your place, I would say it's about 30 miles.
I might never consider that, but I know that there's a Blue-Con in NorCal. I know there's a Blue-Con in like, I think it's San Francisco. I don't know.
Yeah, it's about 30 miles. They opened it about, I think, a few years ago. It's pretty good. It's barbecue, everything's barbecued, and then you got the naan and whatnot. You can get all of that good stuff. And it actually fills you up, I mean, even the prices are not bad. They're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll probably go with my friends or something.
Yeah, check it out. Or if Free comes back in town.
Oh my god, stop.
Yeah, you're
Just kidding. Oh my god.
He's so weird. He doesn't come up when I'm on here.
I want you to wave. Click on top right.
No. Such a flirt. Who knows how many other girls he's talking to?
Maybe you should engage with them first.
No, I'm okay. If he wants to talk to other girls, he can talk to other girls. It's fine.
You jealous?
No, I don't chase. My name is Layla, bro. I don't chase.
Anyways, I think we have the I don't know if you guys heard about the testimony from the hostage that they called him a scammer because apparently he wants to expand this war plan or whatever he's trying to do in Gaza. This filthy dog called Netanyahu. And there's people, there's a guy that opened up, I think, a YouTube channel saying that I'm a Shia streamer cell, and he's live streams my rooms because he's low-life and doesn't have any, anything to do with his real life. He goes just, he's got about 130, 40 sitting in the audience right now as we speak, on the aliens, and in the audience, son of a bitch, can't even kick it, this is the feature that they came up with, chat club.
So, to that point,
those days are gone when, people would be like, okay, they're just the Zionists. No. Even the regular people, I think they started calling them Nazis. You're killing, slapping them, beating, doing a bunch of crazy shit. It's just, it ain't gonna get you.
Where's the mentally ill convert rabbi? Did he leave?
He left. He got cornered by 4 or 5 people. Everybody likes to get in the middle. I think Logan is right. Have to do one person at a time so that they can engage and cook the shit out of it.
Yeah, but honestly, I hate his revisionist bullshit because every time we have a conversation, at least me and him, he just rewrites everything he concedes on and then starts the same bullshit again. It's crazy.
Just mind-boggling when you think about a mentally ill convert from California comes to Jerusalem and tries to define my identity as a Palestinian. He tells me I'm something else, or I'm not who I am. You find that ironic?
No, I genuinely find it ironic, but I also find it puzzling from him. Because one of the things he said, what did he say? Oh, if you look at how the black people were when they were enslaved, right? They never once had a violent uprising. And I'm like, bro, do you not know about the Turner Rebellion? The other rebellions that came up were like a bunch of white people were killed just for the fact that they were enslaving black people. Like, what are you talking about? And then the guy gets stuck locked up and that, and he doesn't have anything to say for it. Like, it's just stupidity from his own mouth.
I'm sure he lived through the LA riots, the Chicago riots, the Philadelphia riots.
It doesn't count for him because he doesn't identify as being black anymore. All of a sudden, from revisionist history, he revised something.
He's not black. I know he's Scandinavian.
Bro, he's like Uncle Ruckus, but like in a very unfunny way. Bro, but envy of yours going haywire, apparently.
Uneasy enough.
Yeah. I'm confused though about this one article. It says Ben Gavir says he prayed at Al-Aqsa Mosque, right? But while reading the article and then reading another article, let me find the other article as well. He was talking about like destroying the entire Al-Aqsa Mosque as it was like not befitting for the Jewish people to pray at or some shit like that. So now I'm just kind of confused. Why did he even pray there to begin with? If that's what he thinks. Yeah, here it says, Ben Gavir prayed for Israel's victory over Hamas and the return of the Israeli hostages at Al-Aqsa Mosque compound and challenged the existing ruling around the sensitive site. But then it goes ahead and says that it's unbefitting for a Jew to pray there. It's so confusing.
It is.
So there was a big demonstration in Australia in support of Palestine, and Assange was there.
Yep, Julian Assange was there. That's what we had somebody in here. A different. We had later in here. She's from Australia, and she said Julian Assange was there. It was the biggest one. They got a permission from Australian government. I think they 300 of them showed up at the protest.
Sorry, who's Julian Assange again?
Julian Assange was the CEO of the WikiLeaks, and he leaked apparently some U.S. documents over time, and he did his time, right? And now he's back. He's back out.
here's this. Trump states, my people are starting to hate Israel. As the one prominent Jewish donors, the U.S. President Donald Trump recently warned Jewish campaign donors that his MAGA base was beginning to turn on Israel. The Financial Times reports, my people are starting to hate Israel. Trump is quoted as having told the unnamed donors recently, citing the Mideast expert. Mideast expert. That's interesting. Also a name with contact inside the Trump administration. The report describes the donor as prominent. But yeah, this is coming directly from Times of Israel that's reporting on this. But they don't say anything. I'm surprised they're not giving names here.
Yeah, I think it might just be a report copied from another news article. That's what they've been doing. They copy stuff from other articles, right? And then they'll post it to Israel. They'll be like, yeah, this was reported from this article or that article. I'll give you examples. So there was one article that relates to how they were, targeting 20 or 50 civilians, right? Per suspected Hamas. It was even though it was the IDF commander's testimony, he confirmed it. It was reported in the New York Times, and Times of Israel picked up that news and they wrote it in their article. According to New York Times, it was confirmed by the IDF. You see what I'm saying? So they copied and pasted.
That's interesting.
So they do that sometimes, and I kind of like the Times of Israel sometimes. It's good. It helps our narrative. The truth. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's bullshit. You have to check the other sources to make sure where's the truth, where's the lie.
No, but Haaretz has been more like consistent on its was it?
Yeah. Haaretz, one thing I like about that is they actually call it bullshit a bullshit. And there's how they keep, so this one Zionist narrative they always bring up. This is the talking point for the West Bank. That how come, you have Mahmoud Abbas, they have a martyr fund, people that die. Why do they have this account? Why do they have this fund? Right? They always bring up this bullshit. And it was posted in the Haaretz that, it's murders on both sides. The IDF on the other side, they call them murders as well, even if there's fucking war criminals. And there's murders on the other side as well. And the Haaretz publisher, he goes, I'm fed up with the murders on both sides. And one of the publishers even was, mocking the dead IDF soldiers, and they even tried to charge it down. He's really going to try to cooperate. Oh my God. I read this report, I think last week. Haaretz is a pretty good newspaper.
Yeah, I'm surprised they are though, because I've been a fan of a lot of the things you've been writing so far and the partiality of them. I was not expecting it.
Yeah. Jendip, I got a question for you. Are you there, Jendip?
Yeah, I'm here listening.
You know how they divided the Palestinians, right? Like some live inside Israel, some live in the West Bank, some live in Gaza. So what do you think about some that live inside some of the villages in the West Bank that have Israeli passport, and some live inside Israel? They think a little bit differently, right? Because they have the privilege to go across the checkpoints without getting checked, whatever. And
There are very, very, very few people who live in this bank who hold Israeli citizenship. There's almost none actually. Palestinians who live in Israel in pre-1948, so in the state of Israel now, who hold Israeli citizenship.
No, but do you call some of them traitors, Jendip? Some of them, right? They live in
Not really. You're talking about like two generations, 75 years, who have been basically. See, the Israelis did like you said, mentioned, they subdivided the Palestinians into many different. So we live in the West Bank, we live in Israeli proper, we live in refugee camps, and we live in the diaspora in every other country. So we are a nation that has been dispersed around Muslims and some of them are Christians, and they're scattered in many towns that are still behind. They're still that were not demolished when Israel was established.
No, but what do we do about the Palestinians? They like to stand with Israel. What do we do about Turkey?
Yeah, I mean there are a few of them. I'm sure you'll see someone who is the mouthpiece of Israel. But you need not pay attention to those are very very small number of people who are literally paid or they are part of the Israeli system. They just became a part of this country. I mean, if you it's a very natural process in terms of you are a resident of a country, become an Israeli. So and they refer to them as Israeli Arabs. They refuse to refer to them as Palestinians. But once you meet them and you talk to them and you know who they are, you know they're Palestinians. I mean, I know them. I know some of them. Some of my friends, some of them I'm related to. I'm a Palestinian who lives in the West Bank, and those people live in Haifa or live in the north, Galilee, but there are some who work for the state. I'm sure a couple will serve in the army. And to get ahead in Israel, if you want to get a government job or a job in general, you have to be serve in, become serve in the military service. But the vast majority of them don't, and they still hold on to their identity as Palestinians. There are a few members of the Israeli parliament, or the what is called the Knesset, who are Arabs. Maybe is some person I know. If you want to follow someone in Israeli Arab, so a Palestinian who lives in Israel, who's a member of parliament, you can follow him and see what he says and what he talks about. So he's a Palestinian Arab. He's just a Palestinian, happen to be living in Israel proper and ran for a seat and he won. Yes, you might see some characters who are active, online. Like I know this that guy, for instance, who was about defending Israel, defending its actions, and so on. But they do enjoy some sort of, of course, in terms of economic conditions, they are at an advantage because they live within the state of Israel. They make good money, they work hard, they run companies, and they'll tell you open up as a judge, that kind of stuff. So, and you're talking about what 70, 80 years now. 80s they've been under, living within this state for 80 years. So you're talking about a generation, 2 generations. Am I gonna call them traitors? No, they just refused to leave. They were not ethnically cleansed like the rest of the Palestinians. They stayed behind.
No, I'm saying traitors as in a sense where they serve in the IDF, they serve in the police.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, some of them do. I mean, the Bedouins in the south, like people from our Bedouins, they go serve in the south. I mean, it's a lucrative job if you serve in the army. Yeah, but the vast majority of them are still Palestinians, and that's hard. Some of them are traitors. Yeah, you can call them a traitor, but it's like you moving to America and become an American. You were not born in America, but you're an American, right? You become part of.
No, I don't love any country because I'm a nationalist.
I'm just saying that people who move to America, they become American citizens in a few years, and they salute the American flag, so they become part of this country.
Shit.
Well, some of them do. You pledge allegiance to your country, right? To your flag, you're an American. Even if you're not born in America, you become an American. No?
Yeah, but not out of my own choice.
Right. Yeah, well, those people have no choice either.
Yeah, that's true. No, I hear you, but is it true? So, is it true that in 1947 and 48, one second. He's still not back.
Sorry, what was that again?
What's going on?
Hold on. Who's this talking? I don't know whoever you are.
I am EMI. That's a Muslim.
It's not a sad thing.
You'll see.
did they really in 1947, 48 when they were ethnically cleansing Palestinians, the leftovers, the people, they did try to control the 20%. They wanted to keep it under 20%, right? And they were kicking out the rest of them. And
they were ruled by military decrees, and so they were confined to their towns and cities. And Israel has been engaging in population engineering for many years. Now, yes, their numbers. Sometimes they threaten to get rid of them or deport them. In the 80s and 90s, they were threatening to be ethnically cleansed. Israel does control the population registry of the Palestinians everywhere, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip and all those places. And yes, their numbers are still within the 20% mark rate. It's very hard for them to do family, like, you can be an Israeli citizen of a Palestinian stock and you have, a relative living in Lebanon or a cousin who lives in Lebanon. So the family unification thing, you can't bring anybody in, even if an Israeli citizen marries a Palestinian woman from the West Bank. It's very hard for this Israeli citizen to bring in his wife or her husband into Israeli proper, gain citizenship of the country. So Israel has always been engaged in demographic population control. They had so many laws in the past, and they're still to this day. If you're a Palestinian from Jerusalem and you leave Jerusalem for 6 months or a year or something, you lose your right to go back to that city. If they find out that you own a property outside Jerusalem, for instance, you will lose your right as a resident of the city to be in the city. You can't build; it's impossible to be permanent to build a house or to. It's also very hard for Palestinians or Palestinians or Israeli citizens to buy property anywhere they want. It's very hard. So you find towns that are majority Arab. So there are so many laws in place to restrict growth. There's not one single Palestinian town or city that has been built since the creation of the state of Israel. Not one. Settlements, Israel built settlements everywhere, but it's impossible for an Arab population to go establish another town and so on and so forth. And of course, their lands and their homes have been taken over by Israel and Jews from Europe. The story of the Palestinians. Basically, when Israel was established, they literally dynamited and destroyed about 550 towns and villages. The remnants of which you can still see to this day. They took over every house. People still hold keys to their homes. That have been occupied by Jewish immigrants from Europe. Literally, people can drive in front of the house they lived in when they grew up in, and they will find a family from Brooklyn living in the house. So the whole state was established the destruction of Palestinians as a cohesive nation of Palestinians. That's why they deny the existence of the Palestinians. So they create this huge narrative saying, "Oh, what are you talking about? It's a land. It's an empty land. It's a vacant land. It was a vacant land for people to go land." It's like they came and they just found no one and they just created the state. This big, huge lie. I basically the joke among these houses, like those Zionists came and took over a fully furnished house, a fully furnished house. They just moved into it and they destroyed the local people. And they lied to the world and we were attacked, but we didn't do anything wrong. We're Jews. We don't do anything wrong. They only stole the whole fucking country and they're still robbing more places. They're still robbing other places. They're robbing America blind as we speak. Anyway, this is I can go on for this Zionist enterprise. The Zionist enterprise, it's a criminal enterprise. And I view Israel as a danger to world peace, to the region, to America. Once it's gone, I think the world would be a much better, safer place.
I think so as well. It's just that in the Middle East, it's creating problems and then giving weapons to African countries as well, and non-African countries to kill each other. And it's just like it's getting in the way, and it's even to Americans, it has become a liability. And it's the type of liability where, these people, the Zionists, some of them, they come in here like a normal, a bunch of these psychopaths. They think that this is the, America can never part ways. And at one point, I think, how much longer would America have to, tolerate, and then they would have to part ways? I think it might take maybe a few years, maybe 3, 4 more years, and then slowly we'll see some, some politicians maybe lead. I see a few Americans are waking up to the whole idea of the danger of Zionism, on their country. I mean, I've seen well-known people who start to realize that this is like some fucked up stuff that we're dealing with, and Israel is a huge liability to the West and to America. But I'm not sure if the Europeans and the Americans would like all those people who live in Israel to come to their shores. Because remember, the Europeans wanted to get rid of them, one way or another, and they established this whole thing in the region, and to do the bidding of the West and the colonial powers. But if they come in here, let's say if they come to America, right? This problem, this disease, this Zionism. If these people come here, you don't think that that people in America, they have way more weapons than the U.S. military. They will be taught a lesson. If they get out of the fucking line, they'll be taught a lesson. Like Texas has an open carry law. Arizona has one. Where you get a whole bunch of states, right? People carry weapons here, right? They don't play. They don't fuck around. So what I'm saying is they can come here and try to fuck around with these people that live in the house. I mean, they'll get shot at in the head. I mean, I understand that part, but I don't think Zionists operate this way. They operate in America in a way in which they will rob you legally. They will rob you legally, and they'll kosher any pig when it comes to robbing the treasury of the country. But I see also, again, like I said, I see many Americans are waking up and starting to see right through this whole. I know in America, for instance, the whole indoctrination of Americans into accepting the idea that this is an amazing state, or it's a democracy in a sea of in a sea of chaos and so on and so forth. But I've listened to this guy Carlson Tucker, was his name Tucker Carlson? I've listened to this woman named Candace Owen. I've listened to other people who are trying to understand and see right through this whole thing about mobilizing anti-Semitism, using all of those terms, all those lies, basically, to shut people up. And I think if a larger number of Americans wake up and look at what this whole system is, what this whole Zionist enterprise is, I think their influence will start to diminish. But I also feel that they have a serious chokehold on the
were standing on college campuses and just demonstrating. They go after, they'll call you an anti-Semite, Jew hater. So they use all those terms and all those things to advance their agenda. But once the American people wake up and look at how their country is being, robbed, left and right, I think the American people need to stand for it. And I see some time the tides are shifting somewhat, but it's still they still do have a very serious chokehold on how things are run when it comes to American foreign policy. When it comes to the state of Israel, they have a lobby in America that is extremely very powerful, in which every politician has to go and kiss their hands and kiss their hands because they pour money into their campaigns, and those who stand up to them are pretty much destroyed. And I'm pretty sure about this organization called AIPAC in America, and how they function and how they can elect people, and they are and they advocate on behalf of this Zionist enterprise. But I have a feeling that more and more Americans are starting to get familiar with the machinations of how Zionists works in America. And no, of course, they will. If I say stuff like this, they'll say, "Oh, you're not, you're anti-Semite." They use that as a trick to shut people up. But the American, I think many Americans are starting to say, "Hey, I don't want to shut up. This is my country, and I can say whatever I want to do." Americans take their freedom for granted in many ways, but I find Americans to be a free people. They're very decent people, very good, very good people. They're a great country, has been an amazing human experience, America in general. But when it comes to the politics and the state of Israel and Zionism, I think they're still sidelined. I don't think they're familiar with what their government does around the world. They're just not familiar with the mechanics of their government when it comes to Israeli foreign policy. So,
Yeah, no, I hear you. Just let's see how much longer it will take for the U.S. government to part ways. Maybe one day in the future, inshallah. Until then, and then they even in relation to the ceasefire, Hamas said they're not going to unarm, because if they do that, it means that just bend over and get raped again. And yep, Sydney was packed with people standing from Palestine, clear sign that Israel with all of this propaganda machinery has been fully exposed. It's beautiful. Mamdani shares it, by the way, Jitin. You know how many views it got on Twitter? 418,000.
he shared what?
Mamdani shares everything prophetic on Twitter.
Yeah.
He's a big supporter of Palestinians. But I hope,
just watch what they do to him. I mean, I am pretty sure they're ganging up on him in many, even his own party is probably ganging up on him in many different ways. And even if he wins elections and he becomes the mayor of the city of New York, they would make his life so fucking miserable and difficult that the MP will be, he will be anti-Semite. They'll probably say, "Oh, he's a terrorist." He's a typical American, New York American person. I'm sure if you follow the propaganda machine that they start churning out, if they don't want someone to win or to be elected. I'm not sure he's going to be elected. Even if he does, his term would be short and his life would be really miserable. I hope he does win. But that's a good indication that things are shifting in America somewhat. I think you in America are still buying into this bullshit that they've been spewing, this Hasbara stuff. I think a lot of people in America are starting to see it, and they watch this stuff unfolding live on their phones, seeing them murdering kids, because I've seen them, kill people, kill innocent children. And if you, confront it like, no, we didn't do it, it's just big, it's just a fucking, they just keep lying to the world. And then, but I do hope that this guy in New York wins the mayorship. But that's an indication, to me, is an indication that things are shifting a bit in America. But I also am watching how the propaganda machine that they are, running to badmouth him and make him look bad, and he be accused of being, anti-Semite, all kinds of stuff. And you understand in America, if you stand up to them, they will go after you in a massive way. They'll destroy you. They'll dox you. They'll say all kinds of stuff. I've noticed that they've been firing college professors, people who are academics, at Ivy League universities. I've seen them go after students who are politically active. So,
you know what that guy recording in the audience is calling me on YouTube? He's saying I'm a Shia sleeper cell, as well as sleeper cell. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but yeah, those are the He's naming my fucking group on YouTube. Such an asshole. But you're right, there's a lot of people getting doxxed and canceled and whatnot. And it's still ongoing. I don't know, man. At one point, it's going to have to stop. And I don't know. It's going to take some pressure. And it's just a matter of time. But I can't believe, live in Australia, it's raining. These people have umbrellas and they're still protesting. 300,000 people showed up at the protest. That was amazing, man. These people. Yeah, I'm looking. I was just reading something. I saw this. Assange is like at the front of the demonstration. There are 300,000 people. It's a huge demonstration in Australia. So the world is becoming more and more aware of the atrocities this country has been committing over the last 75 years. We literally are looking at people who are starving to death, and you'll interview their spokespeople, and they'll deny that to your face. I'm seeing this Piers Morgan guy, who is, he was a big mouth he works for Robert Portman, how he has been transformed in seeing through what those people have been doing. He's basically been pulling the New York back of liars to their face. So things are changing somewhat. I'm more hopeful today than probably a few years ago that we as a people will be free. Things will get much worse. But I would like to see a day where this whole enterprise, this Zionist enterprise collapse. Because an entity like this usually does not last very long. It was established with the remnants of a nation that refuses to die. Sometimes I think of us as are we going to become the Native Americans who have been confined to some small territory somewhere, or are we going to keep resisting this colonial enterprise and win eventually? Because every colonial enterprise that came to Palestine and tried to control Palestine ended up leaving. And we view Israel as just another colonial enterprise that will eventually vanish. So I'm hoping to see that in my lifetime. But if I don't, if it happens, I'm a good party. I'll invite everyone over. Yeah, inshallah, just this is the thing, man. I want this to end as soon as possible, but the genocide and all of this starvation. Even if the ceasefire does happen, even when it's part of the ceasefire happening or not happening, they would still be killing people, but the amount of killing might be a little bit less versus right now. Israel's killing machine never stopped. It never stopped. It's an ongoing process. It's done on a daily basis, whether in the Gaza Strip or in Palestine. They've been doing it for the last 75 innocent people. I'm just saying it would be because they're supposed to have the best of the best technology in the world, right? And suddenly this happens. This ends up happening where people are able to get in there and do what they did on 7th of October, right? I'm not saying it was correct and whatever, I condemn some of the actions, but I don't want this thing happening. If this happens again or again, the amount of outrage from the world on a world stage, Israel, I think their credibility is gone down the toilet, and it's basically genocide state, and everybody's kicking them out. Yesterday, I was watching this clip. I think they kicked out a whole bunch of girls. They were being racist towards the Kitover. They kicked them out. They let it lost. They kicked another Israeli out of a restaurant as well that was being disrespectful to the cashier. And everybody came through. Everybody, even the customers, like, get lost, get the fuck out of here, Israeli son of a bitch, this and that. And even at that restaurant, I think the guy started speaking in Hebrew, and I think they asked him, "What language do you speak? What is this language?" The guy didn't want to say it. He's like, Hebrew. He's like, "Get the fuck up, pack up your shit, get lost." And I think it's a good thing. We need this thing to happen, and these people are a threat to the society. Anywhere they go, it's disgusting, disturbing. Everyone has the right to refuse service to any of these people that have done this kind of crazy shit. It's disgusting.
Here, did you see that video I sent you where they go, "Oh shit, you're German"?
Yeah, I did. That was funny, man. They have the German machinery. He's like, "Oh shit." But I wonder if they drive BMW and Mercedes inside Israel. Do they?
Amir, I had Jewish roommates when I was in college, and we were just talking cars one day, and I asked them, like, "What do you think about, like a Mercedes drove by?" We're like, "Oh, what do you think of that car?" Because we were both car guys. He's like, "No, we'll never drive a Mercedes." And I'm like, "Why?" "Oh, because Mercedes built tanks for Hitler." I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with cars? This is, almost a century later. Why do you, not a century, but you know what I mean, like 60, 70 years later, why do you care so much?" And like today, I see like younger generation, like they all drive BMWs and Mercedes, they come to the fun. You know what I mean? Like the fact that, BMW made airplanes and Mercedes made tanks doesn't mean that you should be able to drive those cars today. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think they used to make a really big deal about these little things.
Did you see the protest of the Australia? Like the whole
Sydney Bridge, yeah, like 300,000 people.
300,000 people, and it was raining. Crazy.
All those umbrellas.
All those umbrellas. Oh, I got another video of this.
It's their winter. I mean, it's their winter. It's opposite season for us. It's our summer. It's their winter.
It's I think it's at a hockey game or something. They're literally, they're sitting down and they got the Israeli flag on fire. They're burning the Israeli flag. That's pretty good. And then these people, the cops are running over to them. Why the fuck did you park amongst the people? These are football. I think these Israeli from Hezbollah sleeper cell, Shia sleeper cell. Isn't that crazy? He's like reporting to the FBI. Reporting to the FBI. And Norma was saying about the FBI list. I'm like, you must be crazy, man. Psychopath.
Amir, you know how to tell who the anonymous people are, right?
What did you say?
You know how to tell who the anonymous people are?
How do you tell?
I'll tell you.
I think I already know. But I tried that. It doesn't work.
No, I know. I'll tell you later.
Sure.
I'll back check.
And once I block them, they can't come in even as anonymous. got the Irish president calls potential military action in Gaza. He wants the UN to invoke Chapter 7, which allows an international force to defend 8 corridors. That would be interesting to invoke Chapter 7. Something new I learned today, okay?
Amir, did you open another venue room in the past hour to hour and a half? Because I was in this room, I was on the stage, I left and I came back and I was somehow in the audience.
I think it moves people down. I heard about that. It's for some reason, I think it's a glitch on this app.
Oh,
Like once you leave, it sort of like somehow it moves you down, and then you have to come back up again or something. Anybody else want to come on up? Come on up, guys. Let's see. But I think I'm gonna get Shuki to play this 3-minute long clip. It's from Mahdi Hassan. He says how to, everybody must have a Shuki to debunk the Israeli claims within 3 minutes. He does it within 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes.
go for it.
Yeah, I think let's listen to it. Anyways, let's listen to it. I told Chucky to play. Hold on.
The Israeli government has told so many lies since October the 7th, about Gaza, about aid. It's hard to remember them all, let alone keep up. Here, in less than 3 minutes, are Israel's top 10 lies about this genocide debunked. Start the clock. Lie number 1, the Israelis said again and again, including Netanyahu himself to the little boys, that Hamas was stealing the aid going into Gaza. But turns out, according to Israeli military officials, they never actually found any proof of that. No systematic theft. A study by the US government found no evidence either. Lie number 2, they said this war was about the hostages, about getting them home, and it was not the moment Hamas released all the hostages, and yet the Israeli hostage families say they were told that Hamas offered on October 9th or 10th to release all the civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the scope, but the Israeli government rejected the offer. Oh, and Israeli ministers themselves keep saying again and again, hostages are their priority. Line number 3, beheaded babies, 40 beheaded babies. Even President Biden said he'd seen pictures of beheaded babies, but he couldn't know because there were no pictures, because there were no beheaded babies on October the 7th, nor were their babies put in ovens or hung on clotheslines. They were all lies. Even the Israeli press says so. You know which babies have been beheaded since October the 7th? Palestinian babies in Gaza from Israeli bombs. Line number 4, there was systematic mass rape by Hamas on October the 7th. Now, no one's saying there wasn't any sexual or gender-based violence on October the 7th, but mass rape as a weapon of war, well, the Times of London and pro-Israel, Murdoch right-wing newspaper did a deep dive last year. Quote, Israel says Hamas has weaponized rape, but investigators say the evidence does not stand up to scrutiny. UN Commission of Inquiry said last year they had not been able to independently verify allegations of rape because of obstruction by the Israeli authorities. And the main Israeli prosecutor on the case said in the end, we don't have any complainants. Line number 5, there is a Hamas command and control center under Al-Shifa hospital. They even found this video showing what looks like a bomb-built layer under Al-Shifa, but it's been nearly 2 years and we've still seen no evidence whatsoever of that vast structure under Al-Shifa. But we have seen evidence there of mass graves filled with Palestinian corpses. Line number 6, the Ramtisi hospital was used to hide Israeli hostages, and we know this because here, unveiled by the Israeli military spokesman on camera, is a schedule used by the Hamas kidnappers, the Hamas guards, in the basement of the hospital, except it wasn't a guard schedule. It didn't have any names on it, it was just a calendar, but the days of the week are in Arabic. Line number 7, UNRWA is a front for Hamas, which was a claim Israel made and led to the US and other countries getting funding for UNRWA cut. Turns out it was all BS. Not only did the Wall Street Journal, which lauded Israel's lie on its front page, later privately admitted that the Israeli claims hadn't been backed by solid evidence. But a former French foreign minister who independently reviewed the UNRWA allegations said she was given no evidence by Israel to back them up. Line number 8, you can't trust the number of deaths published by the Hamas-controlled health ministry in Gaza. Well, actually, you can. The Lancet Medical Journal says you can, and guess what else says you can? Israeli intelligence. One Israeli intel source said, I trust the health ministry in Gaza more than the IDF for these statistics. Line number 9, all those massacred enough. We didn't massacre 15 aid workers, except the Sky News investigation found they did. We didn't massacre over 100 people waiting to get flour, except the CNN investigation found they did. You simply can't believe their denials. Line number 10, we don't use human shields. Hamas uses human shields. Well, Hamas hides under civilian areas, yes, but it's Israeli troops who literally strap Palestinians to the front of their vehicles. In fact, several Palestinians and soldiers told the AP that Israeli troops are systematically forcing Palestinians to act as human shields in Gaza. So there you have it, Israeli debunked in less than 3 minutes. You're welcome.
it's so easy to debunk their bullshit claims. It's so easy.
Like everybody says that black doesn't exist, right? That it's a construct. I'm like, why do you call yourself Black Rabbi? Then it's like to make money. Like, and then he kept going on, and then he said something about money. I'm like, well, he doesn't care about money. I'm like, well, you just say you don't care about money. Like, yeah, I just care about the game, just about winning. So if you can literally change your thesis every 45 seconds, like, what's the point of even arguing with something like that? Literally, he stands for nothing.
Yep, that is true. This is the problem with Black Rabbi's mindset. I think that he had it was here earlier, and he was making the same bullshit claims about other shit. I don't know, man. But the Australian one, that was good. That protest.
Yeah, I think Israel overestimated its own PR machine, that it could spit bullshit to the entire world. I mean, they did a very good job for a very long time convincing America and a couple other countries, powerful countries, but they can't run their bullshit to the whole world until the end of time, especially with the level of atrocities they're doing right now. They severely overplay their hand, and I think they probably did the math and they said, oh, you know what, we have Trump's support till the midterm elections. Let's get as much done as possible till then. And my theory or my hunch is that they're going to just push harder and harder up until the midterm elections, and then we'll see what happens after that. Yeah, I mean, Trump is basically acting, like a dictator right now. He's doing whatever he wants, but if they lose those 5 seats in Texas, then the game could change.
Yep. And I think slowly, I don't know, they're still asking for about the Epstein files. People are still wondering about that. I think it's going to go away maybe in the next week or 2 weeks. Maybe they'll, take out Ghislaine Maxwell. That might happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're going to see what happens. I think we have another clip from the president, Irish president. Let's hear it. It's only 1 minute.
I cannot really stand in a public venue and give a public speech and speak about our language when I see such incredible destruction of an entire people taking place. Are we to watch children starving, women dehydrated who try to feed their children? So something must happen. Something must. I am personally in favor of the Secretary General of the United Nations and using the procedures that are there in the Charter of the United Nations to use a Chapter 7 procedure, by which I mean effectively that whether or not the Security Council agrees, and even if there's a blockage, the right exists for the Secretary General to seek to put together an international defense of a corridor. There are 6,000 trucks with enough food for 3 months, and it is being blocked, and it is outrageous.
Here it is. We heard the Irish president calls for let's listen to Abby Martin, right? She's a journalist. It's about 1 year now. And let's see what she says. It's good to listen to. Sometimes it's a little bit shared with the rest of the people there in the room. That way, maybe bring awareness.
People in Gaza need to know that it's the beginning of the end of the Zionist state. The Zionist state will not survive. To stay in the same place, they have to kill and kill and kill. That's the only thing they know how to do. And that's not a surviving strategy. And the more people wake up, and certainly tens of millions of more people have woken up to the truth, to the barbaric nature of what Zionism is and what Israel really represents, there's no going back for them. So for decades, pro-Palestine advocates have been on the defense to explain why defense of Palestine, why advocacy for Palestinian liberation is not anti-Semitic, why criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. That is no longer the case. Zionists are on the defense now, explaining why they support apartheid and genocide. They're no longer going to be allowed in the same spaces as progressives. It is a racist, colonial, genocidal ideology, and it has been exposed.
We heard Abby Martin. She's a journalist. And she's a known journalist, by the way. And what she said is actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I've been following her for a while. She used to be part of Empire Files and RT, a bunch of different news organizations. She's even been on the Joe Rogan Experience twice, I think. And both times she was like, started off the interview by saying, or maybe the last time, she was like, Joe, there's a lot of people that did not want me to come on your show, that pressured you not to have me on the show. Right? Just think about it. People who want to suppress information usually are not on the right side of history.
I think the people know. I mean, the government, they're well aware of what's happening, right? But I think what it is, they're just waiting for more pressure from the people. The more pressure they get from the people, right? The broadcast and whatnot, more voices. That's when they want to take action. They're just like, they're moving like a turtle. They're very slow. And look, speaking of the turtle, we have Black Rabbi. And we got Daniel in the audience. He enjoys my rooms. He loves my rooms, and he still talks smack in the chat. That's the thing. What's new with you, Black Rabbi? What's your today's talking point? Another bullshit?
At this point, we all want peace, right?
No, you don't want peace. If you wanted peace, you should call out your buddies. You should call out the genocidal maniacs that you support, Ben Gavir, Smallbridge, Netanyahu, and all of these psychopaths. You should be calling it out. You should say that it's genocide. I do not support any of this bullshit. What Israel's doing, and America doesn't stand with Israel anymore. You should speak up as an American. What the fuck are you doing speaking as a fucking Israeli? You're not an Israeli. Keeping an eye on terrorists? Who's a terrorist? I think you're the biggest terrorist, Daniel. Zionism equals Nazi nowadays, So, Black Rabbi, are you a Zionist? Are you a Zionist? Do you support Israel? Okay, so that makes you a Zionist, and Zionist equals Nazis. You're a Nazi.
So you support Israel, you're a Nazi.
Yep, you're a Nazi. You know why? Because Israel is a genocidal state. It's just like supporting Nazi, what Nazi did to the people that weren't Aryan race, right? And that's what's happening right now. The Palestinians are not the Zionists, right? They don't look like them. They don't eat the same food, whatever. They want to cleanse them. Even according listen to him or should I listen to your bullshit? Which one holds more weight? That guy that actually served in the military, that was part of the defense, he was a defense minister, versus listening to you that that doesn't even have his early passport.
Yeah, you're right.
So he has more. His opinion holds more value, correct? And Smotrich came out and said it's not about the hostage anymore. Smotrich said it's not about the hostage.
Yeah, but Smotrich is finance minister, right? So he doesn't.
Is he a government official?
He doesn't make any military decisions.
It doesn't matter. Is he a government official?
Why does it matter?
Oh, hold on. Khan's minister came out. 22 ministers out of the Knesset on 34. They wanted to go and do a tour in northern Gaza. How they're going to build settlements and whatnot. And it was approved by Khan's defense minister, right? So is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Is it a wrong thing or is it a right thing to approve plan where you have flattened Gaza and people are living in tents? Because they want to build settlements in the future. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
The thing I'm saying to you and Matt is
You're not Muslim, you're just Jewish. You're just a Zionist Jewish.
I'm saying to you,
You're Nazi. You're Nazi.
Okay, but I'm saying, how do you as a Muslim man allow the people of Gaza to stay in that environment? Why would you not be fighting for them to be back there? If you're sitting and saying, oh, Israel's genocidal, Israel's this, okay, so fine. Let's go in your premise. Let's live in your world for a second. Okay, fine. Why do you want the people of Gaza there? Why would you want them there?
So, do they have more right to the land versus these people?
I'm asking you, if you're saying that there's women and children there, in this country, you're calling this country genocidal.
And who's controlling the borders?
Okay, I'm saying to you, Amir, why are you as a Muslim man not fighting for the people of Gaza?
I'm asking you, who's controlling the borders?
Because that would be ethnic cleansing, and Amir is not pro-ethnic cleansing.
So you'd rather the people stay there and die? You'd rather them stay there and die?
No, you would rather Israel not kill them.
That's too late. He said the genocide.
Not continue to do it. Yes, not continue to do it. We people that have a moral compass fight for the human rights of people all around.
So why would you want the women and children in Gaza?
Why would I want
elderly? Why would you want sick people? Why would you want any of those people in Gaza if you're saying that they're being killed systematically and it's a genocide happening and all this? Why would you?
It's their land.
So you
think
I just want to understand your logic. You're saying you rather them die?
I'm trying to tell you the logic. No, we don't want them to die. We want Israel to stop.
Okay,
Israel is the problem.
They're not going to.
That's what we're fighting for.
Okay, now that we accepted that Israel's not going to stop, so do you want the people?
No, I never accepted it.
Amir, let me talk to Muslim. Amir, now if you're saying that we established that Israel is not going to stop, is it Islamic to allow the Gaza people to stay in that environment? Yes or no?
So they're allowed to protect their property, their home, and whatnot.
They have no ability to do it. There's no property. There's no property.
Their land. Land is allowed. They're allowed to protect. No, they're allowed to protect their land. Whether the house exists or not, they own the land. All right. And the next thing is that according to Islam, they have the right to defend. Okay. So what they're doing is they're defending. Hamas is one of all of these characters that you have. So, and do you know what they're doing? Yeah. Women, children,
You just said they're combatants.
Hold on. I didn't say combatants. I said no. They have the right to defend according to international law. I didn't say combatants. Just not putting words in my mouth.
Amir, I didn't hear combatants. You said the right to defend.
I didn't say they have the right to defend. That's it. I didn't say combatants.
Okay. So if they have the right to defend, they are combatants at that point.
No, I didn't call them combatants. The kids, the women, they're not combatants. The IDF is the one that's butchering and slaughtering and murdering these kids and women and elderly men, doctors, and a whole bunch of people.
Yes. So why do you want them to Gaza?
Why do I want them? I just told you.
No. You said to me they have the right to defend themselves. Okay, so that means anyone who defends themselves is fighting and they're at war. So are
they're not at war. They're not at war. According to their international law, if you occupy their land, they have the right to resist. They're resisting.
Okay, that's fine.
This is international. I'm talking about international law. It's not combatant. It's the right to resist. Yeah. You want them to bend over and get raped and fucked in the ass, but they don't want to do that. They want to resist. It's called resisting.
What Black Carbide wants is for you to make an argument for the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. That's what he's really trying to do. I can't fucking believe it.
And this guy is psychopath, man. He believes everything and says a terrorist is psychotic. Let me put the link in the chat again. You're just a fucker, man. Here, listen to your fucking clip, bitch. You believe everybody, because you're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say.
You just said they have a right to resist.
The right to resist, it doesn't make you a combatant. Right to resist,
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. If you come to my fucking property, I'm gonna resist. That doesn't make me a combatant. I'm just resisting.
You declared war on October 7th. You declared war.
Oh my God, there's no war.
You can't have it both ways.
It's a self-inflicted October attack. It's a self-inflicted.
They declared war on
Netanyahu did the 7th of October. It wasn't Hamas. It was Netanyahu. It was Netanyahu. Yeah, nobody declared. I think that's good. Just talk to him like that.
It's at a level now that you're sure Hamas isn't going to do anything anymore.
Nobody declared war. Stop putting words in our mouth.
Anyways, I'm just glad.
Hey, Black Carbide, why do you want any of the soldiers to die? When they come into Gaza, Hamas is dropping like grenades and shit into their teeth to die. So why do you want IDF to die? Why do you want IDF to die? Answer. Why do you want IDF to die? No, this is your exact same logic. You're saying, why do you want Palestinians to die? Why do you want IDF to die? You said they're not stopping. They're going to continue to occupy Gaza. Why do you want them to die? No, why do you want them to die? Why do you want Jews to die? Are you pro-Jew death? Let's use your same bullshit logic. Do you want Jews to die? Well, clearly you do. You said they're not going to stop. So you want to. Okay, everybody, just remember, notate it. August 4th, Monday, August 4th. Black Rabbi said he wants Jews to die. Yep, notate it. Okay. You want Jews to die. Wow, that's a bad rabbi. He wants Jews to die. Are you going to celebrate it? Jews die. Are you? I know you don't like your own logic turned on you, but do you see how dumb it is?
You're a loser, period.
Do you see? Okay, whatever. Because I understand arguments. Because I understand arguments and you don't. So you turn to ad hominem attacks. Because you don't know how to tag. No, I'm not. I'm using your same dumb logic against you. Yeah, I'm not. It's not what I think. It's a fact. Go ahead, free. Go ahead.
Let me tell you Black Rabbi why it's not a war yet, and don't interrupt me or I'll go off on it. So you have one side that has tanks, drones, and checkpoints. They also have nukes, billions, and weapons, and they have full support from the Western countries, right? And the other side just has keys to houses that they were forced out of. So they're resisting. This is the real definition of ethnic cleansing in Africa. This is what you guys are. You can't sit here and say it's a war. You guys have everything. The resistance group has nothing. They have homemade weapons.
It's a smart war.
So is it equal sides, bro? Is it two equal sides? Is it a country versus a
country? It doesn't have to be equal. The war is not going to be equal. You guys do not have to war.
I just have you up here, to be honest with you. Let's take you back yourself.
I just came back to the point you're saying. The reality is that it was a war. They declared it. I was here in Israel when it happened.
It's not a war. It's not a war. You declared it in 1947.
Because you're getting your ass kicked does not mean.
No, who is getting? Look at my PTR. Look at my PTR. Flip flops. I'm not units.
Yeah. Look at exactly. We're at war. Exactly. You can't have both ways.
But you have bullets. They have flip flops.
But you have bullets. They're underfunded. They're underfunded. Until the
suicide. They're going into mental health institution. No one wants to serve. No one wants to go into Gaza because they're, I don't know, something's fucked up about them. You know, you guys are losing. But now what you're gonna do is, like you guys do this always. Whenever you lose, you come up here with lies and you say they surrendered, they're giving up, we won, and all this bullshit. But in reality, you guys didn't achieve anything.
Black Rabbi, did you see that 300,000 people protested in Australia with Julian Assange? You know who Julian Assange is? Julian Assange is the leader of the WikiLeaks, the guy that leaked a bunch of documents related to the US government. Now the US government lies all the fucking time. Did you know about this?
That was 300,000?
Yeah, 300,000, and it was raining. So many umbrellas. The whole bridge is covered with a pro-Pali. Have you ever seen is there any protest like that? 300,000?
I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was 90,000. I saw the bad weather.
But we had Leila in here from Australia. She said it. I actually looked up about 4 different tweets on Twitter. It's about 300,000, brother.
Yeah, but they have bigger protests for Black Lives Matter.
No, we're not talking about Black Lives. We're talking about. Have you ever seen? I'm talking about pro-Israel. Rabbi, focus on the point. Have you seen a protest? A whole bridge in Sydney covered with people, and people look like cockroaches, like from top above. Like this is the amount of like there's so many of them. It's like so many of them. Like so many. Isn't that cool?
How did that help the people on the ground?
So it helps. It put pressures. It shows that Australia stands with Palestinians. It doesn't stand with fucking Israel.
You're surrendering. That's how it's helping Palestinians. You're surrendering.
Oh, they're about to help Gaza. They're going to do.
No, you're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. So you're about to kill your hostages?
Yes. They're gonna.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're leveling it. I'm not kidding you.
To be honest with you, I do support it. If it is for you to kill your own hostages, I do support it 100%. I actually want you to do it. I'm not gonna lie. I do want you to kill your own hostages. The prisoners.
You're laughing, brother. It's something really bad there. Really bad.
Yeah, I know. Mostly your end is gonna be really bad.
I'm seeing something really bad.
Brother, it's either us or it's us. You guys are not gonna go out of it with a win. You're not going out with a win. I promise you you're not. I promise you you're not.
Muslims turned their back.
I don't care. Don't bring the Muslims. Don't say the Muslims.
They turned their backs.
Buddy, we're Palestinians. We're Palestinians, buddy. We're Muslims and Christians. You guys are not gonna win this.
The Muslims in the region turned their backs on us.
They didn't turn the backs. Hold on. Saudi Arabia came out and he said that all countries should, recognize the Palestinian state. And hold on. Even at the same time, they passed a non-binary resolution into Knesset because they got scared. They got so scared, they started, shitting in their pants that how the fuck these countries are going to recognize the Palestinian state. And guess what? They tried to, they came up with an annexation plan for the West Bank, but it's a non-binary. And then the U.S. came out. U.S. got shit scared as well. U.S. gave direct terrorist warning to Canada and and we're going to take away the funding and whatnot from the VA. So you gotta.
All that is smoke and mirrors. Israel's already agreed. Israel's
politics. You know nothing about the Middle East. You fucking piece of shit. Your Israeli flag is literally on every single. Listen, your Israeli flag is literally on every single garbage bin and sewer that we have in this country. Literally. Think to your own politics. You know nothing about what's happening in the Middle East.
Right, go on.
They're playing you. You're fooled.
I think we should actually leave it with the national anthem of Israel.
You will not make it. No, they didn't.
Do you want to listen to the national anthem of Israel again? Do you want to listen to it?
You want to believe. Listen, you want.
I tell you they did, bro.
You want to
already agreed to a state.
Listen, you want to believe that they turned their backs on Palestinians. You want to believe that. Yeah. We'll see. 3 more years, buddy. 3 more years. I give you 3 more years. And I'll talk to you then. 3 more years, I'll talk to you then. forget about you when you leave this room. Like, you're nothing. Why would I fucking remember a conversation with you? But like I said, buddy, I'll give you 3 more years, you know? It's not gonna be easy. And the whole world is gonna go into a shithole for this to happen. It is gonna happen, whether you believe it or not. And if you look into your own history, I don't know which history you follow, the American or the Israeli history, you will see that in 3 years you're done.
Oh my God, we had that guy. What was his name? Juho. His country finally recognized the state of Palestine.
Where is he
Can
from?
you believe it? Where's Juho? He's from Finland. Yeah, Finland recognized the state of Palestine. Where the fuck is Juho? Bring him in.
Amir, can I play a song? Is that okay?
Sure.
Is that an anti-Semitic song then?
Listen, hold on.
If it is, I support it, bro. Yeah, say. This is a 2025 summer hit. You know what I'm saying?
This is not normal.
I only played half of it. I can take requests if you guys want to.
I think we need to listen to the national anthem of Israel. Black Rabbi, would you like to listen to it? The beautiful.
Yeah, I'll like to run against you.
That's a good one, right? You like that? You like listen? You want to listen to it, Black Rabbi?
Bonzi, what's your request, bro?
We're gonna do the dedication. This is dedicated to Black Rabbi. Let's do the one for Black Rabbi, dedicated to Black Rabbi, right? Please make sure you listen to it really carefully, Black Rabbi. This is the national anthem of Israel. And Shuki is about to play it.
This ain't about hating Jews, it's about what genocide lets them do.
this was dedicated to.
You sound tired. Were you dancing? You're out of breath, Rabbit. Were you dancing on this song?
This is Black Rabbi dancing during the song with the monkey.
Yeah, I see him doing that.
You liked it, right, Black Rabbi? It was good, right? It was popping. You liked it.
No, Black Rabbi, did you like Tel Aviv more or the Israeli national anthem? Did you like? Now, which one did you like more?
Did you like the Bulldog Tel Aviv or this one?
Yeah, come on. Tell us. A kosher piece of bacon to your head. Which one would you choose?
I think you like Boom Boom Tel Aviv. It's a good beat, man. You can't deny it.
That was good.
Hey, guys, real, hold on. All jokes aside, do you guys think there's a Jewish man in America pretending to be black? Like, basically, like the equivalent of Black Rabbi, but in America.
I think maybe they go down to some point.
Like, just like some little Jewish guy, Israeli guy in LA, like rapping and pretending he's black, you know? Like, really, really diehard wants to be.
Rabbit, you're famous. Can you tell us if that exists? You know anybody there that is pretending to be you and you're pretending to be them? You exchange identities or anything like that?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm everywhere.
Which one did you like? Can you tell us the song? Did you like the Boom Boom Tel Aviv or this other one?
You think that only black people, African Americans.
Can you please be honest about the song? We're talking about the song. Which one?
Only African Americans know how to rap.
So this rap was not good? Was it good?
It's like white people rapping. What is that? Like, you can play the Compton.
Okay, hold on. Black Rabbi, can you throw some bars out for me?
So I give you better ways of how to live your life.
Can you rap for us, though?
I don't know.
You don't rap? Okay. If there was a Israeli man, well, white Israeli man in LA culturally appropriating black people and pretending he was black, what would you think about that? Black Rabbi, are you working at like the Amazon Prime Center in Tel Aviv or whatever? What's all that background noise we hear?
My balcony, enjoying the beautiful sun, Jerusalem.
Are you sure you're not loading up headphones in for Amazon Prime delivery, 2-day delivery?
Anyways,
Boom 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 Tel Aviv. Okay, now just answer Boom Boom Tel Aviv or.
How do you feel about being defeated?
No. This feels like the Roadrunner cartoon, you know, when he gets run over by a truck. He's got like I can just imagine tire marks on Black Rabbi.
Jewish guy.
Oh, that's Sasha Baron Cohen, though. He's actually true. Yo, check it. I was here with none other than my main man, Black Rob.
hey, the thing is like this. No, I have to say it over and over again. I am defending the house of people.
We don't need you. We're doing a good job for ourselves. We don't need that.
We got a Jewish actor. Hold on. We got a. No, Black Rabbi. We have a Jewish actor. Do you mind listening? It's only 30 seconds. Do you mind listening to the Jewish actor? And just listen to him for 30 seconds and see what he says, right? Just listen to him. Just give it a second, Shuki. It just takes a second for Shuki to run it.
What is this a production? What is this a production?
Hang on.
Yeah, it's more expensive than your production.
For the Jewish people to allow this to happen to children and civilians of all ages in Gaza, for whatever reason, is unconscionable and unthinkable. And I ask you Jews everywhere all over the world to spend some time alone and think, is this acceptable? How could it be done to you and your ancestors? And you turn around and you do it to someone else. I appreciate it.
It's mandate detention.
All your
That's mandate detention.
I guarantee you, he does not keep the Torah at all.
Oh
Did
my
you do the same thing to your Jewish brother?
Oh my God.
Weakness? What the fuck?
You did not really say that. You did not really say that.
I guarantee you.
Oh my god. This guy doesn't respect any other Jews, man.
So you said that he does not keep the Torah because of what he said.
That's a known famous actor, American actor, Black Rabbi.
So the Torah permits you to do what you're doing with the children.
Yeah.
The Torah permits you to do that.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know what you know.
You say when the Muslims conquer, places, people that die.
I don't know why you're talking about Muslims. Why are you bringing up Muslims? What makes you think I'm a Muslim? What makes you think I'm a Muslim?
Because most Palestinians are Christian. Christian understanding the importance of Israel being in control.
So you're saying that the Palestinian Christians understand your guys' point?
Yeah.
Even after you guys bombed them and destroyed the only Christian village in them we had?
They were using it as a base.
Who was using it as a base? Can we see that? Where did you
The nuns were using it as a base. Mental illness is a terrible disease, man.
You're fucking sick, buddy. You're sick in the head. You're sick in the head. You're mentally sick. You need fucking help. You actually need fucking help. You're saying that the Christians also use their church as a base.
The Hamas used the Christian church as a base.
Show us. Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?
IDF reports, that's why they should have it.
Where is the IDF report?
I don't know. I think we have all the stacks of intelligence.
You're a disgusting. You're a disgusting.
I just know.
But I'll tell you why I'm not surprised. You literally listened. You heard a Jewish person, saying that what's happening to the children inside of Gaza is not acceptable, and you automatically said that guy doesn't follow the Torah. So you literally trashed your own religion. It teaches justice. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking rabbi. Pussy fucking rabbi.
Zionism is not about superiority.
What is Zionism?
It's about equality.
Zionism is about equality?
Yeah.
Give us examples of equality in Palestine.
Where is Palestine?
In Palestine, the land that you're standing on. You know what, buddy? Give us equality. Give us equality of something instead of Israel. Give us an example.
Universities, education.
What's the university? Where is the equality? What are you talking about?
So if I go to any university here in Israel, there's going to be tons of Palestinians, tons of Israeli Arabs, and tons of Palestinians. Business, to live in just the animals that live in Gaza, who are trained to be.
Your mom made that.
Do you guys want to hear something? Forget it. It's just a message. You know the 300,000 people that protested in Sydney? Do you know in response to the pro-Palestine protest, only 4 people showed up for the pro-Israeli protest. Can you believe it? Oh my God. Black Rabbi, you're done. The whole thing is done. It's just fucking bullshit. It's done, Black Rabbi. It's done. It's a done deal. The Zionist entity, to start counting the numbers,
Black Rabbi, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when Mecca comes for you? Black Rabbi.
That's low IQ.
build things as much as you want, you fucking filthy piece of shit. But you will never be able to destroy the will of the people. Fucking scumbag piece of shit.
Like Rabbi, another rabbi, he said that we stand with the Palestinians. You want to listen to it? It's 20 seconds long.
Is he an Orthodox rabbi?
Yes, he's got a big beard. Yes, he is. He's a,
I actually have breaking news from God's Son. It took about 30 seconds, man. Please play it.
Yeah,
God's
go
Son
on.
has a message. Here we go. Ready?
Racial slurs. Samir, he's using racial slurs against you. No, he's using racial slurs. Yeah, how you
That wasn't me. That was God's Son. That's you. You heard it this year, God's Son.
I thought you're white.
I never said why I think
Did you see our screenshot? You want me to put it up again?
I mean, to see some shit. I am way better than white people. I was raised with
Okay,
my parents are more intelligent to them. Right? We're way beyond white people, so please do not compare me to them.
But you don't think you're black.
No. What I believe is that I'm a human created by God.
Okay, so this Jewish Voice, it's actually a Twitter account. It's called Jewish Voice. You should look into it.
Yeah,
And they actually,
they don't believe it.
no, they do believe it. It's all rabbis. They protest. They go to the Pro Valley protest.
Okay.
They literally have big beard. They wear black hat. They got a suit on. What the fuck you on
They
about?
promote homosexuality. These same groups.
Oh my god.
These are LGBTQ. No, I'm not.
It doesn't matter. Tel Aviv is home to fucking LGBTQ.
So just be aware.
It's allowed. It's allowed according to your Israeli government.
When you speak on it, I just want you to be clear where they're holding at. Because a lot of those people don't really necessarily care about Palestinians. They care about going against the right-wing government that's in Israel right now.
No way, man. You just mentioned targets. Just see that making me bored now.
Why can't you accept?
You're eating yourself from the inside. It's a witness. Nobody's complaining about
But
that.
you know what? Rabbi here said there's a reason why we shouldn't be against the
There is a reason why you guys failed Moses when he went to pray God for you scumbags. There's a reason why you failed him. And there is a reason why you're going to face the punishment. It's going to be severe. You know? There is a reason why you couldn't hold the state for 80 years, for more than 80 years. Yeah, there is a reason why you guys were kicked out of 109 countries. You know? The only difference now in 2025 is that everything is televised. All your crimes, all the filthy things that you scumbags do has been televised for the entire world. Everybody sees it. No more lies, you piece of shit. No more lies, buddy. No more lies.
I think we should listen to the English singer and songwriter and just listen to his words.
And then he'll fuck you, you fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
listen to his words really quickly when I should be.
Like anybody with a heart, I spend my life teetering on the verge of tears. Because you can't possibly put yourself in that position, in their position. Those mothers and fathers, those children, those 2.3 million, well, a bit less now, people living in Gaza being bombarded by F-16s day and night, week after week after week. One cannot even begin to imagine what it must be like. 2005, I think, the show sold out, but then I cancelled that show, having heard that Highcombe Park is built on a Palestinian graves and blah, blah. I came to some kind of internal compromise because I knew very little about what was going on in Palestine. And I moved the gig to a agricultural community where they grow chickpeas So I went back the next year and went on an extended tour, and we went all over the West Bank. It was chilling beyond anything that I could ever have imagined. To see back then in 2006 what was going on, and the absolute disdain. I remember thinking at the time, if they're like that to me, what must they be like to the Palestinians? Now, of course we know. And now, to bring it totally up to date, we know exactly what they're like to the Palestinians, because they are, as we speak, committing genocide in Gaza. It's quite clear to anyone with half a brain that they are committing genocide. I'm happy to say that almost the whole of the rest of the world is going, nada mas, stop. Don't ceasefire for 4 days. You must stop the killing. It has to stop. Clearly, this Zionist experiment in the Holy Land has now officially failed.
Well, I have one that I want to play. Can I play it?
Yeah, so Black Rabbi, let's ask him this question. You have an American songwriter, a known songwriter. He's been to the West Bank. He's seen the suffering of the Palestinians, right? What he did that you don't see, that this person has seen, he's a famous, known songwriter. And he's famous. His net worth is a lot of money, right? It's above your fucking pay grade.
He's rich, yeah. But the difference between me and him is that I had actually lived in Israel for almost a decade.
He lived over there in Israel. He stayed up.
Not only that, I live side by side with Palestinians in Area 2 in East Jerusalem, and they told me that they are trapped. They told me that these organizations don't represent them. They were speaking to me in confidence as a black person that they felt they had a connection with. They're telling me that these people around us now.
I want to play for him, a black person. I want to play for him.
That's cool, but I'm the only black person that matters.
Let me know what you want the board.
Fine, but I'm just saying at the end of the day, I'm the only African. I'm the only.
Feel free.
I'm saying when it comes to this conversation about Israel and Palestine, what it's only African, I'm the only
I'm not listening.
No, because you don't care about Palestinians, you care about fighting Jews. You don't care about people on the ground.
Okay, let's listen.
Try to fall back.
I screamed for help like a child who lit the fire and got burned by the flame. Now it's a tragedy. Now you remember what a hospital is. You bombed over 200 hospitals in Gaza. You hit a children's hospital in Iran. You blew up ambulances and dialysis centers for maternity wards. And now you want sympathy? Let me say this loud to the world here. You didn't just bomb buildings. You didn't just kill civilians. You targeted the ones who were trying to save them. You murdered medics, unarmed, failed, rushing to save a life, and you killed them in cold blood. Then you buried them in their vehicles, like criminals hiding a murder weapon. You didn't just kill people, you erased the proof. You buried mercy under the rubble, and now you ask for compassion. Here's the part that works deeper. The world has been watching a live-stream genocide for 2 years, on every screen, in every lane, from every angle. And now, after 2 years of watching you bomb children with American missiles, you expect the people to feel something for you. You got some nerve. You want tears. Tell that to the mothers digging their babies out with bare hands. Tell that to cancer patients gasping for oxygen as the hospital walls collapsed around them. You want sympathy. You had 2 years of global silence, and that still wasn't enough for your bloodlust. You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. The world was hoodwinked into believing you were victims, while you turned cities into cemeteries. You don't get to cry now. Not after you made 40 a crime in Gaza. You don't get to scream now. Not after you silenced every voice that dared to say enough. You bombed hope. You buried mercy. You murdered truth. And now you want the people's pity. We don't mourn for war criminals. We don't cry for colonizers. We cry for the silence, for the crushed, for the medics you left in the dirt. But something's changed. The world sees you now. The veil is off. The riot stands.
That sounds like Farrakhan.
What is that?
Yo, was that Farrakhan? I don't know exactly who the person is.
So that was
It sounded like Minister Farrakhan right there.
Nah, I didn't. It sounded like it either sounds like Riza Islam or sounds like an AI of Malcolm X.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's a good point. AI. On that point, that's a good example. He left this guy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This guy for sure does
Nah,
not.
that's still Farrakhan.
I just want.
That was Farrakhan that was speaking.
Okay, Chucky, why is
Nah, that wasn't Farrakhan.
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, I know his voice, man. I know Farrakhan's voice. That was his voice.
I'm telling you, it wasn't.
Okay, and I'm telling you, Black Rabbi, the reason why I'm talking over you is because I'm the only Caribbean American that matters, man.
You're not in the game, though. We don't know about you. You're just speaking of Clubhouse. I'm on real life, right? You could be on real life too, like you choose not to. Right?
Yeah, I'm in real life. I am real life, man. I should be watching genocide.
Where you at?
Oh, I'm in Singapore.
Let's read about you. Where you at? You should be on
Singapore. Come see me.
You should be on
Come see about me, man.
Come
see about me, man.
You ain't been.
Come see about me. Come take that flight, man.
You don't have nothing. You're in the military. You got orders.
I got orders. I got medals. I got ribbons. What else? What else I got?
Congratulations.
What else? What else I got, Rabbi? What else I got, Rabbi?
None of that helps you.
You gotta talk louder, man. I can't hear you. You gotta fix your Wi-Fi.
From 21 to 48, I carried a Palestinian passport. There was no such thing in this area as Jews and Arabs and Palestinians. There were Jews and Arabs.
The oldest one is a Black Rabbi? Yeah.
Well, Rabbi, I got more than you, man. Yeah, my Emunah is stronger than yours. My Emunah is stronger than yours, Rabbi. Rabbi, once I become, I'm going to become the first Caribbean American rabbi. I am going to be the first Caribbean American rabbi. I'm going to speak out. I'm going to speak out and speak loud. I'm going to speak out and speak loud.
Chucky,
I'm going to change the world. I'm going to change the world. I'm going to change the world. I'm a bitch.
Yeah, Chucky. Let's figure them. One second.
So right, Palestinians initiate this war on October 7th. Well, they did it. This war has been going on for 75 years. Israel initiated it in 1948 by ethnically cleansing 750,000 people. This is what you need to understand. The people, that's over 80% of them, are refugees from a place called Ashgal Asqalan in what is now southern Israel in a city called Ashkelon. And they were dragged from their homes and driven from their homes, placed in prison camps, barbed wire prison camps, and then dumped in trucks in 1950 into the Gaza Strip where they would be permanently warehoused. And then Israel proceeded to move Jewish refugees and Russians into Ashkelon to prevent them from ever coming back. So this didn't come out of a vacuum. You're not going to be able to hold people under siege, cut them off from the world, and then expect them to just play along.
I've been there. I've been to Ashkelon.
Yeah, this is a Jewish journalist actually who was sharing this.
Black Rabbi Downs, dude, he couldn't take the heat.
Yo, now that he's gone, those songs you played suck, bro. The messages were good, but the songs really suck, bro.
Well, you don't like that Nas song, Mossy? You were just trolling.
I know. That's why I didn't say nothing while he was here. But like, just because you have a good message doesn't mean it's a good song. Like,
Or it's nonsense.
I agree, 100%.
I just had a question for Brother Palestine. Brother Palestine, can you hear me?
Sorry, what was that, Chucky?
I had a question for you. Are you available for my question?
I'm available for your question.
How do you call somebody a bitch and then run from the room?
How do we call you a bitch like in what language?
No, I'm just saying, like, Black Rabbi, that stuff man called me a bitch and then he ran from the room. Why is that?
We'll be back.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he just come back. They all run
see royalty on stage, man. Now introducing the infamous owner of Coexistence, DTB, Eyeballs Wolf. Put your hands together.
Hold on. Coexistence.
Chucky, where is the picture, Chucky? Oh, I gotta put it back on. Hold on. I've been on this, helping people with their mental health issues. So, like, I'm trying to work with girls who you support. Yes, sir. That's the Yes, Grandpa Hummus, we must coexist together and see when.
You guys, I know you think.
Malawi, ISIS, Zulu, should they coexistence?
Almost. I heard something in one of the Zionist group. They say almost isn't your name, it's an acronym. Is that true? It stands for a multitude of shit. Is that?
First, I want to say goodbye to coexistence. Just say.
Do you believe in coexistence after ethnic cleansing or before?
She's from Gaza. Amos. She's from Gaza. Laila. Yes, from Gaza. Laila right now, Gaza. Gaza. Where in Gaza?
She couldn't send me her exact address.
She still has an address, but she's from Gaza. Now I got a serious question now, brother Palestine, right? So when I went to Jerusalem, right, I had a wonderful time with the Palestinian people, but I was noticing, man, that every Palestinian sister that I seen was extremely beautiful and thick, man. Why is that?
Bro, that funny thing I created the woman there, like I didn't create the woman. The fucking question is this. Ask Amos about this one.
I'm just saying, like I'm not gonna lie, but I seen maybe 2 or 3 like beautiful Israeli women, but the majority of the women that I seen that were beautiful were all Palestinian.
Yeah, this is the connection that Palestinians have with olives and olive trees. Makes us beautiful.
Just beautiful, clear skins, good, just wonderful personalities, God bless them.
That is your experience with the Zionists.
So is the women who come to my home. What's the
women that come to your room are filthy, bro. The Zionists are disgusting. I'm actually shocked that Palestinians come to your room. I'm actually very shocked that they do that.
All the women in Palestine that won't come in the men can't explain why, but it's effective.
You're Nazis, bro. I can't believe that people come to your rooms.
I'm a Nazi.
Yes.
What are you?
I'm a resistance fighter.
I'll be honest.
I'm a resistance.
I'm surprised. Amir even not connected this guy in this room. I'm surprised about that. How about that?
You can ask Amir.
No. Amir accepts this kind of behavior, apparently.
Amir, the question is for you.
Only for just we would advise our Palestinian sisters not to go there to these kind of rooms. Like we're trying to ask our brothers also to remove these kind of people, but yeah, this you can stay almost. Tell us some more stories about what you would like to do to Palestinians and what's happened there. Because we want to listen to.
I tell you, you ask me question, now you listen what I want. I want to give them equal rights. I want them to work together with me.
No.
said, if you ask my question, I will join you. You're a garbage. You know what is a garbage? That's what you are.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what is garbage?
No, I don't know garbage.
Garbage is
My question to you was, okay, don't go off topic.
garbage.
My question to you is,
Garbage.
can you tell us about what you guys have done to God in like 3 sentences? Can you tell me in 3 sentences what you've done to God?
I'm looking after my hostages.
Great. In which way are you looking after your hostages?
With weapons, with guns, with airplanes,
Do
with tanks.
you look after Palestinian hostages?
I take for a while all other to myself.
No, but do you look after the Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons? Do you care about them?
Have you seen one prison looking like the picture that the famous?
Yes, of course. And in your Israeli prisons?
One prison have you seen like that?
Of course. Okay, listen. Now, I tell you something. Now, if you're looking at the videos, Amos, if you're looking at the videos from 2 days ago, you guys starved the people in Gaza. So how would your hostages get food if you're starving every single person inside of Gaza? How would your hostages get food?
You yourself.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Shut the fuck up, just answer.
My response, you mute yourself and
For yourself, you're alive.
listen to my response.
You sound like
You don't like to listen to the truth. There's always two sides. For every coin there is two sides. And you have the other side. And the other side say, we don't stop any other people. It's the Hamas who steal the food. It's the Hamas who people. It's the Hamas who shoot
The U.S. came out, Amos, and they said there's no evidence that Hamas is stealing any of the aid. So Amos, by the way, videos that you've seen trucks with people with guns on these trucks and weapons and all this stuff, these are actually tribes from Gaza taking the trucks from one area to the place where they keep the aid. So I'm not too sure what makes you think that they're Hamas. Okay? Yeah, what was it?
These people are so sick, they have to blame everything. They even blame like food trucks, they blame it on Hamas.
How do you think it's gonna go? The entire population inside of Gaza is starving. Who's gonna protect the aid? They have to move it, to the distribution centers, right?
These people are possessed. There's no point trying to explain to them. That's what I'm saying. I don't even understand why Amir gets these kind of people in his room. You know what I'm saying?
Like you're brainwashed, brother. You're brainwashed. That was
No, I don't want brainwash, brother. Look, one thing is brainwash, and one thing is just with purpose. You know, even with intention, he is doing all of this. Bro, this is not brainwash. He knows everything. You know what I'm saying? You just literally here laughing at the Palestinian woman, laughing at the Palestinian children are dying. He's literally saying that, oh, everything Israel does is rightly so. You know what I'm saying?
You keep saying, bro, Hamas. But we're sick of you just saying Hamas. No, it's not Hamas. It's you.
These people are possessed by devils. That's what it is. They're cursed. That's why they think like that. They have to, No one likes them. You know what I'm saying? No one likes these Zionists, these Jews, and that. So they have to fight. They have no choice. There's no way back no more for them. They have to keep on, you know what I'm saying? They have to keep on saying, oh, yeah, Israel this, Israel that, Palestine. They've done too much, man. There's no way back. So I'm saying, I understand almost as
fight. That's what it is almost. He has to fight. You're gonna fight and fight and fight until Palestine is free. You know way back then.
see, I'm like almost like you asked me a question, man. I'm just trying to answer it. Can I answer now? I can answer now. I can answer now. Can I answer now? Or you gonna keep projecting?
Did he approach you for a job or did you approach him for a job?
I can speak now.
Okay, if you answer the question, did you approach him for the job or did he approach you for the job?
Can I speak now? Or are you gonna keep talking over me?
You can speak.
Alright, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Well, I actually own a private bodyguard business, and so I almost had reached out to my company, and I flew all the way to Israel, sat down, had a long talking conversation with them. You kind of cut me off, and I would like to continue. I would like to finish. I would like to finish. Okay, I like to finish. Yeah, I like to finish though. Yeah, I like to finish though. I would like to finish.
My question to you is, what kind of escort company do you own where Amos approached you? Do you sell your own family there also? Or is it just Chucky, how did you become Amos's bodyguard? How many times did you have to sell your mother for this? Go and explain to me.
Okay, so I like to finish. Now, I just want to finish. You asked me a question. I would like to finish. So I flew out.
Who wants to be a bodyguard of Amos? Go and carry his rolling.
Alright, yeah. So I would like to. So I flew out to Israel, sat down.
If you're trolling, just shut the fuck up.
Okay, so I flew down, to Israel. Met with him to.
I don't understand that language.
Alright, so I flew down to Israel and had a nice little time,
Gender, be quiet. What the fuck are you again? Go back home, Gender.
Yeah, so I flew down. So I just had a.
Hold on.
Yeah, so anyway.
I'm sorry, Chucky. Hold on. Who's this character? What's your deal?
I'm not a character, broski. If someone's having a conversation, you should be quiet. That's what I said. But if you want to talk about it,
You should.
Okay,
you should behave yourself though and be kind and be respectful.
Do you know what is gender?
Yeah, but anyway, so I'm gonna just start talking. I'm gonna be a dickhead now, and I'm gonna just keep talking. So anyway, so I took a flight to Israel. I went to Amos's Kitover, we sat down, we talked over, we signed the contract, and so I get paid 100 shekels an hour to protect Amos, man. So I'm his bodyguard. That's how I became his bodyguard.
So basically, you sold your people here saying a couple of things.
Against everyone you are.
Have you ever tried to spit? Do you have go spit in the toilet, spit out your voice?
But yeah, man. So it was nice. They made a lot of good food, a lot of good kosher food. I had a good time. Walked around Jerusalem. It's nice. I like this gig, man. I'm making enough money to support my family. I love it, man.
Yeah, well,
It's beautiful.
Other families are dying, your bodyguard in Israeli person.
Yeah, and it sounds like, based off your accent, man, that you're from the UK. Sounds like you're from the UK. What are you doing about the, UK people that are dying? What about the people in Somalia that are dying? What are you doing for them? I'm curious to learn.
I'm not in the UK, but...
Yeah, you sound like you're in the UK.
I'm not in the UK, though. I'm from the UK, but I'm not in the UK.
Okay. Where you at? asked me a question. You asked me a question about, there's families dying. I'm just curious, what are you doing to help all these thousands of families that are dying, man? What are you doing? How are you contributing to the world? How are you contributing to the world and to your society? Yeah, to your society, man. To your society. What are you doing to contribute to your society, man? But you asked me, but you didn't comment. I just told you, right? I told you what I do to support my family. When I told you what I do to support my family, and your response was, "Oh, you're doing that. You're taking care of your family," while there's millions of people dying. So my question is, okay. So I'm thinking, you might be a bum on the street begging for money, but but I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, and I think you scrubbed toilets at McDonald's. So what are you doing to help the families that are dying in your community? What are you doing for that?
This is such a low IQ conversation.
I'm just trying to match your match your intellect. Because you said that I sold my mom to animals. I sold my family members to animals. I sold my house. So I'm just, I know you scrub toilets at McDonald's. You have a third grade education. So come on, man. What are you doing to help the people that are dying in your community? I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I never said anything about working in McDonald's, but you did say about that you were the bodyguard for animals. So that's the reason. Yeah, I said that. And your low IQ conversation talking about jobs and McDonald's and stuff like that. This sounds like that interview that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Yelp Boys talking about Burger King and McDonald's and stuff like that. Chucky, you put yourself in the situation. You said that you was the bodyguard of animals.
So if I changed it and I said that, and if I changed it and said that I was Jendib's bodyguard, if I was Free Palestine's bodyguard, or Bear's bodyguard, why does it matter that I happen to be Muslim bodyguard? I get paid good, I pay my bills, my family's taken care of. Why does it matter? Hello? Hello?
It's not just because you're on the right side of this shit, right? I know you're trolling, but say if you wasn't to be really that side, you'd be on the wrong side of history. Like a person like Amos would tell you, yo, listen, I want to know about history. I know about history. If you ask Amos about history, he will tell you that he will just mislead you completely.
Hey, you don't think that I do my own due diligence and do my own homework, my own research, and just take what people tell me, for value?
But even after, you're still like kind of trolling with the fact that you're his bodyguard. Like you're putting more fuel on the fire. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, so I'm saying, but I'm not putting more fuel on the fire because that's how what I choose to do to, feed my family. So again, my question is, if Amos was a Muslim man, would you still have the same energy for me being his bodyguard, or is it only because he's a Jew that you have this problem?
I don't have nothing against Jews. I don't have nothing against Jews. But people that are talking like in this manner, like saying this, it's definitely I do have something against it. 100%. All my heart. Do you think I'm crazy for thinking like that?
It doesn't really matter what I think, man, but I'm gonna go ahead and end this conversation and say God bless you, man. May you have a wonderful day, man. And I'm just end this conversation right here, man, bro.
Yeah, Chucky, I'm sorry if I did you wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because Amos, when he speaks, he sounds like a devil.
Islamophobic, that's true, when I see all the Islam around.
Yeah, but this is what this is what Hey, hello everybody. You're fine. I was paying answer his question. Please, what happened to you guys in Amsterdam? Yeah, what happened to Maccabi fans in where you don't have those weapons supplied by the United States, US? Can you answer his question, please? We kicked. What happened to you guys in Amsterdam? We kicked them in the face. We slapped them.
Yes, what the fuck?
100% we did this. 100% we did this. We kicked them in the face. When it is man against man and it's even within an even play field, you can only get right. You can only kill women and children when it's tanks and weapons. But when it's equal, come to Amsterdam, brother. Come to Amsterdam.
Can we agree that New York City has the most Jews outside of Israel?
I never agree with Muslim about it.
And we just agreed.
Mentioning not in the clubhouse, me and a Muslim will not agree. If you want come to coexistence, you have the same rights, you can speak, I will fight that you will speak in my room. You come here with all the Hamas, you can offer me something to agree.
He's drunk. Wednesday, he's drunk.
I know the Jewish are always stronger, always clever, always there.
You can't hear he's drunk.
The Muslims are not.
Wednesday, go mute, because he's getting excited now. He's getting excited. Almost, what happened to you guys in Amsterdam? Can you explain that to me? Because you're going off topic now.
No, really, but what I read in the newspaper, that there was some guy.
There was his face to my shoe. It was so nice, you know that. I'll be honest. Actually, all the kicks that we gave them, all the punches and all the sticks that we broke on their faces, it was very nice. I was waiting for that, I was literally waiting for that. Netanyahu had to send a plane to save you guys. He had to send a plane to save you guys. It was so dangerous. It was so dangerous for you in Amsterdam those days. So they had to rescue. They had to rescue those Maccabi supporters, fans. Habibi, come to Amsterdam. Habibi.
Yo, brother only, man. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
I'm not sure if I'm going to answer it, but you can ask your question.
Yo, how do you feel about Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam?
Just some action. Nation of Islam, they are possible.
What are you talking about? He left the Nation of Islam once he went to Mecca. And he became a Sunni Muslim.
Oh, he became, I don't know, I haven't heard of him in a long time, but they used to be fucked up.
Yeah, he was part of the Nation of Islam. And then when he took Hajj, and he understood that different Muslims were able to coexist together. Talking about Turkey.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
So I asked the brother a question, and you answered the question for the brother, and you said what's wrong with me? Because I asked the question.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm listening.
This is a stupid question.
How was that a stupid question? How was it a stupid question?
It's just a stupid question.
How was it a stupid question? You Muslim. Who want to ask me one more question before I finish? You Muslim. question. I have one question here. When do you think you will be accepted all over the world and that everyone will feel sorry for you guys? When do you think this will happen? I know that it's up until the 7th of October, every single After the 7th of October, I think you're independent, but you beat me in the propaganda, and you can see even here in the room, you beat me. You beat me with all your lies, with all your way. Everything with wash brain of the people, and lies about the Jewish, about the Jews, about Amsterdam, about London, about Belgium, about everything. Lies.
What's the truth?
Okay, what's the truth? 1 second. You couldn't answer the question almost, so you can leave if you want. You didn't answer the question, when will you be accepted? I didn't ask when did you get accepted. I asked you when will you be accepted. But you didn't, because you said 7 October. I understand. You don't have an answer. Oscar, go leave quietly, please. Hello? Amos, are you there or are you paralyzed? Because we don't get paralyzed. We just live. I'm sleeping here because you're so boring, so I got to sleep in the room. Very, very, very fast. You hear me slowly. Now it's long. You're scared that behind the screen, you're very scared. I understand because I saw you're typing. What should I get scared of? From the Hamas? I saw the real type. From who am I going to be scared, you bloody bastard? Tell me, who am I going to be scared? I was face to face with Israeli IDFs and Maccabees and Mossad. What are you talking about? They're all scared.
Honestly, I think you should be afraid of Israel.
No, you shouldn't be afraid of them. She's right. She's right. Listen to her, you stupid dummy.
No, you're not. You should be afraid of Israel because
clever than the man.
it's dying. No, it's
Listen to
dying.
me.
Israel's dying. Israel's dying.
Wednesday, where are you from? Anyways, let me talk to you because you're more interesting than the Samus. Where are you from, Wednesday?
New York City.
Okay, and what's your ethnicity? Can I ask?
Sure. Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican. Okay, that's why you got in there saying that I'm not there. You got out stuff in Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, how Wesley said I asked the dumb question.
Well,
Can you elaborate on that theory?
you asked some questions that are not related to the topic. That's why it's dumb. Okay.
But we're not even talking about nothing related to the topic in the first place. You guys are talking to animals. So I asked the question. I just asked a simple question. I just said, how do you feel about Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam? And then Wednesday jumped in and answered the question for you. She didn't even really answer the question.
I did answer the question.
You didn't. I just said, how does he feel about Malcolm X? How did he feel about Malcolm X? How did he feel about Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam? I didn't ask about him converting to becoming a Sunni Muslim. I didn't ask about none of that. I just asked a simple question, and yet I didn't get an answer. I didn't ask a simple question. I just asked a simple question. Oh, I feel this way about Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. I didn't say nothing about him becoming a Sunni Muslim. You didn't ask none of that. It's not stupid.
It is a stupid, simple question.
How is it a stupid, simple question? Elaborate.
Because you have Google, you have a phone in your hands, which is like a little small computer. All you have to do is fucking Google it. You don't have to think.
So I said only, how do you feel? Because I have my own opinion of the Nation of Islam and Malcolm X. I just asked a simple question about Malcolm X. No, actually he wasn't. He wasn't. So well, actually I wasn't alive when he got killed. I wasn't alive because I don't know shit. So I asked I asked a simple question, right? I asked only a simple question. I said, hey, how do you feel about
Malcolm X in the Nation of Islam. That's all I asked. And before he can even answer the question, he Wednesday jumped off the mic and said, "Oh, that is a stupid question. You became a Muslim." And I said, "No, I didn't ask that. I just asked a simple question. How does he feel about Malcolm X? And how does he feel about the Nation of Islam?" That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's my future.
Huh?
So I'm allowed to do that.
Who?
My friend here.
Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Free. That's what I asked, man. I asked a simple question and I still didn't get an answer. And that's crazy, man. I could go on the chat right now and I can ask I can ask him straight up like, yo, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? And I'll get a simple answer. But on Wednesday, I'll get everything else but this. That's crazy. That's crazy. They didn't murder him. They didn't murder him. They didn't murder him. It was the CIA, the FBI, and the NYPD. That's why his daughter has an active lawsuit out against the FBI, the CIA, and the NYPD. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Because I'm pretty sure. Hello? I can't hear you. You gotta get up. I can't hear you. Hello?
I am up.
Get up in your phone.
I am in my phone.
I can't hear you. Get up.
You're being very upset.
Now get up. Wednesday.
I'm sorry that you're being a girl right now. Bucky. And you're being a woman. Chucky is cock blocking you. That's what it is.
They tried to divert the conversation elsewhere, but I'm trying to just find out about it.
Don't hate Chucky. Don't hate the game. Hate the play. Don't hate the
But
play.
I followed you Wednesday. I hope you follow me back.
I did. I think I followed you.
Oh, is it? Okay, then I haven't talked to you yet. I have to talk to you. But we do
think you have
numbers. Maybe I have, yes. But yeah, it's very sad. You know what is Wednesday? Yeah? It's not even Chucky's fault or Amos's fault or, you know, it's only certain people that allow this kind of behavior. They accept this kind of behavior in the room. And you know what they say on the which banner they say? They say under the banner of freedom of speech, they want to let everyone talk. And that's what this Amir does. He lets these Zionists have a voice in this room. Which is sad. Because you know what is in, there's no Jews and there's no Zionists or whatever, even Zionists, how sick they are. There are no people that are willing to have normal conversation and to come with real facts. But anything you tell Amos, for instance, is all Israel, I mean, it's all Pakistan, it's all.
I hope he leaves them.
No, they don't speak, trust me, they can hear every word. But it's okay, they have nothing to say, you know. So everything's Hamas's fault, everything's Palestine's fault. Is there a kid that's getting killed and a kid was used as a human shield? A baby got beheaded. They say the first year Hamas beheaded babies. No proof. He's gone, yes, he's gone, guys, yes. We've made the McCarthy's run once again. We did it once in Amsterdam and now in Clubhouse.
My brother, salam alaikum, first of all.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, brother.
Salam alaikum. Basically, they are blaming Hamas for everything, even including the global warming. So, Hamas. So, when it started like this, they have, okay, now I have.
I've never heard that one before, you know. I've never heard that was a good one. Even the
is a lot of Zionists around you, my brother. And they have to be careful from a lot of areas. I mean, Europe, maybe otherwise they will call the police. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but you're free. You still up?
Joking.
Jesus Christ. You know,
Yeah, what up, Oni?
3 members of the Nation of Islam committed murder Malcolm X. So tired of us Americans being stupid.
Yeah, what's up, Oni? What you say, man?
I won't say nothing to you. Very sad that you're this way. You're talking this in this manner. Very.
Don't be sad, man. Don't be sad, man. Don't be sad. I'm just at work, man. I'm just at work bored, man. Don't be sad.
Chucky, what's your religion? You can be ethnically, you can be Jew also, right?
I don't know if I necessarily. Oh, go ahead.
Jewish per se religion, or can you be ethnically from Jewish also?
I don't know. I don't agree with the whole ethnic thing, you know.
Ethnic thing, oh, you can't even pronounce words properly. Okay. That says a lot about you, Chucky. I've just learned that you are not educated. Okay?
Okay.
You can't even, can you pronounce ethnically for me, please?
Ethnically.
Yeah, exactly. Chucky, don't worry. You are in a safe place here. We are here to listen to you. Okay? We are not gonna boycott you because English is not that great. Okay? Everyone is welcome here, isn't it, Abi?
Yeah, that's okay, man.
My brother, I don't speak good English too, so can you learn some English? Exactly. Everybody is welcome here, so no problem. You don't have to feel any type of way, Chucky.
Don't fucking talk away.
No, you shouldn't. You was the bodyguard of Amos. You shouldn't feel any type of way. Because what you do is normal, right?
As far as what?
So my brother, I have a question. I have a question for you, friends, because I just want to ask you a question, brother. Okay? Sure. What do you think of a Zionist? But quickly, just say one word, 2 words. Okay. Zionist, basically, I'll make it short. God's choosing people for war crime or stolen land. Okay, and what do you think of it? What do you think of someone that's a Zionist bodyguard? What do you think of the bodyguard of such a person? It's the same thing. It's the same definition. Okay, Chucky tried to tell me that he was a bodyguard to a Zionist or Amos in his time. What do you think of this behavior? It's a thug behavior, my brother. You know, what a thief, always a thief. Yes. Once a betrayer, always a betrayer also, right? Absolutely, my brother. I do agree with that. Okay. I have a question for my brother. Chuck, maybe. I don't know if. Did I say his name right? Correct? Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
My brother, what about the people who lost in the desert for 40 years? Is this true or what? And then after that, God promised not to be homeless again.
I don't really understand your question.
Okay, so let me put it in a simple English, my friend. I was told that Jew people, they got lost in the desert for 40 years. And then after that, God promised them not to be homeless again. Is this true?
Yeah, that's true.
Whoa, right.
You're welcome.
1933, the Holocaust became all of a sudden a landowner. They have ties to the Holy Land. Can you please explain this to me because I fail to understand it?
Is he talking to me?
Yes, my brother. I'm sorry, I didn't address your village. He's talking to you. He's not talking to me. Obviously, Chucky. Come on now, wake up. I may not wait there. We have to give him, I think, one slap to wake him up. But let's assume he's awake. Yes, let's assume Chucky. Uncle, can you give him one slap to wake him up, or should I do it? I don't know. I don't want to be harsh on him. I just want to. I will do it. Don't worry. I will do it. Thank you, my brother. Chuck, are you there? Okay, one second. Let me give him a slap. You're late. Okay, yeah. I think he's awake now. Chucky.
Yeah, I needed that, man. I'm up now.
He's awake. Please answer up this question, please.
Ask it again.
Okay. I'll ask you. Give him one second. I need to give him one more slap, but otherwise he's not gonna listen. Yeah, okay. Now you can ask your question. He's awake. Okay, my brother.
Stop stopping me that hard, man. Go ahead.
He slapped your ass like Abbas, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, my question is, how come refugees from Germany in 1933 during the Holocaust fled Germany and then all of a sudden they became landowner and they have ties to the Holy Land? Would you please explain this to me? Thank you.
So your question was that the refugees from Germany fled to the Holy Land, and now they became real estate owners over there.
Yeah, they were shipped in a boat or something. But now all of a sudden after that, by a few years, they became a landowner. Like, would you explain how come like they became an owner, my brother? If you please explain to this. Thank you.
I don't know how to explain that.
Go on mute, Chucky. Stay on mute. Don't come off mute again, please. Don't ever come off mute again, please.
I mean, I'm gonna stay off of you.
Stay on
I don't really know how to explain that.
That's all. After all of that, your answer is, I don't know. Shut up, man.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer that question, man. No, I want to talk.
Calling yourself.
I'm not talk. I want to talk.
Talk for what? Okay, go on, talk. Because all you're gonna talk, I don't know. I'm not spoiling on him. I don't know anything. That's all you're saying. Go on, you talk. Go listen.
I just said I don't know how to answer that question. I got Google for that.
So your answer to his question is to go to Google.
Yeah, go to Google.
And what Google says is that the truth, according to you.
I do your own diligence.
Did you do your research on this topic? Hello? Did you do a research on this topic, yes or no?
Nope, I didn't.
Plain said, okay. So why, if you don't know, why are you telling him to go to Google? Maybe Google is not telling the truth.
Nah, just go to Google.
Well, why should he go to Google? He's asking.
Because he asked the question. He asked the question. I don't know how to answer that question, so I just gave him suggestions. Go on Google and find the answer.
Okay, politically correct answer. That's what we call it. Politically correct answer. Okay. He doesn't have an answer to your question, though. Yeah, it's all good. We have to give him, I think, one slap so he goes completely sleep now, you know? The other slap woke him up. This one needs to make him sleep. I hope the sleep will not be promised 3,000 feet. The promised sleep. Chucky, you want the promised sleep?
Abu, a circle has 3 corners. Yeah, and I told you a circle has 4 corners. A circle has 5 corners, and you keep believing that you're literally delusional. Because there's enough evidence that a circle hasn't got corners, and you do believe that it has corners, so you're delusional. Okay. It's the same. So it's the same as these people think. With all the sick thoughts that they've got, they think it's all normal, and it's always the Palestinians' fault, and it's always the Hamas, and it's always the children of Gaza that are being used as human shield, and it's all because they're delulu. That's exactly what he means. That's why, every statement of these things, every statement is it's a confession. Everything they call someone else is what they are secretly themselves. So if they say that, oh, this and that happened, that's what they do secretly. Is this delusion I'm sorry to cut you off. Is this delusion happened before lost in the desert or after they got lost in the desert for food? This delusional is when they were reading the Torah, and they were said to them, kill everyone, kill the donkeys, even the infants, the baby, the newborn infants, everything, kill everyone. Like, that's when they got deluded. Abu? Yeah. Kill the Amalek. They said something like that. When they have text like this in the scripture, how do you expect them not to get food? Absolutely, my brother. In no other religion it says anything like this. Anyway, that's the answer to your question. I hope I answered your question. Same as you, my brother. Same as you. But remember, everything that these Zionists say, or the Fatah or whatever, is literally a confession. It's literally a confession.
Yo, brother, I'm back, man. You had asked the question.
Yes, my brother. Maybe you Google something because Google is Zionist too. But please give me that.
You said something about how do I feel about what's going on in Gaza right now?
Yeah. I said maybe that was my second question. Do you agree with what's happening in Gaza right now or not?
Oh no, I don't agree with what's going on in Gaza right now. I think it's a genocide.
Okay, so why do you choose to be a bodyguard of the Zionists like that? Almost, if you think at the same time it's a genocide going on. Can you explain that to me? Why are you a bodyguard to the Zionists?
I'm also
on Clubhouse. I mean, not in real life. I know you're not a bodyguard in real life to a Zionist. I know you know. But I mean, more on Clubhouse. Why are you defending a Zionist on Clubhouse?
Almost isn't even a Zionist.
What?
You heard what I said?
No, I swear I didn't hear you. Repeat one more time.
I said almost isn't even a Zionist.
Oh, but he does say all the things that Zionists say, right?
He's not a Zionist.
How do you know?
I've heard him say.
Have you been to his house? Do you know him personally?
Yeah, I know him very personal.
Because you was, oh yeah, I remember. What did you do again? 1 second, let me remind myself. Oh yeah, you sold your mother to him to be his bodyguard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. So you know him personally, okay?
Yeah, we like to, I
was in the Zionist room, right? And I said Israel has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world, right? Right? And you know what somebody said? They started laughing. You know what they said? They said, "You're stupid. They're not number one. They're number two. Australia's number one." And you know why that's stupid? Because Australia is also a colony of Britain. That's how stupid they were. You know what I'm saying? They really thought they did something. Honestly, my brother, what's happening right now is a joke. You know, when somebody claims a tie to a land, they don't speak the same language. Russian, Polish, Ukrainian, whatever, Amharic. They came from a different. They don't know who their father is or stuff like this. Yeah, maybe they will. Is that what you mean? Yes, I mean, they're bastard, you're right. But to make it short, they came from different ethnicities, different languages, different culture if they have, different food, even stolen food actually. You know, they stole everything from the land. They stole the Palestinian land, they stole the culture, the food, even the cursing word in Arabic, they stole it. So, I want to. Doesn't matter, brother. Don't worry about that stuff there, because the Palestinians are doing good, trust me, man. Yeah, brother, I'm showing the world right now that to be Muslims, you know. But it's not even, but I want to hear more about some jokes, you know. About Israeli people. I want about. Yeah, I mean, they're stealing bulk. They don't only steal the land, they steal the culture, food, even cursing word in Arabic. So, I don't know, like, in their own home country, Ukraine or Russia or Poland or those countries, they have no food or they have no cursing word. They are not accepted anywhere apart from home. Anywhere they go, if they only get recognized as an Israeli or a Jew or something like that, you know what will happen to them? It's not safe for them anymore. The whole world is not safe for them. You have to understand them also. You can't say, oh, this or that. You know, you have to understand that these people, wherever they go, it's not going to be safe. Basically, now, lots of countries, they implemented the new rules in the immigration when they see a Zionist. They ask for the purpose of the visit. Is it tourist or occupation? Occupation visa. They have to get the occupation visa. Yeah, occupation visa. Yeah, exactly. And you know, if you follow the social media for the IDF, they make it short to also fill in the war, fill on the stairs, fill from the top roof. They didn't explain what. Yeah. Abu, I want to ask you a question. What do you think of my new profile picture? Oh, this is the Times of Israel. This is the Israeli newspaper, the biggest newspaper in Israel. Oh, okay. Israel is the gayest country on earth. I mean, whatever makes you happy, my friend. You know, if they want it from the back, then they want it from the back. It's okay. Imagine this. What is going on? Yeah, it's okay, my brother. They like it like this. They like to, to bend over, so it's okay. Yeah. Hey, my brothers, I love you, but I have to leave you for now. Thank you. See you again. Goodbye. Again, brother. See you, master. Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah. Daniel is going crazy. He can't understand. He's living in a delusional world, you know. He's going crazy. Yeah, I'll continue reading. Yeah, so we have the second file. Yeah, I'm just going to read it. This has decreased substantially due to It's like, we have to talk about Hamas or some shit like that. We can't just talk about it.
You can't say Hamas, you have to say Hamas. Otherwise he doesn't understand what you're talking about.
Aziz, you know that he ran away to Germany, yeah?
Who ran away? Daniel. Oh my God. No. You know who ran away? The Ashkenazi ran away. They ran away from Europe. And Europe's lovely. I mean, they weren't having a good time in Europe. I'll give them that. But that was their homeland. It's a shame that they had to be expelled because and they ran away because the Mizrahians were being treated well. Historically speaking, in comparison to Europe. Obviously we're rewriting history. We don't want to tell the truth. Crazy, man. This is a real sickness, bro. This is a proper sickness, bro. Trust me. You're gonna talk about this. Like in the history books, this will be like, how did this happen? How did they lie to the people? This will all be in the history books, man.
That's what I said, there's no next day. Anyway, they go from now on, that's it. There will be around or just like
This is why they try to evoke the religion, bro. But even the religious Jews, they know this isn't it. Where is the Mashiach? This isn't it. It's a lie, bro. They know it.
It's all connected, bro. Look, it's all connected, yeah? Look, that's the thing too. The Jews are waiting for their Messiah, right? Which is gonna be the false Messiah, the Antichrist. The Christians, they're gonna believe that the Antichrist is gonna come. They're gonna believe that's God, that's their Jesus. So that's how they both gonna be wrong. One is waiting for the Dajjal, and one is waiting for their God to arrive, which they believe is Jesus. So think about it.
Well, Zionism is a European secular political movement. It's got nothing to do with religion.
No.
You can Google it. Like this is I'm not making this up. Yeah, it's actually non-religious, bro. But again, and that's why the actual practicing Jews, they agree with us that this is a terrorist state because in their scripture they believe in this split down the middle of the Jews, those that worship the calf, turn their back on God, worship other things, worship themselves, refuse to, accept God, believe in God. This is in their own scripture. They have a duality. This is the core tenet of the Judaism, the duality of the Jews. Some of them turn their back on God. This is it. This is what they believe. They believe that God actually instructed people to kill those that worship the calf. He actually instructed the rest of the Jews to kill them. He said, kill those that do not believe because they have turned their back on me. And then I believe one of the prophets, I think it was Moses, or Abraham, I think he stepped in and said, no, give them another chance. They won't, and they did again. So this is the tale of, this is their tale, no, this is their tale. So that's why the real Jews, the actual practicing Jews, the ones that actually are from the land, they don't want to start wars and destroy the Holy Land. They don't want to destroy Damascus. They don't want to destroy Jerusalem. They don't want to destroy it. These are religious sites for these people. But the secular Jews, that live halfway around America.
You're telling me there's a core belief of the Judaism that they're split into is like say the Muslims are split into Sunni and Shias, and the Sunnis believe in the real Islam, and the Shias believe to go against God.
Well, it's even a step further. I mean, Sunni and Shia is like post, it's like, as it's not even explicitly mentioned in the Quran, right? That's like half. But theirs is so theirs is very explicit. It's mentioned in the Holy Book. It's mentioned that there will be Jews that they say they are Jews, but they turn their back on the Lord. This is not Jews, and they were
duality in their thing. That's why the real native Jews, the one that that don't have the highest rates of skin cancer, the one that didn't convert in Europe, the one that don't follow a secular political ideology, those Jews don't agree with what we're seeing. They don't want the Holy Land to be bombed, desecrate the Holy Land with, because explicitly it mentioned about, parading homosexuality and stuff that is frowned upon. They don't agree with that stuff. And this is it. It's a shame. And he left as well. Daniel left to go cook. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, Daniel.
Couldn't handle the truth, man.
1 hour. I was okay for 1 hour. Just roast.
He doesn't even believe in God, bro. So like, what are you doing this for? You can live anywhere, bro. You can live in Manhattan. You can live anywhere. You don't believe in God. Like, you don't believe in the sanctity of the land, bro.
So wait, Daniel's an atheist?
Daniel's an atheist.
I mean, he's a fairy.
Yeah.
And he believes in Israel. What kind of fucking planet? How does he reconcile that? That God promised them the land, but he doesn't believe the God.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, how
do they get the right?
He's such a staunch Zionist as well. It's like, bro, you have no skin in the game, bro. You don't even believe it, bro. Like, so in his mind, somebody else is with me. He doesn't believe it. Probably them the land. He's like kind of reinforcing that, bro. Like, what are we dealing with here? You can tell his is rooted in like he's an Islamophobe, but you can tell that's the core of his beliefs. He's truly brainwashed.
You better stop thinking about joining Islam because it's about to take over.
They get so scared.
That reminds me of a hadith there that our Prophet Muhammad said there that there will be coming a time that people will be doing things and they wouldn't even know why they're doing it, but they will know that it's wrong. They will know it doesn't sit right, but they'll still be doing it.
Yeah,
people will believe certain things in the Dajjal times. People will believe certain things and they will still do it.
Yeah, the Quran actually starts talking about the munafiqeen, the hypocrites. That's a very powerful opening where it talks about concealing your true intentions, and the dangers of not being completely true to what you stand for. And those people, the munafiq are like massively demonized, as in regardless whether you're Muslim or not, whoever you are, whatever faith, the munafiq, the dishonest man who claims to be, even says something about they claim to be bringers of peace, but they are the ones that are perpetuating the badness, the crime, what have you. It explicitly mentions that regardless of faith is the true problem in the world, right? It's true. It's true. We're saying it now. So
that's why you can never be a good Muslim unless you're not good to your neighbor, unless you're not good in your house. Doesn't matter what religion you are. If you're not good for the people around you, if you don't have akhlaq, if you don't have manners, and you don't, these things, you can never be a Muslim.
And we don't usually make these rooms as a religious group, right? But if I was to be honest, we don't have anything in our faith that excludes ourselves from, makes ourselves non-inclusive. Like we don't have anything that means that we can treat anyone any better than or any worse than us. We don't have any Yeah, exactly. We're not that to burn any other religious sites. We cannot harm even animals.
We are the only religion. We are the only religion that made it so explicit to not disrespect anyone, to not kill anyone else.
And this is the problem. When we have these Islamophobes, they focus on like groups that we don't even identify with, like ISIS,
watch him wake up.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that's what it takes, you know.
He might even admit that he wasn't sleeping.
Yeah, kick him hard or not.
Can you tell me why they've created this term called anti-Semitism? Why have they created that term?
Well, you know, it's very sinister, you know, that word, you know, in terms of the history of that word. It's not it's a non-inclusive word, by the way. So it's an exclusionary word. It includes
Educate the people a little bit.
Right. So I'll educate the people just a little bit. I'll break down history. So you know, when you have the inception of the word anti-Semitic, right? You would assume that Semitic.
Are you Semitic? A quick question. Are you?
I'm not Semitic. I'm not Semitic. But you see, the Semitic people, you would assume that the word anti-Semitic will include all Semites, right? All Semites, of course. You know, if I'm anti-German, you know, I'm against German. You know, if I'm anti-tomatoes, I don't like tomatoes. But that's it's in the name by definition. It should be, you know. But it hasn't done that. Not only has it not done that, it's only exclusive to the Jews. It takes it a step further. It includes the converted people, the people that convert to Judaism. So, obviously, Judaism, you don't have to even, according to them, have to be one, even religious, two, even from the Jewish Holy Land, you know. So that they not only they excluded, and this is the policy of Israel, really. I mean, the word anti-Semitic kind of sums up the mission statement of Israel. It's excluded all Semites in favor of those who convert to a specific group of Semites known as Jews, whether they believe in God or not, whether they're from the land or not. So the use of and the dictionary definition of anti-Semite is basically the mission statement of Israel in a nutshell. You know.
So basically, they've kind of created this word to just use it every time they're a bit under pressure and stuff like that. So they can use that word.
Yeah, and you know it was quite effective. You know, they used to be
playing the victim with that word, right?
Yeah. And it used to be very effective. That used to be, bro. An interesting conversation, bro. We're having a conversation, bro. One second, bro. We're having a conversation. Essay, you always do this, but let me finish, bro. Shut up, bro.
It's a little trap for the Zionists to come.
He's not a Zionist, he's just an idiot. He's just not letting me finish, bro.
It doesn't matter. Like the shayateens are waking up, you get me? The shayateens are coming to the room, they want to have their little bit of blood that they're trying to grab, but they can't grab it, you know what I'm saying? So whenever there's a shayateen, we leave the normal conversations and we deal with the shayateen. You get what I'm saying, broski? So we might be having a normal conversation, but when someone comes and then we have to deal with them, we have to give them the medication, direct them to the right department, the right doctors, and then we carry on.
100%. Well, you know, he's dealt with, you know, he left anyway.
Yeah, but he got his idea with his medicine quickly before he started talking, so he left quickly as well.
Well, where were we?
About these Jewish people, that how they were using, how they always use anti-Semite and this, that.
Yeah, that's Jewish. You know, and yeah.
As an excuse as a victim, they're playing the victim card every time.
But, you know, it's funny, right? It was actually quite a potent word, right, for a very long time. That word anti-Semitic, you used that. It was powerful, very powerful. I remember, you know, most of my life, if you just called someone anti-Semite, it would basically, you'd have thoughts of like Holocaust denial and all of these other things would like creep in, you know, and it had a lot of negative implications, you know.
Yeah, they definitely indoctrinated that into people that believe that that's what it means, but it doesn't really mean that. But carry on.
But it's gone a step further now, right? So, you know, when post October 7th, you know, anytime people are trying to have legitimate conversations, you know, whether it's you've had men like John Mearsheimer or Eli Pape, these people have been called
anti-Semitic, right? So even some of the great Jewish historians, sons of Holocaust survivors, sons of babies. But no, but this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that word was used. That word was used for legitimate people as well. It started to use the word anti-Semitic so frequently, it became the boy who cried wolf. It lost potency. And so now, if you're arguing with somebody and they're using facts, they'll call you an anti-Semite, and it just bounces off. It just bounces off. It doesn't do what it used to. And they hate that. They want it to be. They want it to go back to the way it was. That was it. Like that. So we think the lie is no lie. Is that what you think? That's it. The lie. Yeah. The lie is no lie. Yeah. It's summary, bro. Yeah. Summary. Yeah. And this is the thing. They want to say, oh, you hate Jews or you're this, but like. I'm thinking their views are genuinely just Islamophobic. Now, when I was sitting here and we're talking about a lot of nuance, we're talking about Europeanism, we're talking about the fact that there's a lot of secular Jews, where it's going back. So I tell you, why do we get speak about everything and they can't? So I tell you, it's because they know there's so much in the room. They're still stuck with that one subject. They can't move on to get it. We move freely like free birds, we Muslims. Even if there's balls jumping on our heads, we move like free birds. Why? Because we know what we're doing. We know what we are. We know who we are. You get what I'm saying? And that's the thing as well. They're stuck with one thing every time. When they're with something, they're stuck. Yeah. And with them as well, if you notice, if you ever speak to the scientists, they have to follow a pathway in the conversation. We can go any direction, and they say that if you change and you talk about multiple things, I can talk about the West Bank, I can talk about the staff in the Gaza, I can talk about the bombing, I can talk about funding Hamas, I can talk about this. They bounce around, they don't like it. And because it becomes obvious that they can't defend themselves. They want to stay on one thing because they have a plan. Exactly what I said. Everything is kind of planned with them. If they start talking about something, they want it to go exactly how they want it to go. They can't. If you have any critique on them, you're anti-Semite. You're anti-Semite. This is like a term they've created. This term, literally like to get them to forward their plan, so no one can stop them. So, if anyone tries to stop them, they quickly call them anti-Semite and quickly pull them in front of a judge, jail them, or do anything. This is a term they've literally created to forward their sinister plan, like you said, like you called it. They can't do it without this term. That's why this term, anti-Semite, we are all Semites. We Muslims are Semites also. How can we be anti-Semite if we are Semite ourselves? I mean, if we're trying to establish who the anti-Semite is, I would call the people that came from Europe that didn't believe in God, that expelled performed one of the largest expulsions of the Semite group, then occupied that group of Semites, then killed them, brutalized them, occupied them. I would call those people, the people that killed the most Semites, I would call them the anti-Semites. That's how I. Yeah. He done a lot of talks on this Semite and anti-Semite and stuff like that. Yes, he knows a lot about it.
her Telegram. Check her Telegram. I think that's the only option, to be honest. And that might. Sorry, yes, go ahead.
Hey, who is doing those eyes that are on my profile, man? Who's doing those eyes that are on my profile? Let's see. Go on. Do it again.
Someone's not happy with you only.
I don't care. Let me just fix my hair a bit in the mirror, and then I'll put some clothes on, and then I'll look at the comments, okay?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh, no.
Thanks for informing us, brother.
Then I'm gonna think about looking, okay? You need to ignore people that are in the comment section. You know why, General? So I'll tell you the reason.
Go on, tell.
Basically, when someone's typing, they've already said the same sentence that they've typed like 5 times in their head. Do you know what I'm saying? So they've really carefully thought about what they say. And when they're here in the room, here and talking, they have to talk direct, and they cannot talk. So certain people, they can only be in the comment section. Because if you was to have a conversation with them in real life, yeah, they would be grumbling, like Aziz said earlier as well. I think Aziz said it, I'm not sure anymore. But listen, General.
Yes.
What do you think of that? Do you think is that true or not true?
What's the question?
What I just said about these people in the comment section. They always think a lot of times, like before they post.
Whether someone is in the comment section or in the listeners section, if they're not qualified to have a conversation, I think there's no point engaging. Doesn't matter where you are.
If you're in the comment section, yeah, and you're typing and you've got a lot of useful information, does that mean you're educated?
That's why I said if you're qualified to have a conversation, you're not going to pick up and have a conversation with any and every idiot on you. If someone shows that they're actually capable of having a reasonable conversation with you, even if they're in the comments, you can engage with them. But you're not going to have a conversation with someone that really is not showing those qualities.
No, but on certain subjects, if you know some background to certain people, then you've already got a kind of image of what that person is like.
Right.
And then he's in the comment section and he's talking and talking. What should you do with such a person? Should you ignore them or should you just...
It's up to you. I personally have a different policy of how I engage.
Okay, how do you...
I don't agree with idiots.
Okay, so would you give someone time like that wants us all in the comments?
not sure. I would have to look at the individual's past exchanges.
Let's say, for example, we take Daniel, for example.
I don't know.
It's like, do you read his comments?
Sometimes, if I have the time, yes.
Okay. That's where you go wrong, because you might be talking about certain things, and you might get distracted or by comments.
If I'm talking, I generally don't read the comments because I'm talking.
I hardly read the comments, only if there's like, here's something good in the comments or something, or I hear someone say something and there's something good in the comments, I will look, but I don't just follow the whole comment section and have a conversation here as well. It's like someone's having a conversation with you, General, and you're just all the time looking at your phone. And someone's having a real conversation with you in real life. You get what I'm saying? It's very disrespectful, and it's gonna throw you off your own mission also. So you should always have a clear head and just ignore people in the comment section and just deal with people direct. And you will see that you have much more success than when you read comments and then try to react to someone in the comments and then also deal with the Zionists up here and then go back to the comment section and then there's you're up and down.
I think some people have the capacity to deal with both.
Yeah, the capacity.
Some people don't. So I think it depends on who's actually.
I've seen majority, trust me, in general, majority can't deal with it. And they just,
Everyone's
the
different.
whole conversation goes most times.
Like if you look at Brother Free here, he can take on, if there's 10 Zionists in the comments and 10 Zionists in the speaking section, he can take them all at once. Simultaneously, he will fire at each and every one. I'm working on something right now. Okay.
The Zionist religion. Have you guys seen the South Park episode about the coronavirus?
No, it's not something I watch. starts coming back with 50 for some. Or is it someone else?
There's the Sam's compound that records from 50 phones to 30 phones. Apparently he's running for a government, his name is John something, John Kitover for fiscal responsibility, vaccine transparency, and truth.
Yes,
Yeah, it says do not trust or vote for Darren Lahoud. That's his component.
that means we've got to start supporting Darren. Darren what? Lahoud.
Darren Lahoud is the opposite.
I've got it.
But the guy that records it, his name is John Kitover.
I don't really care about him. I care about his opponent. Yeah, good luck, whatever his name is, John.
John, you're not gonna win it. You're just an idiot. You're meant to be retarded. No, you gotta do better than that. Just a piece of shit. You know. And wow. I guess you served in the military, John.
That must explain his the state of his mental health.
Yeah, he's been suffering from PTSD. He's a veteran.
He's a veteran of what war?
I don't know. Mentally retarded. He got an award as well. I don't know who gave him an award. He's got a whole bunch of bones on those, those tripods, right? And such a mentally retarded person that the way he records, it's just a stupid phone card. So if there's one room running, right, he'll have a screen on open, right? And then he'll have other phones recording that one screen. What a piece of shit, dumbass.
No, not him. John. I want the ballot here. John Kitover. So he's a candidate for this. What's this? hope so. I think they should put an option where you can restrict anonymous listeners.
That would destroy his business. He makes money over how many followers you got? You got like fucking 5 or 2 or 20 followers on YouTube. Fucking fucktard. And he was promoting, you want to make $2,500 just by recording videos and stuff.
Wait, was that him? I guess he has to finance his campaign somehow.
Yeah, no, he said if you want to make $2,500 just for streaming on YouTube, contact him. Garbage son of a bitch. Yeah.
Oh, we're live.
He's such an idiot, right? He records it on one phone, and then he's got like 5 phones looking at that screen. Such a stupid.
He's got studio cameras.
Either both. Are you happy? Are you happy? Yeah. Are you happy, John? John, you seem to be retarded. You need help. You go see a doctor. You know, maybe take your girlfriend with you. You know, and maybe she can help you get through this process. I know you like to record your girl as well. And I'm sure she's probably mad. Do you record her? So we have a picture. I believe that's his girlfriend.
That poor girl, she has to endear in Jerusalem. Look, this comeback. Do you think he beats her up because of his PTSD? Probably freaks out.
Yep, probably does.
My headphones are completely dull with them, but yeah, wallahi, it's so weird. This guy comes to a lot of rooms, sits there, you can't touch the profile, nothing. And if you don't like the Muslims, why are you sitting there for hours just listening? Just go to his reading room or something. I don't know, like. Yeah, but if he exposes the Israeli group, the Zionist group.
No, check your Telegram.
It just makes no sense. If I know it doesn't. If I didn't like somebody, I wouldn't sit with them for hours on end. Every single day. It's not just today. This is daily recurrence. Yeah. I shall make sure there's no success.
He's a failure, man. People get moved down after they come back. I don't know what the deal is. There's a
There's glitches with the app. I think sometimes some people don't update their app as well. so to say.
Yep.
Really as fuck with people.
We take to other trees, Aiden, or asshole, Alan Something, anybody else want to come on up? We got Tony Montana. Want to come on up, Tony? Anybody want to come on up? Just mute. Come on up. This name and character, just the character.
I mean, I just wanted to say one thing, brother. I have all the rooms on Clubhouse. I actually enjoy yours the most because there's two different parties having a conversation. You know it well, and nobody argues or anything like that. You know, and everyone gets their point across, and it's intellectual conversations, not one of these streaming parties or people swearing at each other from left to right. So, for that one, I respect you highly for that.
Well, thank you, but it's look, everybody plays a role. Sometimes it does get huge. And, you know, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, and scientists are not human beings, they're animals. So, you know, you're talking to animals. And it does turn into sometimes animalistic behavior, right? But it is what it is, and then some of these people are just like punching bags, especially scientists. And you know the guy that's down in the audience, he looks at me, he wrote on the YouTube that I'm a Shia sleeper cell. That's an idiot. I don't even know what a sleeper cell is. He's a dumbass. He's a dumb fuck.
But tell him at least tag me inside so I can get some recognition.
He promotes these, he promotes it on different rooms that if you want to make $2,500 a month or $3,000 a month, you can make it by recording and streaming the rooms directly on YouTube. I don't even know how much money he's making right now. I checked, it's only one view. He's barely got 700 or 800 subscribers on the YouTube channel. And they all asked him, you know that even the Jewish community on this app, they kick him out. They blocked him, they blocked his other accounts. He keeps showing up.
Imagine that your own people don't want you. And then you're sitting here attacking the people that would genuinely have conversation with you. They're like, you're just in limbo.
Apparently he's got 30 phones. I think how are you able to afford 30 phones? It's crazy. You wanna come up, Kilowatt, or anybody, Maria? You wanna come up, it's just someone with his sister Aisha.
I just want to see if he'll come back or not. That's all I want to see. Because I think just based on looking on his YouTube channel, he kind of keeps things running, and he goes and I don't know, does some random shit. I think.
I don't know. I mean, let's see. I'll try, but this idiot, you know what I did last time? I entered the room and then came open a new one because the house he showed up again. Little bitch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if he goes back on his computers and he sees that this was closed and there's like it's not serving him anymore, he'll look for you and come back to the new one.
He's not even a photo of the house. He's it, how smart he is. This child is smart, sleek.
People actually commenting on his videos. Like, for example, the one I'm looking at right now, they're like, "Why are you recording with camera?"
The way he records, like, it's such a dumbass recording, bro. Like, how do you record this? Like, you got one phone, right? And then you got 3 phones pointing in that direction. It's retarded, bro.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this dude.
It's retarded, bro. Oh my god. Like, how do you... That's not even a proper way. It's such a dumb fuck, man. If I was there, it would be a different technique.
I know, they're all fucking androids.
No.
They are.
General, have you ever seen the quadrant? Okay,
Yeah, but
watch the Black Rabbit. Okay, watch the Black Rabbit. How do you... Watch it pretty quick. It's only 1 minute long. Watch it how the quality is. Watch it. Watch. Yeah, put the link in the chat. Just watch that on YouTube. Watch the quality. And that was done from Android phone. Yep. He's not gonna be careful. So that's what he did. This is the proper way to do it. This dumb idiot, I think what ended up happening, maybe he sees it.
Coming classes harassment.
Yeah, see, doing it like indirectly. It is harassment. We have the information.
I think I'll probably send him a cease and desist.
Do you want the letter?
No, I can write one myself.
I'm asking, do you want the letter or do you want the lawsuit? What do you want?
Why are you asking him? We can provide both. We can, what do you call it, fuck him from both sides.
We don't want to fuck him, bro. We're not kidding. Not like him.
No, we can fuck him with a lawsuit and fuck him with a cease and desist. It would end his career. What else left, obviously? He thinks he's another black robot. He thinks he'll win the election.
Daniel, open your room. Aziz goes in there really quick. Aziz is there, number 1. He's like the number 1 pro-family side. I always want to talk to them and go back and forth with them. Oh my god. But he sometimes he trolls them. Like, you know, he just makes the statement longer and longer where they get kind of confused. They're like, what the fuck is he talking about? But I think we have, I think you guys stopped Sam right here, right?
What, sorry?
I think you guys stopped Sam right here, right? It was like a monologue with that mentor character.
No, we were just joking around.
Yeah, I know. You know, the mentor character was putting us to sleep. Sure. Every time you want to fall asleep. Yeah, even last time, man. The time before that, I'm like, we're he showed up in the game.
He will do that, but what I suggest, like what I can recommend, is that whenever he comes into a room and he stays for too long, just close and reopen. He's not bad. Yeah, he's definitely not there. Like, I don't think he's just listening to
People that are sleeping. You know what I'm saying? The people that are sleeping. And then it's hard to
big fish to fry. If the people sleep will wake up to get rejoin.
No, but it's people at nighttime, they want to join, they don't have, there's not enough people. Sometimes there's a problem with the people as well. Anyways, yeah. So I think this room has served its purpose, pissed off a lot of Zionists. A lot of non-Zionists got pissed off as well. And this was a good show today. I think we're going to have a beautiful show tomorrow. And let's see. So, take care, guys. And let's see if he shows up. Just keep watching the YouTube. If I end the room, let's.
Right.
I'll see you guys.
Yeah, that's the slap.
It releases strength. When the enemy comes and attacks your praise, because he knows that praise is the strategy. To stay in your victorious
who satisfies my mouth with good things. He satisfies my mouth with good things. Leso Sayata is the one that renews my youth like the eagle. When you look at yourself and the things that you do in a day, Yakata, Redegedo, the Bible says, by strength shall no man prevail. It is God who strengthens you. Leso Sakuta Yarakata, Ledegede Yakusa, Tuateketu, Siamua Katu, Siatua. Father, we are grateful. Father, we worship you. He said the Lord executes righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. The one who speaks on your behalf. He sees to it that righteousness is executed for your sake. He says the Lord is merciful and gracious. Merciful, gracious, slow to anger, and is plenteous in mercy. Father, we worship you. We're just going to pray for our children right now. I have had a burden, yesterday in church, they brought a picture of the children in our church that went for youth camp. And for some reason, they were just celebrating and showing us how these children, the youth from 13 to about, I think, 18, and the young adults as well, up to 30, and how they were worshiping God. And I started crying. I don't even know why the prophet keeps coming to my mind that, there are still children out there here in the UK, not far away from the area where I live, right from when the school was coming to, when they were closing the school. There was an incident that really touched a lot of people. It was a school trip, and one of the boys that went on the school trip died. Now they don't know how this happened because this is supposed to be a school trip where all the security checks have been done, the teachers are on guard and everything. And my child went on a school trip as well. My child was there, and just thinking about it, I'm like, God, if not for the mercies of God, because sometimes we're like, we are okay, we are under this school security. But one child slipped off the net and did not come back on that school bus. And just recently, it's been like, during this holiday, I've been hearing a lot of news, not far away from me at all. A child who was run over by a fast car, another child who this guy just bought, I think he bought I think it was an axe, and he was trying it in the street, just looking at how it works. And one child, just walked past him, and he tested it on him, and that was the blood everywhere. And that little child did not survive. And I said, God, this could be our children. This could be our children. Father, thank you. We just want to, pray right now, and if you can come up, before I actually just confess over them, if you can come up and let's pray. Let's pray. It's bigger than just our children. My soul telling that are the children in our streets, the children in our nation, in our church, in the same school that our children go to. My Sakatwa, in the place where our children work. Rika Sayara Gatatwa, and Rika Sualeketosa, please join me. Rekete Yara Katwa Leketosa, Yakwa Katwa, and this children are prisoners.
not be led by their emotions. They will walk in divine health. They will prosper and their soul will prosper. Their eyes are blessed for the see. Their ears are blessed for the hear. Their minds are blessed because it comprehends and it understands God's will for their life. Our children, they are house of prayer. Hey, what Jesus did, the work that Jesus did, our children will do more. In Jesus' name, amen. Right now, just lastly, while I still have you here on stage, I want us to pray for Pastor Eden. We're going to pray for upcoming commits, and we're going to pray for the camp meetings as well. We're going to pray for strength, and also as the Spirit leads you, just to pray over our pastor. She'll be speaking on the 23rd. So we'll just pray over her now. Father, we thank you. And before we pray, I just want to read this scripture that came to my mind. It was about strength, if I can find it now. Yeah, it's Ephesians 3:16. I pray that out of his glorious riches he may strengthen Pastor Eden with power through his spirit in our inner man. So let's just pray. Strength, save our strength and no man prevail. She will go from strength to strength, strength in our inner man by the Holy Ghost. Oh, please just unmute yourself and let's raise our pastor.
We are believers, we don't take anything for granted at all. To the normal person who's not walking in the spirit, things are trivial to them, but we walk with discernment and we are being led by the spirit. We're going to raise Krista also in this altar where there's so much power. All she has a bone in her mouth. Yeah, as trivial as that might be, she's been asked to rest it. We're going to pray for wholeness. We're going to pray that God will heal her speedily. Nothing will hinder her from the work of the ministry. Because these little things, they might seem very trivial, but they are very subtle to stop her from what God has asked her to do. We're going to pray. We're going to just pray that God's healing hands will just rest upon that bone. Masina Kutalia Rakasakawa. Father, we present your daughter before you, and right now Jesus, thank you, Father. Give you all the glory and all the honor. In Jesus' name, amen. Sister Ronnie? Sister Ronnie's on call just before she picks this up. Kojifi, thank you so much for wanting to pray today. I didn't see the message on time, so I just jumped in. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome everyone. We are going to welcome our new siblings, as we like to say. We like to roll out the red carpet of honor for you. If this is your very, very first time at the expressions, we like to just honor God and take the time to say thank you for joining us. And I'm going to bring you up on stage. So here's the thing, no pressure. We just want to hear your voice. Two things we are looking to hear is just to kind of get to know you, maybe a minute or two. And then if you want to share where you're joining us from and we invited you, that would be fantastic. So I see Lola Omale. I'm not sure if it's your first time. And I see Miss Miss Hattie. Welcome. I'm bringing you up. I'm bringing you up. Your voice is anointed, and whenever you speak, there's healing. So we want you to use your voice. Thank you, Tracy, for leading. Thank you, Kunjifan Ichuku, for being on standby. God honor you richly. Thank you for your prayers. So when you get the invitation, please just click on it. So if you want to come up on stage and unmute your mic, we can hear you. So we have Lola Olaleye worshiping with us for the first time. Welcome, welcome. And this person that says, is this an input or is it my own NHN? If it's not NHN, we cannot talk to NHN. NHN, you must come up and speak. Is this a everybody, let's start welcoming these precious women. Oh my God, Miss Hadley. So we have Lola Olali on the stage. Lola, this is the expressions. At the expressions, it's an intercessory community, discipleship community. Where we have over 500 people in probably 20 countries. We just started with the desire to pray, kingdom based prayer, as a desire to pray, to have a place where God is serenaded, where there's a focus on discipleship, spiritual maturity, where there's rema without the drama, I would like to say, where there's fellowship without blemish. And God just took over. So what you experience is what we do Mondays to Fridays, 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. We are God-loving people, so if you're a God-lover, then this is a place for you. You're most welcome. So please introduce yourself. Let's see where you're joining from. And we invited you so we can tell them thank you. Lola, you just click the unmute button. Please start your bunch from speaking for now. Restart your voice. It's can rest your voice. Can take resting, voice resting water. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, we can hear you, Lola.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful to be here this morning. My name is Lola Olade, and I'm joining from Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. And I was invited by Bisco. She's my sister, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm looking forward to more of God in my life and less of me. Thank you so much.
Well, Lola, good to have you here. Good to have you here. This is Crystal's sister-in-law. And every friend or sister or in-law of Crystal is a member of the house. So welcome home. Welcome home. As we like to say, we are delighted that you are here. And you just captured the essence of the expressions. You said more of God and less of God. That's exactly our heart cry. So you're in good company. I hope you make this a daily routine, a spiritual routine, and add it to everything you do. We have a 2-week challenge that we write in our God, that if in 2 weeks you don't see a radical, that's the word, radical shift. If you don't see before the expressions and after the expressions, Lola, you have a money back guarantee. Because of the fervency and the consistency in the house, because we have the same desire that you have, more of us and less of God, because of the very intentional programs we have here. You will experience overflow, but you will not be overwhelmed, but you will grow. You will grow deeper. Your roots will take root deeper. You will come into a higher level of Christ consciousness. So that's your heart cry. That's our heart cry. That's why we're here. We welcome you. God bless you. You're in Canada, you said. Well, the Canadian people, come and carry your sister. Sister Goodness, where are they? Sister Goodness, connect with her. You have some wonderful people here. So welcome home again. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
God bless you. Miss Hadi, I don't know if you're able to type in the comments. Just you're not able to speak. We like to say no pressure. We just want to hear your voice. I guess here is why we emphasize voice here. One of the longest age-old tactics of the enemy is to silence voices. And guess whose voice he tries to silence? The woman's voice, especially. So that's why in this particular community, maybe they don't emphasize it. As in other communities, they want the mic. Here we give you the mic. You see the difference. So what we do is by revelation. So we try to amplify voices.